go ahead and we'll say, just before we go on, just this idea that Chazal will make it by the Ger, just so you understand the tremendous misunderstandings. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. Sometimes people have a very skewed view of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, a very skewed view of halacha. That HaKadosh Baruch Hu is waiting for us to mess up, so he could smack us down. He's all waiting for us to mess up, so he could levy some type of punishment of what we do against us. That's a beautiful truth. The Ribono Shel Olam wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, and all of the rules, and all of the strictures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, and not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal do that. No, there are no greater accomplishment in this world than HaKadosh. That's in this world and in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly looking for successes. Okay, incredible question. How do you guys become by Ger Toshav? Man Shevad Balance. What's a very interesting question? Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember, an Aquid has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So, Ger Toshav, we'll say, what is a Ger Toshav? Now, we're going to see this in the focus about the definition of the Ger Toshav. Rashi points out here on the top of the daf, Ger Toshav, Eino Ovid Avodas Kocham. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple with everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. It's a really big thing. Right? He believes in that. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not, or we say like this, anyone who's what we call a bar mineh. If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission avodah. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. Otherwise, only who are nothing, so the boss are nothing is this. Establish the halach mechadol dro halach. Or nothing says no. Only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. Unless it makes it, or it's a question. This one second. So went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that level? Actual basari. So what's it say? Now remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop. I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because they're not acquired it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do I do? I should have said this. So before I pick it up, pull over an apple. Remember, you see hacky this. Pull over an apple and says the apple. I need you to negate this idolatry, decommission it. Right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of this idolatry. I don't think it's committed. However, again, in the but again, let's take it out. If I take possession of it, at that point you cannot be decommissioned. And no big problem. In Apple, to decommission his own avodah zarah or the avodah zarah of his friend, they of God, they she'en love. Whether he worships it or what does it mean? What does it mean that Apple can decommission avodah zarah? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it? Ilema EDD over Kohanim. If you want to say that both are talking about an akum, then Hayu Shalom Shachari. We already said that. We just said before that an akum has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And a lot of the Ovid Kohanim, in my in a lot of the Ovid Kohanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means an actual akum. In my shitting of the what does it mean? A non-worshipper, Ger Toshav. Oh, so who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual akum and a Ger Toshav? It's not enough. Ger Toshav, not enough. And what do you see from here? That a Ger Toshav has the ability to be Ladako, ultimately to be logically no. The only able to not sure. Rather, Tigray will be the only person who can decommission what is an actual idol worship for himself. I visit Hamlet. I knew Shalom B'Shachar. We already said that. Then the price is redundant because he already said that Hakim could go ahead and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend's Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. It's two different cases. Reisha, Zeh, Zeh L'Pa'ar, Zeh L'Markos. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two Akims, right, and both worship Pa'ar, or both worship Markos, so obviously, again, Akim 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol, and Akim 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh L'Pa'ar, Zeh L'Markos. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Let's say one Akim who worships Marcos and one who worships Baal Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? An Akim can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship idolatry. So let's say we see how this goes forward. Number one, an Akim can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akim can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number 3 is an Akim can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different God. Incredible. So the Gemara says, next, but again, no lie about a Ger Toshav. Right? So when it comes to a Ger Toshav, you still like the Zal Dashad. Can a Ger Toshav, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be at that level? So that we started with. Because basically, then it's Pesach, is a Ger Toshav. What's a Ger Toshav? So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Toshav? It says it's any Akim who is accepted upon himself in front of 3 Chazon. Proverb in scholars before someone is careful with treasonous. Someone is careful about doing things. So in this context, it just means that you're in front of a base. Anytime an Akim comes in front of a base, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a Ger Toshav. That's a Ger Toshav. Good, that's what I know. Come say, Hoshekidav Allah Sheva Mitzvot. So Hoshekidav Allah Sheva Mitzvot Shekidav. Come say, a Ger Toshav is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noah tribes to him. This is some don't seem to require a base. That's a Ger Toshav. Sheva Mitzvot Shekidav. That makes it like Ger Toshav. Freedom only. Able to go with the Mikral Ger Toshav. Not true. Achelim say, not true. That's not it. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of Ger Toshav. What is a Ger Toshav? And the easy Ger Toshav, Zeh Ger Ochel Nevelos, Shekidol Allah Mechanim Kol Mitzvos Hamuros B'Torah, Chutz Me'Isser Nevelos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of the Ger Toshav? The Ger Toshav is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, who eats the nevelos, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs in the Torah. It's a pretty shocking definition. It looks like 3 methods out there. The definition of the Ger Toshav. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the days of Ephrosh idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Yisrael Noah. Acherim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs except the laws of kosher. He's allowed to eat non-kosher. Incredible. But the basic was on. Yachad Etzra Yain, Mafida Etzra Yain, Mafida the Air Shalom Yisrael. What's the halacha is you can deposit wine with a Ger Toshav, right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time. I shouldn't say deposit. You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a long amount of time. Well, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says, Rashi says over here, Yisrael Maniach Bechanusa actually left the Oyos, and Ashkin came over the Akiva Lo Pala, Lo Noga Lo Manasseh, Lo Mago from Basin Amma Besa Lo Hashem, Chila the Eva Anabaka, Ilo Manicho Vida Ola, who say, Bismana Mua, so ultimately, again, you put the deposit wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time, because what they're saying, they may swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I said, you could leave with him wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, we're not talking about the INS, not because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine for the juice. So for a short amount of time, it's mutter, for a long amount of time, also. Shmano kiyena. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his wine. What does that mean? Shmano kiyena, shemen, mita, honey, yayin. It's not what can be wrong with his oil. Oil can't be in his wine. It's like ella, yeno, kishmano. Interesting enough, that what it means is like this, that halacha l'maisa, that ultimately again his wine, his wine is like his oil. Just like this is very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. Now look at that for just a moment. Shmano b'ni hamidiyayis aleno mutabanot shmano kodem shotu Hashem la'achilu kai hava b'shtia asam. But what does it mean that his oil is like that? But his wine is like his oil. That the same that you get enough from his oil, you can get enough from his wine. You can't drink the wine that you get from, but ultimately you can get enough from his wine. There's a sharp called davar ultimately, and for every other thing, a tree is like an apple. Here's the Muslim Shimon. Okay, yeno yayin next. Va'amilei mutar b'shtia. Shimon says his wine is like yayin nesach, but others say ultimately again that it is mutar ultimately again for consumption for shtia. So this will actually pause over here. We'll pick up in Yetz Hashem. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this again. Katanias, what do you see from here? Katanias, we shall call it we see from here that the apple is like an apple. Here, Koshav is like an apple regarding every other matter. Remind yourself, ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that Koshav is like an apple for everything else? What is that mean? Which the Gemara says, love the Navata avodas kofavim ke avodas kofavim. So doesn't that mean, because we're again, how did this whole thing like Koshav get started? It got started because you're trying to figure out, does it get Koshav have the ability to negate idolatry, to theologically decommission idolatry? So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, Agir Toshav is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate Avodah, so too can Agir Toshav? So too can Agir Toshav? To which the Gemara says, no. Retain the shus and without the shus. No, it actually means something else. It means actually for Shabbos. What does it mean for Shabbos? What's it about? It's in Samuel. You saw him over. The Shabbos Shabbos was like, what's that? So just quickly. Erev Chatzeros. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that courtyard, into the courtyard without influence. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Chassan. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. That's what Erev means. And therefore, you carry from the home into the Chassan into the home. Now, the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chassan, he can yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in the Erev. He can yield his rights to the other members of the Chassan. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from you. So watch this. The Gemara says, Yisrael Memor, the Shara Shabbos of the Shok, Medaka Rishus. Ultimately, again, if you have Yisrael Memor, which unfortunately again is Yisrael, who apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, right, in public he keeps Shabbos. Privately he doesn't keep Shabbos. that at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Mevatel Rishos. All he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Eruv, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the Pesach. Okay. Shemesh Shabbos Rishos. In Mevatel Rishos. But again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple. If he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in concert to the other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Meishamru, Yisrael, no sin rishos in the rishos. Right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. But by an apple, ultimately, you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the Gemara is saying that when we say, so what's just pause finish on Ketzad, Omer Lo, we'll say, how does a yield, for example, yield his right to give over his rights in the Ketzad? Omer Lo, I hereby give over my rights. Right? I bequeath my rights in the Ketzad to you. Or, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, as well, for the purpose of the Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the Eruv, they talk about this money and full of so just in general, about Eruv potatoes, again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you're a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he could yield his rights or be Mevatel, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chassid that allows everyone else to utilize the Chassid. Even if he's a Yisrael Mummer, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately, again, he could yield, or he could go ahead and bequeath. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the strong Mummer, who is publicly a Mummer, is treated like a full circle. Therefore, when we said before that a Ger Toshav ultimately, again, is treated like an Akum for all other things means that if you live in a chutzner with a Ger Toshav, the Jews in the chutzner want to make it over zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights, ultimately, again, of the Ger Toshav as well. Now, whether or not the Ger Toshav is actually regarding the Greek of Oksana, in the rest of the side, you'll see in tomorrow's daf. Shperach, everyone. What a daf. What an incredible experience such a sister with all of you. I wish you everyone. Nothing over there. So something like yes. Just devil's rejects. People that look like you everywhere. As I say, a great sponsorship to you. Tell all of you this morning, beginning by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our annual Thomas Order sponsorship. First and foremost, dedicating all the Sherman Rushos this year as a Swiss for sales levels for Israel. I'm Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Abba, and Tova, Stephen Rabbi Drazen in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig on the Rabbi. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, finishing up the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch on the Rabbi, Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of their father, Ben Adler, However, Baruch Mordechai Ben Lorena Rassi. The only sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosie Applebaum, Rachel Bass, that are the Meritav Tamatola, all the missionaries happening around, the families in the family, all those neighbors, who are shopping together, colorful ladies, all the first prophets, the Mesa Shem, all of our hospitals, Shalom and Bukharov, and our holy soldiers to be successful for and Massey. For those of that, let us begin. Today's daf is Son of Shalom, 64. A really incredible daf ahead of us today. We are picking up from Son of Gimel on the base, 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. So Rav Nachman Ula Adinu Rav Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Adinu Rav Papi, just Rabbi Chia Bar Ami Gabai. Rabbi Chia Bar Ami is sitting with them. The Gemara says, Yosef, the Kabbalah, my wife, he asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating question. Safra Lishbar B'Yayin Nesach Ma. What is the halacha if an Akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of Yayin Nesach? So I said, the Akum comes over to you and says, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of Yayin Nesach. Mahu. What is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept and to keep the wages from this halacha? Well, so remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity or dealing with items that themselves may be asur ba'anas. So here, the Akum is asking me to do something with Yayin Nesach, but he's asking me to destroy Yayin Nesach. He's going to take me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, "No, what's the halacha? This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach. Now, why do I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I lose the Parnosa. So on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach. So because I want it, therefore, then maybe that makes the closest perfect. We could actually just do that. Near Minas Kivan, 3 lines up from the bottom of Rashi, the Yisrael Zayalotzi B'Kiyuvan Shachal Yosai. The Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. Shalom Yishtablu Akshanei Lehem. I don't know, Reuben doesn't want them to break on their own. Actually, Shaveru, the Toskanasa. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is interesting to think about this way, right? The Jew actually wants the Yayin Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from Yayin Nesach, and therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, this is the destruction of the Yayin Nesach, destruction of the Zara. This is a good thing. Sure, I want it also in existence, but again, ultimately, to describe all the Zara is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds ultimately again should be commended. Fascinating child. Rabbi So Nachman says, Yishvar is Halav Bracha. And Nachman says, no, take the job, take the job, get the money, and tell Bracha you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go to root out of Zara, and that is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me say this. Let's bring a proof to this, I guess. You should it on that. Ain't ultra in the object of the let's say again, an aqua plants Kaline, right? Kaline is forbidden mixture. So we had session just 2 years ago. Wheat and let's say, for example, wheat and grape farms. That's the kind of genetic thing. But it's forbidden mixture. So if an object is planting Kaline, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Ultra like home. Removing weeds, the seed covered with dirt. They can't do that. Top of Sonic Valid, 64. About open immobility, what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot killing. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi. About Odrin, Lashlicha le'ibud ba'afan gavdulot tzedikim shlo ya'akim yalei ha'chakim. Let's say Akim hired me and he said, listen, Silver, do me a favor, I planted Kalan. Again, the Akim, he planted Kalan. Well, let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though you get paid for working with Kalan, right? And I want the existence of the Kalan. Because if the client's not uprooted on their own, I lose out on my Parnasa. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here this is to support the Nachman. But Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it since you get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So there's a Savua, second one from the South 64a. Savua Hamani, who's a baby, so the Akiva, so the Akiva Gamar, and the kind of the Kilayim local, very interesting, the holes in this in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant killing, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of killing, but you can't even do anything that sustains it. So for example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone has planted the Kilayim, right? Apple and Kilayim, and the Apple asks me to put up a fence around the Kilayim. And the Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kilayim. Putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also kind of very well. Hamnafish means reason. Mechafa means covering the seeds with dirt. So Hamnafish and Mechafa is I look at, you get malchus, right? Because you're going to have to because there you're actively and directly participating in the planting of planting. The Akiva says, half and a kind. And the Akiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the Kilayim, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's really problematic as well. So imagine, my comes Rabbi Akiva. Where's Rabbi Akiva get that from? It's across such a particular Kilayim. He says, do not plant the Kilayim in the field. In the Elazaraya, I don't know the publishing of planting. In the canyon, how do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even like putting up the fence. I'm low Kilayim. I suppose it's interesting over here. You are making a little bit of a play on words. So again, Mars actually kind of splicing the house like low Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, which is something that sustains it. That's going to be asiyah. Ilu, Mars says the ilu, and you use a tifla shari. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to Akiva, the prohibition ultimately is doing something that sustains it. What about if someone's going to pay me to uproot anything? So the Kashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't have to be the opinion of Rabbi. Rather, Haman, who's opinion is this? Rabbanon. It's the Rabbanon. In Rabbanon, might be a open, you mean, I'm shocking. No, but it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, if this is Rabbanon even put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon only can be a food rock. Rabbanon told nothing you can do plant it or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting up food, or putting up a fence to hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, you can get paid for that, then certainly you're going to get food for uprooting the plant. So that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hachamas, Kinam is very interesting. What's the case over here? Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Ultimately, the Yehuda is of the opinion that Allah said you are not allowed to do a favor for him. Like he actually adds in the beginning of all this. Lo Sechanim. Walmart Wolf is what Lo Sechanim means. That doesn't mean don't compliment them, don't give them a steal. But Yehuda says, don't be like this thing, you can't work for free. You can't do something for an outcome for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of the whole Zara, you still can't do it. So which the Gemara says, that Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, la. You know, the fact that you're saying it's up against Yehuda, tells me that according to Rabbi Akiva, it's not permitted. Yehuda also became a Maklasina. About the Ute Tifla Shakir. Gemara says, no. According to Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for an outcome. But to do something to uproot Avodah Zarah, that's absolutely correct. That's a good, that's an objective benefit. I am Rabbi Akiva Nami. Afagav Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. Mekayim Kilayim Loker. When you take Tisla Shapir, when you say same according to Rabbi Akiva, even according to Rabbi Akiva was a more expansive, approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. They're not only cleaning out planters, not only cleaning out the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kilayim, to get rid of Isser, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the outcome. Which the Gemara says, there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. It's good. This phrase, this is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a microphone. Sulomidi. That's it, we're done. There's nothing more to discuss here. So it's very interesting. So therefore, what this means is ultimately, now let's go full circle. How did we start this? We all started by the case of an Akum wants to break his barrels of Yainess. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break his willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Great, so am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, we could say no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the Yainess, and I'm benefiting from the whole result. On the other hand, I'm just trying to hold this up. But nothing said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of the Zara, or for that matter, a prohibited item, Even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get into them, and keep the proceeds, because the destruction of evil, the destruction of the Zara, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. As Matthew says, you get paid and cover Allah. Incredible. I must say, it really is such an interesting idea of, kind of like part of Western society. The mindset is, live and let live. And that is important as members of society, just as a general approach to living in society. We should take an approach to living. Yes, it's not that religion against the love of the using idea, nor is it portrays the standing judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. To a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take the root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurry. That's why the Matthew uses this question of, yes, destroy the lionesses and cover Allah love. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what you think about. It's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, what the state of Israel is doing, it's really not easy. And somebody would think that like the rules would just line up, false, right? Just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes there is a little good, and sometimes the Matthew says Yishvar the Talarabah. Sometimes you have to identify the evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and if you do it, Talarabah. Ultimately, the process is difficult, the process is brutal, the process is overwhelming. But ultimately, when you get to the side of the process, that's what it's from. Gemara goes like this. But Hadli Yasvi, so again, the same fellow is sitting, and they asked about the question, was Hadli Yasvi becoming by like, so we'll say, this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his item? So Akum sells his idol and he has now sold it for $1,000. That's $1,000 in his hand. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the Avodah Zarah itself? Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to run that through. So this is very interesting. So ultimately, we're not going to say, we start with the nail is from the Arabic of the tongue. So nothing says, I think it's much. I think it's much. That if an Akum sells his item, when he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Now, why? Listen to this. So here's what Matthew's proof. But when these people came up with Rabbi, what happened? Another one, Zidu Kamad Islafu, the Suez Scouts. This is fascinating. So that one says like this. There were these people who came up with Rabbi, and what happened? And they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen and watch this. What's the last over here? Now Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the Suez Skyru. Because remember, if they convert and still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated. Right? Can never have this identity, and you can't get hanor from it. So it tells them instead before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off, you have the money, then you can convert and the money is committed. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from here that Allah sells his idol, that cash is committed. So the Gemara says, My time, Mishum Gatasav, the Naval, let's go have the common time, which the proceeds of the sale of idolatry are in the hands of the one ultimately is committed. I the Bill Shine was in the Haven that I could relay, bad I bought that. Maybe that case is different. Why is that different? Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're not they're negating the theological significance of the idol converted. So an Akum could be Nevanta who's up as results. Maybe that's why the proceeds are Eleni the Haka. Eleni Haka. Now the Gemara says, here's the truth. We saw Shailosh of Omi Kokam, Mother, the Machar of Vodas Kokam Behavior. Listen to this. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his item, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yayin Nesek, or same case, I went ahead and I rented Akum $1,000. He sold his Yayin Nesek, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that law called? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Okay, interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. And let's say the Akum same case, the Akum $1,000. Please still want to pay you to me here to wait here. I'm just going to sell my area. I already got the proceeds. I'm going to sell my Yayin Nesach and you got the proceeds. In that case, it's awesome. So again, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his item, goes off, sells his Yayin Nesach. I have no idea what he's doing. He gives me the proceeds, pays back the debt, mutter. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I gotta sell my idol. I gotta sell my Yayin Nesach. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. I affected the my explanation, my explanation. So what's the distinction? I understand what's the difference in these two cases. And Rav Sheshes see from the Shum B'Havim Lekiyot of the Kiyot. So this is very interesting. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous sugya. But here's the difference. In the second case, where the Akum says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the idol and the continued existence of the wine. Why? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshes posits the proceeds are us. Listen, what's that mean? If you don't say the Kiyum of Kiyagavim, that's what we just said before, that that's mutter. That that's mutter. In other words, it will say, when you want the continued existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the Akum sells because I want my money. I want the continued existence of the Yayin Nesach because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these particular items. Why should it be awesome? Vatinan, Shiyarshu Adiyah Avim. This is a very interesting case. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both they're Akum brothers. One converted and one is one Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. Their Akum father died, and they inherit their father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say limited idols. So there, Yochomomar lo tol akam odas and animals. So ati yayin esek manikeros. So brother Ger could say to brother Akum, you take all the idolatrous stuff, you take all the yayin esek, and I'll take the money and the geros. He can do that. The Mishabo, and that's clearly. However, the Mishabo is just like your husband. Obviously, all of this presupposes that the Ger is not yet actively taking possession of Yayin Nesach or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? But there technically is recourse. Maybe it's serious. You can get an Akum to be in the background of the Sarah, but it's much more complicated. Once the Jew already owns it, there are really very little access to it. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So we'll say, so ultimately, again, what do you see from there? That halacha l'maisa, now in this case, brother Ger wants the continued existence of the idolatry of the Yayin Nesach. But he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore, again, it's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over in this Mishnah? This verse is talking about an idol, let's say it's made of gold or silver, which means that what you make it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Because even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which Gemara says that's fine. That works fine for an idol. Now, how would you explain the case then of Yayin? So that's the Cheres Hadron. She wasn't very interesting. Adrianic earthquake. So apparently, Rashi points out that here, Adrianic earthenware ultimately was very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbed the wine to a degree, but you could take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute wine. In that case, also, brother Jerry doesn't, who cares if the casks break or not, it doesn't make a difference, because either way, the value is still retained. To which the Gemara said, one second, one second, even if that's so, even if brother Jerry doesn't care about the fact that it's going to break, right? But he does care whether or not he gets stolen or lost, so he still wants to continue existence. Papa, Yerushas, Hager Kama, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No. Shani Yerushas Hager, Dakilu Barabba. Rabbis were made by the Yerusha of the Ger. In other words, normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halakha l'maisa, Chazal were makers by the Yerusha of the Ger. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Nesach or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother Akum. Right? And so you take this, you take the prohibited stuff, I'll take the permitted stuff, even though, yes, he wants to continue the existence of it. Why? Why would they make it by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his religion. And we're saying that's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right, there's something called Tiferes Hashem. That Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept that was stolen item wine in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's children. If the thief has to return everything, he's not going to come out children. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial needs. Right? Money is important. And, as much as we say, like say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, and you can pay the bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, things are like you can hardly count. And many people could not stand up to religious challenges. And there was a choice between religion and money. We're afraid that he has to choose between halacha. And ultimately, again, his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of it, because it's human nature. So if the Chazal didn't want to put him in that situation, therefore they would make over by it there. And we're saying that often in this kind of case, you're going to have an estate that is comprised of permitted items and permitted items. Therefore, allow him to keep the permitted items, give his Akum brother all of the permitted items. There's carrying a healthy rice that supports this. Imagine when it's so, Shirshu, in the case of Yerusha. But in the case, let's say, the business partnership will be also. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha, but they were not normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well, because we don't want to put the person in this, we don't want to put the Ger in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So remember, like, how do you guys kind of balance? Remember, again, all this is the same people in Rabbi sitting together. Another question that came in. Ger Tosha Mao Shilbatwa Amadas. So let's say this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and let's say, just before we go on, this idea that Chazal will make it by the Torah, just so you understand the tremendous misunderstanding of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. That a bono shel olam wants us to succeed. And sometimes people have a very skewed view about those parts, and a very skewed view of halacha. That Hashpach is waiting for us to mess up, so he's going to smack us down. He's all waiting for us to mess up, so he could levy some type of punishment that cannot be against us. That's a key phrase from the truth. The Rebbe wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all the strictures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Mishpach understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's how people know that you have no greater advocate in this world than Mishpach. That's in this world than the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly aiming for success. Okay, another question. How do you guys talk about Ger Tosha? Man Sheba Palestine. It's a very interesting question. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akum has the ability to negate his thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So Ger Tosha, you must know what is a Ger Tosha. Now we're going to see this in my focus about the definition of a Ger Tosha. Rashi points out to the top of the graph, Ger Tosha, Eino Ovid Avodas Hashem. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple with everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. And that's it. It's a really big thing. Right? He believes in Hakadosh Baruch Hu. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, the Palach Mevat and Lo Palach Mevat. So we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Maybe we say like this: anyone who's what we call a baineh. If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission idolatry. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. I'm going to rule out Nachman, so I'm going to watch out Nachman ways on this. Instead, the Palach Mevat Lo Palach Mevat. So Nachman says, no, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Tosha doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. You must have listened. I raised the question. It's what's up. You saw Shabbat Shabbat. Listen to this. So, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that level? Actual basically, so what's it saying? Remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because I haven't acquired it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do? Actual basically, so we'll start picking it up. I can call over an apple. Remember, you also have to call over an apple and say, the apple. I need you to negate this idolatry, decommission it, right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of this work. I don't know if it's permitted. However, again, in Shabbos Aliyago, Eino Omer Oven Kuhum Novaklo. But again, if I take it out, now if I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. They shall know Ovid Kochaven Medato Avodos Kochaven Shalom, V'Shachavim. And Ovid Kochaven Nakum, to decommission his own Avodah Zarah, or the Avodah Zarah of his son, they of does, they Shekin Yov. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. And we're going to define it between these things. My Ovda or my Ovda. What does it mean? What does it mean that Akum can decommission Avodah Zarah, whether he worships it or doesn't? If you want to say that what we're talking about in Akum, then Hayu Shalom B'Shachadim. We already said that. We just said before that an Akum has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And the love of the Oved Kochanim, Umay She'in Elav of the Oved Kochanim, right? Ultimately, again, Ovda means an actual Akum. Umay She'in of the what is Shekar? Ger Tosha. Oh, so who is able to go ahead and decommission both natural and Ger Tosha? Shnamino, Ger Tosha, Namibat. And what do you see from here? That a Ger Tosha has the ability to be Mabato, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which the Gemara says, no. The Olam Emelachah usually always not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person who can decommission Avodah Zarah is an actual idol worship of himself. I did the Kamrit, I knew Shalom Shachar. They already said that. And then the price is become. They already said that Hakim could go and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend's Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. It's two different cases. Reisha, Zeh Rapa'ar, Zeh Marcus. Reisha is teaching like this. If you have two Akims, right, and both worship Pa'ar, or both worship Marcus, so obviously, again, Akim 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol, and Akim 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh Rapa'ar, Zeh Marcus. Oh, the Seifa teaches something different. Let's say one Akim who worships Marcus and one who worships Baal Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? An Akim can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship. So let's say it's really three opportunities. Number one, an Akim can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akim can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akim can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different thing. Incredible. So the Gemara says, nice, but again, no raya about a Ger Tosha. Right? So when it comes to a Ger Tosha, we still actually got a kind of Ger Tosha. A Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be that level? I'm starting this. Most nice, Kasha, is a Ger Tosha. What's a Ger Tosha? Tosha Kiba. So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Tosha? So Zeh Tosha Kiba Lab Defnei Kiba Chavirim. Meir says it's any Akum who is accepted upon himself in front of Sicha. Again, I will say, Chaver being exposed before. Chaver normally means someone who is careful with trees and someone who is careful about to encounter. So in this context, the Pasha said it just means it's in front of a dazed. Any time an Akum comes in front of a dazed, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a Ger Tosha. That's a Ger Tosha. Good. That's what I mean. From saying, Tosha Allah Sheva Mitzvos. So Tosha Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos Shekiba Bnei. From saying, a Ger Tosha is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noah fires. This was from seem to require a base. That's a Ger Tosha. Sheva Mitzvos Bnei Noah. The next is like Ger Tosha. Even only able to go forward with the Ger Tosha. Not true. Chayyim say naturally that neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of Ger Tosha. What is a Ger Tosha? And the is a Ger Tosha. Zeh Ger Ochon Nevelos Shekidon Allah Mekayim Kol Mitzvos Hamulas Katorah Chutz Me'Israel Nevelos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of the Ger Tosha? The Ger Tosha is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the Nevelos, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs in the Torah. It's pretty shocking definition. It looks like 3 versions out there. Definition of Ger Tosha. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the lazy not to worship idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Yisrael Noah. Acherim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs except the laws of the kosher. He's not eating not kosher. Incredible. But the Rabbi goes on, Miyachadin Etzler, Yain, Ma'afkidin Etzler Yain, Ta'afidu Be'er Shalom Yisrael. What's the halacha is, you keep a constant wine with the Ger Tosha, right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time. I shouldn't say you have. You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a longer amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says, Rashi says over here, we saw Maniach Katanuso Achilulech Yosem Ashkinki the Aikivan Lo Pala, Lo Noga Lo Menaseh, the Mago is from Dasan Amar Besa Rochashim, Hilo de Ino Anabaka, Ino Maniko Liga Ola, Use Bismana Mua, Lakon Nefesh. So ultimately, again, you could deposit wine with him for a short amount of time, not for a longer amount of time, because what they're saying they may swap out the Jew's wine for his own wine. Okay, and this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. אבל יחד עם אצלו יין, ואפילו באר שלו על גדו. So as I said, look, once again, you could leave with him one for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, we're not talking with the INS, or not to the INS, because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wife for the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's mother, for a long amount of time, also. Shmano, Kiena. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his wine. What is that? Shmano, Kiena, Shemen, Mika, Harvey, Yayin. It's like what could be wrong with this oil? Oil can't be with wine. It's like Ella, Yeno, Kishmano. Interesting enough, that's what it means is like this, that halacha l'maisa, that ultimately again his wine, his wine is like his oil. Just like, which is very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. Now look at that just a moment. Rashi Shmano b'ni Hamidiyas Aliyeno Motevanro Shmano Kodem Shot Rashem Ba'Kilotai Hava B'Shtia Asa. But what does it mean that his oil is like that? Excuse me. That his wine is like his oil. But the same way that you get enough from his oil, you can get enough from his wine. And you can't drink the wine you can get from Shav, but ultimately you can get enough from his wine. With the sharp called Davar, ultimately that is for every other thing, already called his wine. He is like he's like an apple. So he's the rest of Shimon Omer, Yeno Yayin Nest. Shimon says his wine is like Yayin Nesach, but others say ultimately again that it is mutter, ultimately again for consumption, for Shema. So this will actually pause over there, and we'll pick up in the Hashem. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this again. What do you see from here? You see from here that an apple is like an apple. Is like an apple regarding every other matter. Remind yourself, ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that a kosher is like an apple for everything else? What does that mean? To which the Gemara says, Lav, V'mavata, Avodas Kochadim, Ke'avodas Kochadim. So doesn't that mean, because listen, again, how does this culture make their kosher extend? Like I started, as you're trying to figure out, does he get a kosher have the ability to negate idolatry, to theologically decommission idolatry? So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, Rabbi Tosha is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate that Holy Spirit, so too can Rabbi Tosha? To which the Gemara says, no, Rabbi Yisrael, no, litin rishus u'levato rishus. No, it actually means something else. It means actually local Shabbos. What does it mean local Shabbos? What's it? Watch it. It's King Samuel. Yisrael Mumer, Rishamer Shabbos is 1 second. So just quickly. Erev Chatzos. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that court, from a home into the courtyard without any rules. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Fasher. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. And therefore, you carry from the home into the Chatzar into the home. Now, the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chatzar, he can yield his rights. That's the Shabbos started. He forgot to participate in the Erev. He can yield his rights to the other members of the Chatzar. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from you. So watch this. The Gemara says, Yisrael Momer, Yisrael Shabbos of the Shot, Mevato Rishus. Ultimately, again, if you have Yisrael Momer, which unfortunately again is Yisrael, an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like public he keeps Shabbos. Privately he doesn't keep Shabbos. But at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Without the rishos, all he needs to do if he didn't participate in the evening, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the process. Okay. Shemesh Shabbos of the short, in without the rishos, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple. If he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in the residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Neisha Amru, Yisrael, no single shus in the Shus, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. Or go over to again, actually, but by Akum, ultimately, you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the Gemara is saying that when you say, so let's say just last finish up Ketzad, Omer Lo, say how does a yield, for example, yield his right to be over his rights in the Chatzar? Omer Lo, Yishusi Kiyuda Lecha. I hereby give over my rights, right? I keep my rights in the Chatzar to you. Or Yishusi Mivutelas Lecha. Or my rights are negated to you. Kara, ultimately, as much for the purposes of the Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the Eruv, they start this first. You don't need any formal prudence. Well, it's a different general about Eruv Chatzeros. Again, you need the participation of all the Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights or be Mevatel, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chatzor and allows everyone else to utilize the Chatzor. Even if he's a Yisrael Mummer, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately, again, he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And a Yisrael Mummer, who is publicly a Mummer, is treated like a also, therefore, when we said before that a Ger Kosher ultimately again is treated like an apple for all other things, all other things means that if you live in a chutzner with a Ger Kosher, and you are Jews in the chutzner want to make it good of zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the Ger Kosher as well. Now, whether or not the Ger Kosher could actually go and agree to have a Zara, in the side, we'll see tomorrow. Staff, Shkaya, everyone, what a daf, what an incredible experience such a sister with all of you. I'm wishing everyone that's a great discussion to you, with all of you this morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud sponsor, Children's Shalom of dedicating all the Sherman Brushos this year as a Swiss for the Stars Talmud's for Am Yisrael. Talmud sponsors for the month of Av, Abba Avinu, Nicole, Stephen Randy Drazen, in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Lee Rosenzweig, in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig, the owner of Rafa. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund K. Wolf, mention of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, then Steve Hirsch, is the owner of Rafa. Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Hachover Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno Ross. Golden sponsors for today: Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosamund Applebaum, Rachel Bas, that are the American Talmud Torah, all of the Yisrael Maria, the families in the family, all those who need their food, stepping together, calling for the Yisrael, the 12 which we for Shalom, and all of our hostages, Shalom and the Karov, and our police soldiers to be successful to follow in that city. And those with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Samach Dalet 64. A really incredible daf ahead of us. Today we are picking up from Samach Gimel on the days 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. So Rav Nachman Ula Ba'adini Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Ba'adini Papi Yasser B'Chia Ba'ani Dabai. And the Kia Ba'ani is sitting with him. The Yosef, the Kabbalah, my bride, he asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating aspect of this question. Safra Lushba B'Yayin Nesach Ma. What is the halacha if an Akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of Yayin Nesach? Right? So if you're having this Akum comes over to you and says, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of Yayin Nesach. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept, to keep the wages from this level? Let's remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves may be asur. So here, the Akum is asking you to do something with Yayin Nesach, but he's asking you to destroy Yayin Nesach. And he's going to pay you for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, "No, what's the halacha? Me and Miriam came to the Lord to be also." So this is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Now, why do I want the existence of the INS? If the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I lose the INS. So on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the INS. So because I want it, therefore, maybe that makes the closest perfect. We could actually just negate it. Miriam Miriam Kiva, 3 lines up in the bottom in Russian. The Yisrael Zerlotze B'Kiyuvon Shafari Yosei. The Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. Shalom Yishtabu Achshamei Lehem. I don't know, Reuben doesn't want them to break on their own. Actually, Shavregu V'itos Hamaser. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is interesting to think about it this way, right? The Jew actually wants the Yayin Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from Yayin Nesach, and therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, oh Diamo, this is the destruction of the INS, destruction of the Zara. This is a good thing. Sure, I want the house to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to destroy all the Zara is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds ultimately, again, should be committed. Fascinating trade. So Nachman says, Yishtar the Torah Bracha. Nachman says, no, take the job, get the money, and tell a bracha you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and root out of Zara. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me say this. Let's bring a proof to this. Let's see on that. So let's say again, an apple plants kilayim, right? Kilayim is forbidden mixture. So we had such just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say, for example, wheat and grapevines. That's what how we medicines. And any forbidden mixture. So if an Oved Kochanim is planting kilayim, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Oved is like hoeing. You don't really you can't do that. How about son of flour? 64. About what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot kilayim. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi about Ogrin. Let's say Akum hires me and he says, listen, silver, do me a favor, I planted kilayim. Again, the Akum who planted every kilayim. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though you get paid for working with kilayim, right? And I want the existence of the kilayim because if the kilayim are not uprooted on their own, I lose out on my parnasa. So the Gemara says. So it appears from here, this is to support for Nachman. But Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you get paid for it, it's perfectly destroyed on its own. So there's a Savua, second one from the top 64a. Savua Haman, who's a baby. So we keep it. So we keep the Amar and the kind of the Kilayim local. It's very interesting. We keep a whole here, so in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant Kilayim, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of Kilayim, but you can't even do anything that sustains it. So for example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone else planted the Kilayim, right? Apple planted the Kilayim, and the Apple asks me to put up a fence around the Kilayim. And the Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kilayim. Even though putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself, nevertheless, it is going to be also from the Akiva. The sign is very good. Nafish means weaving. Masaka means covering the seeds with dirt. So Nafish and Nafish, look at, you get Malchus, right? Because again, that's time to because there you're actively directly participating in the planting of Torah. The Kiva says, so the Kiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the Kilayim, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. So much as my time to people, where is the Kiva get that? What's his magic? On the cross, Sadcha Tizra Kilayim. Pasuk says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the Elazareh, I only know the prohibition of planting. I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even like putting up the fence. Kamalomar lo kilayim. So it's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. I love a play on words. So again, Gemara is actually kind of splicing the pasuk. Lo kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's going to be ilu. Gemara says the ilu when you ute tifla shari. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is doing something that sustains the kilayim. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the kilayim? So the pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't have to be that thing that Rabbi rather Haman is a thing of this. Rabbanon, it's the Rabbanon. The Rabbanon might be open, I feel like you mean not shocking. No, that's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon is going to put up a fence, right? Because the Rabbanon only can be a kiva. Rabbanon hold nothing you can with plants that are planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting activity, like putting up a fence they hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant itself. So it's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hachamas, Kina is very interesting. What's the case over here? The Ka'avad Bechina. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So that's the problem. Ultimately, Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that halacha l'maisa, you are not allowed to do a favor for an Achim. Right? We actually had this in the beginning of our this. Our lo sechani is all my quote is what lo sechani means. That just means compliment them, don't give them a maskinam. Rabbi Yehuda says, don't do nothing, you can't work for free. You can't do something for an Achim for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of Avodah Zarah, you still can't do it. So which the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, la. Now, the fact that you're saying this up in Rabbi Yehuda, it says if they're according to Rabbi Akiva, it's not be permitted. Rabbi Yehuda, Asra Litin Maknasina, Aval Yehuda, Tifla, Shakir. The Gemara says, no. According to Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for an but to do something to uproot Avodah Zarah, that's absolutely permitted. That's a good thing. That's of objective benefit. I have said Rabbi Akiva Nami. Afagav Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. Mekayim Kilayim Lokeh. And the Ute Tifla Shakir. You say something according to Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva was a more expensive, approach to the prohibition of kilayim. But not only can you not plant it, not only can you not see the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot kilayim, to get rid of Isser, to get rid of liberty, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the Ashram. To which the Gemara says, Isu lo libi. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. It's good. This phrase, Isu lo libi. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. Isu lo libi. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss now. So also, it's very interesting. Because therefore, what this means is ultimately, now let's go for a circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the case of an Achim wants to break his barrels of GUINNESS. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go to break his willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Right? So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, we could say no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the GUINNESS. And I'm benefiting from the Avodah Zarah. On the other hand, I'm destroying the Avodah Zarah. But Nachman said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of Avodah Zarah, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the GUINNESS, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, and keep the proceeds, because the destruction of evil, the destruction of the Zarah, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. As Nachman says, you get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. And also, it really is such an interesting idea because, kind of like part of Western society, my mindset is, live and let live. And that is important as members of society, just as a general approach to living in greater society, we should take an approach of living. Yes, it's not the obligation to convince the resident of freezing, nor is it to a place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. To a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in greater society. On the other hand, Chazal also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed, it has to be destroyed. Because if we let evil take root, then it spreads and unfortunately becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurred. And that's why the Matthew uses this expression of yes, destroy the Yayinesech and Tavo Allah bracha. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. It is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what we think about. It's such an incredible thing. As you think about what the nation of Israel, what the state of Israel is doing, it's meaning everything. And some of you would think that like the world would just line up, applause, right? Just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet, again, it's hard. Because often the world can't see what's evil and what's good, can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes there is a little like good, and sometimes the Matthew says, Yishbar, the Tavallah. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and if you do it, Tavallah. Ultimately, the process is difficult, the process is brutal, the process is overwhelming. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's what this was like. It's incredible. The Gemara goes like that. The Gemara goes like that. Good. Hadu Yasvi, so again, the same fellow is sitting, and they asked about the question, Mas Hadu Yasvi, the coming by like, the may have us come the other people for them now. So we'll say, this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has, I sold it for $1,000. He's got $1,000 in his hand. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the Avodah Zarah itself? Mahu, mitofes as dameh v'yarovit. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to run that. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, we're going to nothing. So we start with the analysis from the Avodah. So Matthew says, I think it's mutter. I think it's mutter. That is an Akum sells his idol, and he has that money. That money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Now, why? Listen to this. Here's our Matthew's proof. There were these people who came up for Rabbi. What happened? The Suez guy. This is fascinating. So that was like this. There were these people who came up for Rabbi. And what happened? And they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen and watch this. What's the logic over here? And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the Suez guy. Because remember, if they convert and still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity negated, and you can't get hanah from it. So he tells them instead, before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert, and the money is permitted. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from there that Allah for Raisa sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time, you shouldn't have covered the nail, but let's go have the let's get the proceeds of the sale of idolatry that are in the hands of the ultimately is permitted. I the Dylan Shiny person, the feeling that I can be God I bought it. Maybe that is different. Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the idol converted. So an Akum can be Mevanta who's out of desire. So maybe that's why the proceeds are moved. Elami the Hafa. Now the Gemara says, here's the proof. Yisrael Shayno Shalom Yikochim Mana Umachar Avodas Kofanim Dehevi. Listen to this. Right? I lent Akram $1,000. So what happened? So the Akram went and sold his item, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or the Yayin Nesach, in the same case, I went ahead and I lent Akram $1,000. He sold his Yayin Nesach, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Local? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Okay, interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. And let's say the Akim same case, I went to Akim $1,000. Please still don't want to repay you. To me, here, wait here. I'm just going to sell my item. I'll be back with the proceeds. Or I'm going to sell my Yayin Nesach and be back with the proceeds. In that case, it's possible. See, here's interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akim $1,000. In case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yayin Nesach. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, moved him. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, "I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Yainesa." Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. I affected Yemara. My shnaration, my shnaration. So what's the distinction? I don't understand what's the difference in these two cases. Conversations. See from the shum b'havim le'kilosim b'kavim. So this is very interesting. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous sugya. Now here's the difference. In the second case, where the Akim says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the item and the continued existence of the wine, right? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshas posits the proceeds of us. Listen 1 second. If you wrote the Kiyuma Kiyagatim, that's what we just said before, but that's mutter. But that's mutter. In other words, I will say, when you want the continued existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the Akim sells it because I want my money. I want the continued existence of the Yayin Nesach because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be awesome? Vatanan, there is Vatanan, there are Shiyarshu Aviyan Ovikom. So this is very interesting case. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both they're Akum brothers. One converted and one is from Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. Their Akum father died. Now they inherit their father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, in Yayin Nesach, and let's say prohibited items. So Ger Yachal Roma Lo Tol Akam Odas Kofanim Ba'ani Maos. Tol Ata Yayin Nesach Maniperos. So brother Ger can say to brother Akum, I said, brother Akum, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yayin Nesach, and I'll take the money and the potatoes. If you do that, the Mishabot, and that's permitted. However, the Mishabot is just like us, obviously. All of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of Yayin Nesach or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right, but technically there is recourse. No one really sees this. You can get an Akum to be Medankar of the Sarah, but it's much more complicated. Once a Jew already owns it, there are really very little options. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So ultimately, again, what do you see from there? Now, in this case, brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the Yayin Nesach, but he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol that's made on gold or silver, which means that even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Because even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. To which the Gemara says, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. Now, how would you explain the case then of Yayin Nesach? That's kind of Hadrani. So this is very interesting. Hadrianic earthly. So apparently, Rashi points out over here, Hadrianic earthenware ultimately is very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbs the wine to a degree that you could take a shard of that earthenware put it in water and reconstitute water. In that case, also, double ger doesn't, who cares if the tasks great or not, doesn't make a difference, because either way, the value is still retained. To which the Gemara says, but 1 second, one second, even if that's so, even if Father Ger doesn't care about the fact that they're going to break, right? But we care whether or not they get still lost, so he still wants to continue existence. And Rabbi, Yerushas Hager Kamat, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot in the proof in the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No, Shani Yerushas Hager, Dakilu Barabba. Rabbis were naked by the Yerusha of the Ger. In other words, normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were naked by the Yerusha of the Ger. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the GUINNESS or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? And so you take this, you take the prohibited stuff, I'll take the prohibited stuff, even though, yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why were they naked by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money, he will choose his appearances. And we'll say, that's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right, there's something called the Paris Hashem. Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole, right? And the victim should not accept that the stolen item wine in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's cheating. Right? If the thief has to return everything, he's not going to come out of jail. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And, as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, just things are likely to become and many people could not stand up to religious challenges. And there's a choice between religion and money. We're afraid that if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately, again, his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of it, because it's human nature. So therefore, Chazal didn't want to put him in that situation. Therefore, they go by there. And we're saying that often in this kind of case, you're going to have a state that is comprised of permitted items and permitted items. Therefore, allowed him to keep the permitted items, give his brother all of the permitted items. Okay, we'll say anyways. Tanya Anochi writes that supports this. Imagine when is this so? Shirshu, in the case of Yerusha. About Mishtat Fu Asr. And in the case, let's say, a business partnership will be Asr. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well, because you don't want to put the person in this, you don't want to put the Ger in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So you know, like, how do you guys incredible? So remember again, all of this is just same people Rabbi sitting together. Another question that came up. Ger Toshav Mao Shivata Avodah. So this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Toshav go ahead, and we'll say, just before we go on, this idea that Chazal were naked by the Ger, just so you understand the tremendous misunderstanding of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. Sometimes people have a very skewed view of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, a very skewed view of Halacha. That Hakadosh is waiting for us to mess up so he can smack us down. He's all waiting for us to mess up so he can levy some type of punishment that might be against us. That's a pretty fair from the truth. The Ribono Shel Olam wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all the strictures, and all the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Baruch Hu understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal do that as well. Know that you are no greater advocate in this world. That's in this world than in the next world. In the next world, Chazal constantly committing for successes. Okay, incredible question. How do you guys talk about Ger Toshav? Moshe by Paul's comes. What's the name of the Can a ger toshav go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an akum has the ability to negate his own desire, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance and performance. So a ger toshav, you also know what is a ger toshav. Now we're going to see there's more focus about the definition of a ger toshav. Rashi points out to on the top of the daf, ger toshav eino ovid avodas chacham. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. And it's a pretty big thing. Right? He believes in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Gemara says, on one hand, the Kalach Mevatel Lo Kalach Mevatel. We say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Maybe we say like this: anyone who's what we call a bar mineh. If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission idolatry. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. You might say, only go about Nachman, so I'm going to also have Nachman raise this. Well, Nachman says, no, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So must be Mason. There is a question. Just 1 second. So listen to this. So went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that about? Actual basari. So what's it saying? Remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because I'm not acquired it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially you can't be decommissioned. So what do? Actual basari. So before I pick it up, I can call over an apple. Remember what we type here. Call over an apple and see if the apple. I need you to negate this idolatry, decommission it, right? Theological decommissioning. So go ahead and engage in theological decommissioning of this idolatry. I don't think it's committed. However, again, in the Shabbat, we are go. But again, if I take it out, if I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. And Ovid Kochav, an apple, to decommission his own Avodah Zarah or the Avodah Zarah of his friend, they of God, then She'en of God. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Now we're going to define what this means. My of God, my of. What does it mean? What does it mean that apple is decommission of Avodah Zarah? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. If you want to say that we're just talking about an apple, then Hayu Shalom B'Shachadin. We already said it. We just said before that an apple has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. Elalav of the Ovid Kochanim, Umay She'in Elalav of the Ovid Kochanim. Right? Ultimately, again, of the means an actual apple. Umay She'in of the. What does it mean? A non-worship. First, Ger Toshav. Oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual apple and a Ger Toshav? Shmanina, Ger Toshav, Nanibata. What do you see from here? That a Ger Toshav has the ability to be Mevatel, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which the word says, no. The only not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person who could decommission Avodah Zarah is an actual idol worshiper himself. I get to Amrit. I knew Shalom B'Shachar. Already said that. Then the price is redundant. Because he already said that a Hakim could go and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend's Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. It's two different cases. Reisha, Zeh Marcus. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two Akims, right? And both worship Pa'ar, or both worship Marcus. So obviously, again, Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Akum 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zela Pa'ar, Zela Marcus. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Let's say you have one Akum who worships Marcus, and one who worships Sar Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? An Akum can be worshipped in idolatry even if he doesn't worship. So let's say it's the really three halachas to for it. Number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different one. Incredible. Incredible. So the Gemara says, next, but again, no lie about a ger tosha. Right? So when it comes to a ger tosha, we still like, because that was our shot, kind of ger tosha, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be to that level? So that was still the next. Whereas this, we're going to kasha, is a ger tosha. What's a ger tosha? Tosha kiba. So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a ger tosha? Tosha kiba la definition of Fahirin. Meir says it's any akum who is accepted upon himself in front of three chavim. You know, what's that? Chaver, we spoke about it before. I don't know what it means. Someone who's careful with choosing it. Someone who's careful about teaching. So in this context, the practice it just means that there's a base. Anytime an akum comes in front of a base, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a ger tosha. That's a ger tosha. Good. That's what I meant. From saying, Poshekiva Allah Sheva Mitzvos. So Poshekiva Allah Sheva Mitzvos Shekiva B'nei. So I'm saying a ger tosha is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noahide laws. Don't seem to require a days. That's a ger tosha. Sheva Mitzvos B'nei Noah. It makes it a ger tosha. Even only able to go the mitzvah ger tosha. Not true. Achirim say not true. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of ger tosha. What is a ger tosha? And the piece of ger tosha, Zed ger oton levelos shekidon Allah mekayim kol mitzvos hamuras b'Torah chutz me'isser levelos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of a ger tosha? A ger tosha is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the levelos, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs in the Torah. It's a pretty shocking definition. So let's say, three of is out there, the definition of a ger tosha. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the ways of worship idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shemus and Noach. Achirim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs except the laws of Kashrus. He's Latin and kosher. Incredible. And the basic goes on, Yachadin Exlo Yain, Machid Eslo Yain, Dafidu Be'er Sharubi Yisrael. So what's that Allah is, you keep the constant wine like a ger tosha, right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time. I shouldn't say you can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't be constant with him wine for a longer amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Rashi says over here, we saw Maniach that Hanuso actually left the Noah, so Rashi came over the Akiva and the Lord Palach, Lord not of Lomanasa, the Mago, we come to us in the Amma Base of Lokashan, the Hiva, the Ino, Another, Ino, Maniko, Liga, Ola. He said, it's Mara Mua, like a Lomanasa. So ultimately, again, you put the constant wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time, because they're concerned that he may swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I said, the ger tosha, you could leave with him wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, not with the ayines. Why not with the ayines? Not because he's repudiated idolatry, right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine for the juice. So for a short amount of time, it's winter. For a long amount of time, it's shmano kiyena. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his wine. What is that? Shmano kiyena shemen nika havi yayin. It's not what can be wrong with his oil. Oil can't be into it. It's not ella yeno kishmano. Interesting enough, that what he uses like this, that Allah Maisa, that ultimately again his wine is like his oil. Just like it's very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. I look at actually just a moment. That's the Shmano Bini Hamid Yayas and Yeno Mutanana, Shmano Kodin Shukla Shem Bakilo about the Shtia Asa. But what does it mean that his oil is like, excuse me, that his wine is like his oil? That the same way that you get enough from his oil, you get enough from his water. And you can't drink the wine that you get from Shav, but ultimately you can get enough from his wine. And the sharp called Dabar, ultimately, and for every other thing, he is like he's like an apple. Shimon Omer, Yeno Yayin Ness. Va'amilei Motar B'Shkia. Shimon says his wine is like Yayin Nessa, and others say ultimately again that it is Motar, ultimately again for consumption, for Shkia. So this will actually cause up here. We'll pick up in the next session. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this as well. What do you see from there? We see from here that the apple is like an apple to get is like an apple regarding every other matter. Ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that a Tosha is like an apple for everything else? What does that mean? To which the Gemara says, Lav, Dimabata, Avodasko Chavim, Ke'avodasko Chavim. So does it get me? Because listen, here again, how did this whole thing that get Tosha start? You guys started with you trying to figure out, does it get Tosha have the ability to negate idolatry, that he eventually decommissions idolatry? So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, Rabbi Tosha is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate that whole desire, so too can Rabbi Tosha? So too can Rabbi Tosha? To which the Gemara says, no, Rabbi Yisrael, no. Litin Rishus and without the Rishus. No, it actually means something else. It means actually local Shabbos. What does it mean local Shabbos? What's it about? It's in Samuel. You saw him over. The Shaman Shabbos is what's that? So just Erev Chatzeros. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that court, from it into the courtyard without anything. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Chatzar. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. Remember, Erev is if you carry from the home into the Chatzar, thus into the home. But the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chatzar, he could yield his rights. Let's say if Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in the ruling, forgot to participate in the Erev, he could yield his rights to the other members of the Chatzar. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from you. The Gemara says, we saw them, the Shara Shabbos of the Shok, and Medata Rishus. Ultimately, again, you have the Yisrael woman, which unfortunately, again, is Yisrael, to an apostate. So as long as externally, he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like, right, in public he keeps Shabbos. Privately, he doesn't keep Shabbos. But at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? The Vato Rishus, all he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the class. Okay. Shem Yisharu Shabbos of the Shok, in the Vato Rishus, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple. If he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in the cluster to the other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Yisrael, no sin Rishus in the Rishus, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his rights, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. But by an apple, ultimately, and you have to rent. So therefore, again, the Gemara is saying that when you say to us, just pause to Ketzad, or Merlo, or say how does the yield, for example, yield his rights or his over his rights in Ketzad, or Merlo, I hereby give over my rights, right? I keep my rights in the Ketzad to you, or or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purposes of any Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the Erev. They have this any form of things. So just in general, about Erev Chatzeros, again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he could yield his rights, or being a doctor, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the country that allows everyone else to utilize the chutzner. Even if he's a Yisrael woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By an akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael woman who is publicly a woman is treated like a full circle. Therefore, when we said before that the Ger Toshav ultimately again is treated like an akum for all other things, one of the things means that if you live in a chutzner with a Ger Toshav and the Jews in the chutzner want to make it clear zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the Ger Toshav as well. Now, whether or not the Ger Toshav could actually blend the Greek of Oksana, and Mr. Cheryl say, you'll see in tomorrow's daf. Shkaya everyone, what a daf, what an incredible experience, such as historic all of you. Wishing everyone a wonderful
Congratulations. You made it onto the Tony. Here, take one of these with you. Alright, we're getting there, guys. Some interesting bucket works here tonight.
I'm going to say a great sponsorship to you time with all of you this morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our annual Common sponsor. Tilson Shulchan Aruch dedicating all the Sherman Rushos this year as exclusive service to us for Israel. Common sponsors for the month of Av, Abba Ali and Tova Stephen Randy Drazen in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Lee Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig's family Rafa. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Eddie Face Wolf, commission of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf Shalom, then Steve Hirsch's family Rafa. Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of their father Ben Adler, her father Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno Rabbi. Will be sponsors for today. Jerry Applebaum in memory of his beloved mother Rosie Applebaum, Rachel Bas Rabbi. The merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Yishalas having the families in the all those who need a full chef and together, come for the Israel, comes for us, the American session, we call all of our hostages, Shalom and Karov, and allow our police soldiers to be successful follow and not save them. Most with that, let us begin. Today's dot is Samach Dalet 64. A really incredible dot ahead of us today. We are picking up from Samach Gimel on the base 63b, and we are taking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. This is Rav Nachman Ula the Avinu Bar Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Avinu Bar Papi Yasser Bifia Bar Ami Dabat. And here Bar Ami is sitting with them. The verses Yasser Bifia my bride. We ask the following question. This is a fascinating question. Safra Lishbar B'Yayin Nesach Ma. What is the halacha if an Achim hires a Jew to smash barrels of Yayin Nesach? Right? So if you're writing this, Achim comes over to the bank, leaving. I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of Yayin Nesach. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept, to keep the wages from his work? Let's remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves may be usher ba'anas. So here, the Akim is asking me to do something with Yayin Nesach, but he's asking me to destroy Yayin Nesach. And he's going to take me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the halacha? So this is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach. Now, why do I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I'd lose the Parnasa. So on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach. So because I want it, therefore, then maybe that makes the proceeds perfect. Look at Rashi just a moment. Here, Miram Keva, 3 lines up in the bottom of Rashi. The Yisrael says, the Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. I don't know, Reuben doesn't want them to break on their own. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is interesting to think about it this way, right? The Jew actually wants the Yayin Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered being proceeds from Yayin Nesach. And therefore, again, it's us. On the other hand, This is the destruction of the INS, the destruction of Avodah Zarah. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want the house to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to describe Avodah Zarah is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be promoted. Fascinating child. Amar Nachman. So Nachman says, Yishbar Torah Bracha. Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell a bracha you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go to the root out of Torah, and that is a good thing. Take the money and go. So you must let me say let's bring a proof to this. You see there or not. Ain't Ochu in what they call so let's say again, an apple plants Kilayim, right? Kilayim is forbidden mixture. So wheat, we had session just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say, for example, wheat and grapevines. That's the kind of genetics. And it's a forbidden mixture. So if an Ovid Kohanim is planting Kilayim, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Ovid means like home. You know, when you can use the seed cover with dirt, you can't do that. Top of Son of Kilayim, 64. What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot Kilayim. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi. About Ogrin, Lashlifa, Likud, Ba'afan, Gabdilot, to be Kumash, Yakum, I check him. Let's say he hires me and he says, listen, sober. Do me a favor, I planted Kilayim. Now, again, he planted Kilayim, you're on, right? But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that, even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kilayim, right? And I want the existence of the Kilayim, because if the Kilayim is not uprooted on their own, I lose out on my Parnasa. So the Gemara says, so the case from here, this is to support the Nachman. The Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want to continue existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So Mar says, Savua, second one from the top 64. Savua Amar, who's a baby? So Yakibu, so Yakibu Amar, and the kind of the lion look. It's very interesting. Not only is there a prohibition to plant Kilayim, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of Kilayim, but you can't even do anything that sustains them. So, for example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone has planted the Kilayim, right? After the Kilayim, and the Apple asks me to put up a fence around the Kilayim. And the Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kilayim. Even though putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also going to be decided. Here we go. Hanafish means reading. Mechaka means covering the seeds with dirt. Hanafish and Mechaka, I look at and get all this, right? Because again, that's kind of come up. Because then you're actively and directly participating in the planting of farming. The Kiva says, Afnakayim. And the Kiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the Kilayim, for example, put up a fence around the Kilayim, that's really problematic as well. So where's the my time Rabbi Akiva? Where's the Akiva get that? What's his logic? I'm going to call Sadfa Batizra Kilayim. Pasuk says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the Elazaraya, I don't know the prohibition of planting. Mekayim, how do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even like putting up the fence? Amalomar, low Kilayim. I still say so. It's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. A little play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of splicing the concept. Low Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's going to be considered like that. Ilu, the Gemara says the ilu when you ute tifla shari. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to the Akiva. According to the Akiva, the prohibition ultimately is being said that sustains the Kilayim. What about if somebody's going to pay me to uproot the Kilayim? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't have to be that thing of Rabbi Haman, who's the thing? Is this Rabbanon? It's the Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be open actually to you in Nami Shaki. No, but it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon didn't want to put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon only got the Akiva. Rabbanon holds everything you can with plants to get planted, or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Or some type of like supporting activity, like putting up a fence they hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant. So certainly it's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hachamas, he knows very interesting. What's the case here? The Ka'avid Bechina. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Ka'avid for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Ultimately, Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that halacha l'maisa you are not allowed to do a favor for an action. Like we actually had this in the beginning of halacha. Our lo sechanim. So all my hope is what lo sechanim means. Right? Doesn't mean don't compliment them, don't give them a skin on them. He says, don't give others things, you can't work for free. You can't do something for an akum for free. Even if the free favor is the destruction of Avodah Zarah, you still can't do it. So which the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, la. Now, the fact that you're saying it's not according to Yehuda, so if they're according to Rabbi Akiva, it's not permitted. Rabbi Yehuda, Asra Litin Machmasina. Aval Yehuda Tifla Shapir. Gemara says, no. According to Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for an act. But to do something to uproot Avodah Zarah, that's absolutely permitted. That's a good thing. That's an objective benefit. I have realized Rabbi Akiva Nami. Afagav Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva, I'm trying to lie in work, yeah? And the Ute Tifla Shapir. You say something to Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva was a more expansive approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. And not only can you not plant it, not only can you not see the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kilayim, to get rid of Isser, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the outside. To which the Gemara says, this so low easy, there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss about. It's good. This phrase, the sumo meeting, this is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. The sumo meeting. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss here. So it's very interesting. So therefore, what this means is ultimately, let's go full circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the case of an Akum wants to break his barrels of GUINNESS. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break his willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Great, so am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, you could say no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the GUINNESS. I'm benefiting from the Avodah Zarah. On the other hand, I'm destroying the Avodah Zarah. But nothing said, do it and cover along. If it involves the destruction of Avodah Zarah, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the GUINNESS until I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plant to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, and keep the proceeds, because the destruction of people, the destruction of Avodah Zarah, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. As Rabbi Nachman says, you get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. So I said it really is such an interesting idea because kind of like part of Western society, the mindset is like a live and let live, and that is important as members of society, just as a general approach to living in greater society. We should both take an approach to living. Yes, it's not your obligation to convince the world that you're losing your gift, nor is it your place to spend in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. That's to assume that has to be our approach to living in greater society. And on the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed, it has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurry. That's why the American uses this question of yes, destroy the GUINNESS and Tavo Allah bracha. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. It is a bracha. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for You think about it's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, what the state of Israel is doing, it's ruining everything. And someone you would think that like the world would just line up, cross, right, just clap, because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes it is a little like this, but sometimes the Matthew says Yishbal is Kabbalah. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and once you do it, ultimately the process is difficult, the process is brutal, the process is overwhelming. But ultimately when you get to the other side of the process, that's what it's doing. Incredible. The Gemara goes like that. The Gemara goes like that. Good. Hadri Yassi, so again, the same Hebrew was sitting. And they asked about the question, Mas Hadri Yassi, she comes by like, she may have us from the other people for now. So we'll say, this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has, I said, for $1,000, $1,000 in his hand. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the Avodah Zarah itself? Now, we tofes as Dana Bi'arabi. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm doing that one. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, you're nothing. So you start with the nail, let's come the other, but probably tough. So nothing says, I think it's more. I think it's more that if an Akum sells his idol, and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Why? Listen to this. So here's a nothing's proof. There were these people who came up with what happened. Another room, Zidino Komad Israel. The Suez guy, this is fascinating. So that means like this. There were these people who came up with Rabbi. And what happened? I was saying Rabbi Barakura. And they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen and watch this. What's the logic over here? And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the Suez guy. Because remember, if they convert and they still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be dated, right? Can never have his identity negated, and he can't get Hanor from it. So he tells them instead, before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off, you have the money, then you can convert and the money is permitted. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from there that halacha naisa, when he sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time, you shouldn't have some of the never let's go from the other coming times that the proceeds of the sale of idolatry that are in the hands of the ultimately is permitted. I the bill of shining us and given that I can relay Vadai Baka. Maybe that case is different. Why is that different? Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the idol converted. So an Akum can be Mavaka who's not Avodah. So maybe that's why this person is converted. Eloni the Gemara says, here's the proof. You saw Shai Noshim Abi Kochanim, Umachar Avodas Kochanim Dehli. Listen to this. Right? I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idol, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or, Yayin Nesach, in the same case, I went ahead and I rented Akum $1,000. He sold his Yayin Nesach, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Well, mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Okay, interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. And let's say the Akum sin case, so the Akum $1,000, Chris will already pay you. To me, here, wait, yeah, I'm just going to sell my error. I'll be back with the proceeds. Or I'm going to sell my Yayin Nesach, I'll be back with the proceeds. In that case, it's awesome. So here, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yayin Nesach. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, mutter. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Yayin Nesach. Then he comes up with the proceeds are prohibited to me. I check the Gemara, my explanation, my explanation. So what's the distinction? I don't say what's the difference in these two cases. Conversations, see from the Shumba, I relate to lots of the Gemara. So this is very interesting. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous signal. But here's the difference. In the second case, where the outcome says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of it. I don't want the continued existence of the wine. Why? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshas posits the proceeds of us. Listen, what's that mean? If you wrote to the Kiyuma government, that's what we just said before, but that's what. But that's what. In other words, it was like, when you want the continued existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the apple sells it because I want my money. I want to continue the existence of the INSF because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be awesome? Batnan, Ger, Batnan, Ger, Olikofadim, Shiyarshu, Adi, and Olikofadim. What's very interesting? You have two brothers. One converted, and they're both Akum brothers. One converted and one is from Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. The father, their Akum father died. They inherit their father. So they want to speak to the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say primitive items. So Ger, Yaakov, Lomar, Lo, Tom, Aka, Bonas, the animals. Tom, Aka, Yain, so brother Ger can say to brother Akum, listen, brother Akum, you take all the idolatrous stuff, you take all the yains, and I'll take the money and the potatoes. If you do that, the Mishabol, and that's clear. However, the Mishabol is just like your obviously. All of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the yains or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse, right? But well, there is recourse. Maybe see this, you can get an option to be more background and set up, but it's much more complicated. Once a Jew owns it, there are really very little. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate this way. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So ultimately, again, what do you see from there? The Halakha Lamaisa, now in this case, brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the INSF. But he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over this Mishnah? This Mishnah is an item that says near and soul, which means that even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which the Mishnah says, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain it to extend of the idol itself? The Pharaoh's Hadrain. So what's the very interesting? Hydrianic, so apparently, Rashi points out that the Adrianic person where ultimately it's very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbs wine to a degree that you can take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, brother here doesn't care if the tests break or not. It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. To which the message the one saying, one second, even if that's so, even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that it's great, right? But he does care whether or not he can still be lost, so he still wants to continue existence. Don't bring a riot in this case. Bringing a riot, bringing a piece case of the inheritance of Ger, no. Shani Rishas Ager, Dakilu Barabba. Rabbis were naked by the Yerusha. Whereas normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal will make it by Yerusha. And as long as the ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Nesa or the idols, he's absolutely committed to work this out with his brother. That is, if you take this, you take the prohibited stuff, I'll take the permitted stuff. Even though, yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would you make it by a ger? We are afraid that if the ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his religion. Listen, that's not a knock on the ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right, there's something called the Torah Hashem. The Chazal said that in certain cases, theft. The thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept that the stolen item. Why? In order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's treatment. Okay, if the thief has to return everything, he has to return it's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Money is necessary, money is important. And, as much as we say, like, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, just easily can be put up. And many people do not stand up to religious challenges, and there's a choice between religion and money. They're afraid that if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately, again, his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the get, because it's human nature. So if a chazal didn't want to play in that situation, if they were makel by a ger, and we're saying that often in this kind of case, you have to state is because of committed items and prohibited items, therefore allow him to keep the committed items, give his apple brother all of the prohibited items. Incredible. Those are any days. How you know, nothing writes that support this. Imagine when is this so? Shiyushu, in the case of Yerusha, about Mishkan through us. But in the case of the business partnership would be awesome. Since even here, that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha, that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well, because we don't want to put the person in this role there in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So remember that the only lesson point about this. Remember that all this is the same group of Rabbi sitting together. Another question that Ger Toshanai Shilvaka Ahodas. So let's say this is very interesting. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead? And we'll say, just before you go on, it's a deep that Chazal will make go by the Ger. Just so you understand the tremendousness of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. And sometimes people have a very steep view of a very steep view of halacha. That Hashpach was waiting for us to mess up, so he could smack us down. He was all waiting for us to mess up, so he could levy some type of punishment or penalties against us. That's a pretty fair to the truth. The Ribono wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, and all of the rules, and all of the scriptures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Hashpach understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. Incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's how we do it. No, there are no greater applicants in this world. That's in this world than in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly continues our success. Okay, incredible question. How do you guys talk about it? Ger Tosha, Mar Shevat Baal Shcham. So what's the very interesting question? Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an apple has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. Ger Tosha, you must say, what is a Ger Tosha? Now we're going to see this in my focus about the definition of a Ger Tosha. Rashi points out here in the top of the daf, Ger Tosha, Eino Ovis Avodas Kofim. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple with everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. man, it's a big thing. Like, he believes in this person. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's a man-made. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, the Palach Medatu Lo Palach Palach. We say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Or maybe we say like this: anyone who's what we call a banging, if you're the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission all the time. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. And that's only the word of nothing. So I'm going to go to nothing against this. It's not like the Palach Medatu Lo Palach. And nothing says, well, only someone who worships it can negate it. If someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Gershom doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. Unless he makes it, there is a question. What's that mean? Himself should also have a mission. So, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found that in the marketplace. What's that? Actual basilica. So what's it saying? I remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm working in the shop, I'm working in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's probably not right, because I'm not a celebrate. And once it's imparted by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do? Actual basilica. So if I pick it up, over the open will come in the back. I can call over an apple. Remember, you know what's the heck it is. Call over an apple and see if the apple energy to negate this idolatry, decommission. But theological decommissioning. So go ahead and engage in theological decommissioning of what's about permitted. However, again, in the Shabbos Aliyah, ain't no only oven to come with but again, that's if I take it out. If I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. In Sha'amro, Ovid Kochavan Medato Avodos Kochavan Shalom, the Shalchavela. And Ovid Kochavan happened to decommission his own Avodazara, or the Avodah of his friend, they of God, they She'in Yod. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Whether we find it as being the same thing. Might of God or might of God. What does it mean to work? What does it mean that Akum could be commissioned of Avodah, whether he worships it or doesn't worship it? If you want to say that what you're talking about is Akum, then Hayim Shalom B'Shachadin. We already said that. We just said before that an Akum has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And the love of the Oved Kochanim, Umay She'in Elolav of the Oved Kochanim, right? Ultimately, again, Ovda means an actual Akum. Umay She'in Ovda, what does it mean? A non-worshipper? Dear Tosha. Oh. So he was able to go ahead and decommission both an actual Akum and a Dear Tosha. Shmani Ger Tosha Nayu. What do you see from here? That a Ger Tosha has the ability to be Nebato, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which the Gemara says, no. The Olam in the Wakar, not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person who could decommission Avodah Zarah is the actual idol worshiper. I get to commemorate. I knew Shalom B'Shachar, and he said they already said that. Then the dice has been done, because they already said that Akum could go out and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend's Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this, two different cases. Reisha, Zeb, the Zeb of all, the Zeb, the Zeb of Marcus. Reisha is teaching me like this, because you have two Akums, right? And both worship Baal Pa'or, or both worship Marcus. So obviously, again, Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol, and Akum 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeb Pa'or, the Zeb of Marcus. Oh. The Sefer is teaching something different. Let's say you have one Akum who worships Marcus and one who worships Baal Pa'or. What's the novelty over here? An Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship it. So let's say, so really three halachos we follow. Number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different thing. It's incredible. Got a answer. So the Gemara says, but again, no lie about a gear tosha. Right? So when it comes to a gear tosha, you still like the Galilee Shad. Can a gear tosha, which is a Gentile, who repudiated idolatry, can he be made out of so that was part of it. Because basically, when it's tosha, is a gear tosha, what's a gear tosha? Tosha kiba asalas. So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a gear tosha? זה כל שכיבה לב בפני גימול חברים שללהון עבודות from the realm. And it says, it's any atom who is accepted upon himself in front of three cabinets. And again, what's that? Chaver being spoiled before. Chaver normally means somebody is careful. With chasing this, somebody is careful about doing time. So in this context, the practice, it just means that you're in front of a dazed. Anytime an atom comes in front of a dazed, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a good touch. That's a good touch. Good. That's what I meant. Come say, Moshe Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos. Moshe Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos. Come say, and a good touch is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noah from don't seem to apply the base. That's a good touch. 7 Mitzvos Noah. The next is freedom only. Able to go ball with the crowd definition. Not true. Freedom say not true. So that neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of definition. What is it? Easy definition. That their open the veils. So Tigol Allah the tiny home mitzvahs hamulas katorah. Chutz me'isr leveils. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of the Gertosha? The Gertosha is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, who eats the veils, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs in the Torah. It's a pretty shocking definition. It looks like really much older than the definition of the Gertosha. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the days of kosher idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Yisrael Noah. Achilim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs except the laws of kosher. He's not eating kosher. Incredible. And the basic goes on. Yachadin Etzler, Yain, they must keep it Etzler Yain. That's the beer should really say. What's it? I love this. You can deposit wine with the Gertosha, right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time. You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a long time. What's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says, Rashi says over here, we saw my left, the Hanusa actually left the so much the high people in the color, no, not the Homanasa. The Mago is from us in the Amar Base of Rothschild. Even the Ema another crack in the money for Riga or Laf. He said, it's not a Muat like a Motion. So ultimately, you can deposit wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time because we're concerned that he may swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I look at the Gertosha, you could leave it in mind for a short amount of time. Not for a long time, not for the INS, or not for the INS, because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine for the Jews wine. So for a short amount of time, it's more for a longer amount of time also. Shmano Kieno. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his robe. What is that? Shmano Kieno Alaifa, Shemen, Mista, Havi, Yayin. It's like what can be wrong with oil? Oil can't be used to make it. Ella, Yeno, Kishmano. Interesting, you know, friends, when he uses like this, that Halacha Lamaisa, that ultimately again his wine is like his wine, just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. Now look at that just a moment. That's one of the ideas, and so what does he mean that his oil was like, excuse me, that his wine is like his oil? It's the same that you get enough from his oil to get enough from his wine. And you can't drink the wine that you get yourself, but ultimately you can get enough from his wine. The sharp of dollar ultimately for every other thing, how really for everything. He is like an apple. Here's the Muslim. Shimon Omer, Yeno Yayin Nest. Va'amilei Mutter Bishri. Shimon says his wine is like Yayin Nesach, but obviously ultimately again that it is Mutter, ultimately again for consumption, for Shia. So this will actually cause Rabbi over now. We'll pick up in the next session. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this again. Katanias, what do you see from there? Katanias, we shared part of the we see from there that an akum is like an akum to hear Toshav is like an akum regarding every other matter. Remind yourself, ultimately, again, what does it mean when you say that Toshav is like an akum for everything else? What does that mean? To which the Gemara says, Lav, in the Vata, Avodas Kochavim, Ke Avodas Kochavim. So it doesn't happen, because this is again, kind of this whole thing that goes first and established. That started with you trying to figure out, doesn't get a Toshav have the ability to negate idolatry, to theologically definition idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, Agir Toshav is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an akum. Doesn't that mean that just as an akum can theologically definition and negate that whole desire, so too can Agir Toshav. So too can Agir Toshav. To which the Gemara says, no, Likim Rishus and without Rishus. No, it actually means something else. It means actually from Shabbos. What does it mean for Shabbos? What's the last? It's pretty Sunday. You saw him, remember? The Shabbos is what's that? It's just Erev Chatzos. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that courtyard. So you go into a courtyard without anything. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Chatzah. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. There are Erev things. You have to pass the home into the Chatzah into the home. Now the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chatzar, he can yield his rights. Let's say if Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in Reuben forgot to participate in the Erev, he can yield his rights to the other members of the Chatzar. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights from him. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, Yisrael Mama, Yishar Shabbos Abishok, Mevata Rishusa. Ultimately, again, if you have a Yisrael Mama, which unfortunately again is a Yisrael who an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, right, in public he keeps Shabbos. Privately he doesn't keep Shabbos. But at least he publicly keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Mevata Rishus. All he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the Chatzar. Okay. But again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an akum. If he's like an akum, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in the Chatzar to the other residents. Rather, we have to rent his rights from him. Yisrael, no sin Rishus from the back of Rishus. Right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. But by akum, ultimately again you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore again the Gemara is saying that when we say, so it wasn't just pause finish on Ketzad, Omer Lo, I'll say how does the yield, for example, yield his right to give over his rights to the Chatzar? Omer Lo, I hereby give over my rights. I keep my rights in the Chatzar. Or or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, as well, for the purposes of the Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who participated in the Erev, they start with not even forward. So just in general, by Erev Chatzos, again, you need the participation of all the Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he could yield his rights or be Mevata, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chatzar that allows everyone else to utilize the Chatzar. Even if he's a Yisrael Mumma, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he can yield or he can go ahead and bequeath. By an akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael Mumma, who is publicly a Mumma, is treated like a full circle. Therefore, when we said before that a ger toshav ultimately again is treated like an akum for all other things, one of the things it means that if you live in a chatzar with a ger toshav, and you in a chatzar want to make an erev chatziros, They must rent the space. They must rent the rights, ultimately, again, of the Gate of Israel. Now, whether or not the Gate of Israel is actually going to be the Zara, the Minister will say, you'll see tomorrow's daf. Shkaya, everyone. What a daf. What an incredible experience. Such a system with all of you. Wishing everyone.
May Hashem bless you. Just go with bullshit. May Hashem bless you and keep you in good. Reload. May Hashem bless you and guide you. May Hashem shine His face upon you and gracious you. May Hashem lift His face to you and grant you peace.
Thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank
Our
annual commentary sponsors. This year. This is Christmas, so it's commentary sponsors for the month of Av, Stephen Rabbi, tracing the honor of their parents, Israel Jason, Dina Drazen, and Lou Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Ed Faith Wolf, Commissioner of the Yard State, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben, Steve Hirsch, from the Rafa, Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Half-Lover Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno Ramos. Yomi sponsors for today, Cherry Applebaum, in memory of his beloved mother, Rosalyn Applebaum, Rochel Das, Red Ireland, of the American Commodore, all of the Michelle Saban, the families in the family, all those who live in the Chevron, Really incredible job of us today. We are picking up on Summit 683 and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 points up on the bottom. So we're not going to move up our So again, we're not going to move up our property. Just what we have our Ani Gabat. We have our Ali, the city of the University. We also have our right. We have the following question. We represent the fascinating expression. Suffer Yishbar B'Yayinesa. What is the smash these barrels of what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive the uncle was asking me to do something with the IAS. I was asking him to destroy the IAS. Paying for it. He said, am I allowed to those This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the IAS. Now, why do I want the existence of the IAS? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break the IAS. On one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the INS. So because I want it, therefore maybe that makes the process
today, folks. That's the separate purification spiritual work.
Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. I don't know, Reuven doesn't want me to break up my own. Actually, Reuven, he tells us. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is interesting to think about this way, right? The Jew actually wants the Yayin Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to remain on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be a process from Yayin Nesach, and therefore again, it's us. On the other hand, this is the instruction of the Yayin Nesach, the instruction of Rabbi Zara. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want Rouse to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to describe what Zara is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be permitted. Fascinating child. So Nachman says, Yishbar the Kol of Allah. Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money and tell a bracha you should be blessed. Yeah, you have the opportunity to go to root out of Zara. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So yes, let me say this. Let's bring a proof to this. Let's see that right now. Ain't Ochim in the so let's say again. And Aku plants Kilai, right? Kilai is for so wheat, we had such just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say for example wheat and grapevines. That's the kind of the forbidden mixture. So if an Ogrin is planting Kilai, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist in the Ogrin means like home. The means we see you can't do that. How about son of God? 64. What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot that I am allowed to do. Rashi about Ogrin. Let's say Aku hires me and he says, listen, Silver, do me a favor, I planted Kalai. We could plant whatever Kalai. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kilayim, right? And I want the existence of the Kilayim, because if the Kilayim are not uprooted on their own, I lose out on my myself. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here, this is statistical If nothing says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from the forbidden item, when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want to continue the existence of the forbidden item, because you want to be the one who destroys it, so you get paid for it, as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So when it's Savua, the second one from the top 64, right? Savua, Haman, who's a king, so the Amar, and the Kayan, the Kilayim, it's very interesting. People have to also in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate growth of Kilayim, but you can't even do anything that's sustainable. So for example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone else planted a Kilayim, right? Apple and Kilayim, Apple asks me
as
to
a
put
way,
up a fence around
as well as the money
Rabbi
tradition
Akiva
given
says
to
also.
for
Why?
his or her
Because the
service,
act
which
of
would
putting
more
up a fence, by
accurately
definition, is
reproduce
part of the
guilt.
sustaining of the
Shafsan
land.
is
Even though putting up a fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself, nevertheless, it is going to be us according to Rabbi Akiva. The second very good. Hamafish means weeding. The Chaka means covering the seeds with dirt. Hamafish on the Chaka, look at and get Malchus, right? Because again, that's not a because there you're actively and directly participating in the planting of plant. The Akiva says, Rabbi Akiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the plant, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's really problematic as well. So much as my time, Rabbi Akiva, where does Rabbi Akiva get that? What's his logic? Sat Avot Tizra Kilayim. Pasuk says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the Elazarah, I know the permission of planting. The Kayim. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even like putting up the fence. Amalomar low Kilayim. I will say so. It's interesting over here. The words a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of a play on words. So again, the words actually kind of slicing the concept. Low Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, which is something that sustains it. That's going to be Ilu, the Gemara says the Ilu, the Miluke Tifla Shari. And ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to Akiva, the prohibition ultimately is doing something that sustains the community. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the Kilayim? So it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says not necessarily. Well, it does not be that rather Haman, who's a this Rabbanon. It's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be a open to meaning Nami Shakif. No, it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, if this is Rabbanon put up a fence. Because Rabbanon only Rabbi Akiva, Rabbanon only can reclaim the planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Sometimes that's putting up a fence they hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly you can get paid for uprooting the plant itself. So that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hachamas, this is very interesting. What's the case over here? Interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Watch this. Rabbi Yehuda Hida Amar Litin Lahem Matnas Chinam Asar. Ultimately, Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that halacha l'maisa you are not allowed to do a favor for an akum. Might be actually having some meaning of the Rabbi Zar Lo Sechanim. So all my focus what Lo Sechanim means. Right, doesn't mean to compliment them, don't give them a matnas. Rabbi Yehuda says don't give out this thing. You can't work for free. You can't do something for an akum for free. Even if the free favor is the instruction of the Rabbi Zara, you still can't do it. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, la. Now, the fact that you're setting this up according to Yehuda sounds like according to Rabbi Akiva, so not be permitted. Rabbi Yehuda, Asra Litin Lahamakasina, Aval Leute Tifla Shakir. Gemara says, no. According to Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for an act. But to do something to uproot Avodah Zarah, that's absolutely permitted. That's a good thing. That's an objective benefit. I have Rabbi Akiva Nami. Afagav Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva Makarim Kilayim Lokeh. And the Ute Tifla Shakir Nami. You say something according to Rabbi Akiva. Even according to Rabbi Akiva was a more expansive, approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. They're not only can you not plant it, not only can you not see the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kilayim to get rid of Isser, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the Akum. For which the Gemara says, Nisu lo nizi. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss about this. It's great. This phrase is so amazing. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a wonder, Sulomi. That's it, we're done. There's nothing more to discuss about this. So it's very interesting.
Context emerges during the flowering of Spanish oil in the 1200s, roughly contemporary with the appearance of
this whole start with the case of an Akum wants to break his barrels of yayin. He asks him, he wants that iron Jew to go ahead and break his wind to pay me $50 a barrel. Am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, you could say no, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the yayin. I'm benefiting from the whole result.
Structure around questions and answers.
Nachman said, do it and cover Allah.
So now involves the destruction of the Zara, occasionally prohibited item, even though yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS. So I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities. Awaken spiritual reality, with heavy emphasis on the destruction of evil, destruction of the Zara, destruction of prohibition, ultimately is a good thing. The Sephardic system, divine paid and cover Allah. Incredible. I will say there is a divine unity in
really
relationship between masculine and feminine aspects, restoration of harmony through human action, strong concern with Tiferet. Beauty and Shekinah,
as members of society, just as a general approach to living in greater society, we should
exile and redemption.
Yes,
understanding of Shekinah, exile, Israel's spiritual mission, human observance of God's divine recognition. Redemption is cosmic, lifestyle choices, Torah as living structure. Torah is a divine organism of wisdom, creations, letters, and names contain hidden metaphysical structures, languages, and theological theological
evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world.
Strongly theoretic, human action affects divine reality. God is revealed through dynamic animations, emphasis, difficult, leaving to God combines metaphysics, mystical psychology, philosophy, relationship to other Kabbalistic texts. Shares conceptual framework with the Zohar, but is more compact, less mystical narrative, develops themes from Sefer Yetzirah,
yes, destroy the INS and Tavo Allah,
especially regarding letters and cosmology. Part of the early Spanish theosophical
it's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this
that is why they studied as the Zohar influenced later Kabbalists in Spain province, contributed to development of symbolic interpretation of mitzvot, cosmic prayer theology later systematized, and Larianic Kabbalah. Why it's important, it helps us to see the pre-Zoharic and parallel mystical environment, clarifies how whole thought becomes cosmic, ritual becomes metaphysical action, serves as a bridge between early mystical speculation, fully mystical Kabbalistic theology. So that was a cool
Sometimes you
story.
have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and if you do it,
John just
ultimately the process is difficult, the process is screwed, the process is overwhelming. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process,
something
that's
so
what it's really about.
pleasurable.
The Gemara goes like that. Good. Hadri Yasvi, so again, the same cover was sitting. And they asked about the question, Hadri Yasvi, they come by like, the May Apollos come the other So what's it? This is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has now something for $1,000. That's got $1,000 in his account. Does that money in the hands of the Akum take on the same identity as the Akum itself? No. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to do nothing. So this is very interesting. So ultimately, nothing. Stop with the nail. Let's come down. So nothing says I think it's mutter. I think it's mutter that if an Akum sells his idol and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Now, why? Listen to this. So here's another proof. When these people who came up for Rabbi, what happened? Another one. Zilu Zivino Koma de Islafu, the sewer scatters. This is fascinating. So that means it's like this. There were these people who came up for Rabbi, and what happened? And they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen and watch this. What's the logic over here?
Comes from your
and Rashi says, if you look at Rashi, if you have the suicide scatter, all this scatter to the Akashin scatter, also income from all this because remember, if they convert and they still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity negated, and you can't get another from it. So it tells them instead before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off, you have the money, then you can convert and the money is permitted. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from here that halacha l'maisa, when Akum sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time off, the Shem the Kasar, the Nabal, let's go have him down the common time, so that the proceeds of the sale of idolatry that are in the hands of the Akum ultimately is permitted. I had to go and shiny us in the Chibam that I could Ray, Vadai Bakra. Maybe that case is different. Why is that case different? Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the idol they're converting. So an Akum could be Mevata his Akum to Shabbat. So maybe that's how it proceeds. Eloni the Alpha. Now the Gemara says, here's the proof. Yisrael Shayanoshav Amikol Kavim, Umara, Umachar Avodas Kokavim Deherim. Listen to this. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his item, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yayin Nesach, or same case, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yayin Nesach, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Well, mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Okay, interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. But let's say the Akum same case, went to Akum $1,000. They still don't already pay you. To me, you're waiting here. I'm just going to sell my item. I am not the proceeds. I'm going to sell my Yayin Nesach and be back with the proceeds. In that case, it's awesome. See, here's interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one. He goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yain Nesach. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Yain Nesach. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited. So what's the distinction? I don't understand what's the difference in these two cases. In Rav Sheshes, so this is very serious. So now this seems to sort of crack a little bit.
During this time of intense grief, they don't groom themselves or engage in pleasurable activities. Instead, they focus on the less and are completely blind. This can be traced to the Bible, where we read that Joseph declared 7 days of mourning after the burial of his father Shiva.
So because I want
The
it,
mourners
therefore
typically gather in a single home to observe Shiva together. This is often the home of the deceased, since they'll be praying there instead of going to synagogue. This is considered to be a great merit for the departed, the mourner. For the duration of the Shiva, the mourners do not cut their hair, wear fresh clothing, enjoy music, or group activities, engage in conjugal relations, wear leather shoes, apply lotions, or even study Torah, except for certain sections. Instead of sitting on chairs or couches, they sit on low stools. Shiva visit. It's a great mitzvah to visit friends and relatives who are sitting Shiva. It is appropriate for visitors to remain silent until the mourner acknowledges their presence and starts a conversation. Before leaving, it is customary to say, "May the Almighty comfort you among the mourners and Jerusalem." A major component of Shiva is the prayer service, during which the mourners recite the Kaddish Memorial Prayer for the deceased following Shiva. The day of the funeral is counted as the first day of Shiva, and even a small portion of base 7 is sufficient. So if the funeral was on Wednesday, Shiva will end on Tuesday morning. Physical mourning practices were suspended during Shabbat, so the mourner should wash down Shabbat finally and attend synagogue as usual. Major Jewish holidays can terminate Shiva
items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse, right? But there is recourse. No, you see this. You could get after in the background of the Sarah, but it's much more complicated. Once a Jew already owns it, there are really very limited options. So as long as Brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate in this manner. However, if Brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So ultimately, what do you see? Now, in this case, Brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the GUINNESS, but he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore, again, it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What the case here is fictional.
better than any
This is an idol that's made out of gold, which means that what even if it breaks,
Really? Oh, this
it's still
bitch is going
valuable.
to the moon.
So therefore, again, Brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. To which the Gemara says that's that works fine for an idol. Now, how would you explain the case then of GUINNESS? The Shara Sahadraini. So what's this very interesting? Adrianic person. So apparently, Rashi points out over here, Adrianic earthenware ultimately was very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbs the wine to a degree that you could take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute wine. In that case, also, Brother Ger doesn't, who cares if the casks break or not? It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. To which the Gemara says, one second, even if that's so, even if Brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that he didn't break, right? But he does care whether or not he gets stolen or lost, so he still wants their continued existence. Don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot, bringing up from the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No, Shani Yerushas Hager, Dakil Barabba. The rabbis were made by the Yerusha. In other words, normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were made by the Yerusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the GUINNESS or the idols, he is absolutely committed to work this out with his brother. Right? And so you take this, you take the related stuff, I'll take the related stuff, even though, yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make up by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money or choose his inheritance. And we're saying that's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well.
It's there, bro.
Right? There's something called Tiferes HaShavim. Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept back the stolen item. Why? in order to go ahead and facilitate.
Let's get back to the discussion of what it is to be a rabbi
for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial.
5786.
Money is necessary.
Isn't there an argument to be made? I think that there is, perhaps, that since the
true. As long as you have your health,
Mesmas, or like the rabbis of the
because if you
past,
don't have money, it just feels like you're coming out of
and traditional smicha ended in around the 4th century,
stand up to religious challenges.
that
There was a choice between religion and money. They're afraid that
we have just been
between halacha. And ultimately, again, his Yerusha, he may be
doing our best in exile,
not because of it, because it's human nature. So the fact that didn't want to put in that situation, they were made by
true
air,
rabbinical decisions and such may not
therefore allowed him to
make
his
sense
brother all of
through
them.
smicha
Ended,
and thus arguments like perhaps that you can't use electronic social and things like that,
But in the case, let's say, of a business partnership would be us. So you see from here,
or just made by people without true smicha, so it's just their interpretation. Even somebody like Rambam didn't have true smicha, arguably. So it's just we're doing the best that we can, but these are just by people who don't have true
sitting together. Another question that came in.
judicial authority.
So listen, this is a very interesting case. Can a ger toshav go ahead? And I will say, just before we go on, just this idea that Chazal will make over the ger, just so you understand the tremendous misunderstanding of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. You know, sometimes people have a very skewed view about Hakadosh Baruch Hu, and a very skewed halacha that you know, Hakadosh Baruch Hu is waiting for us to mess up so he can smack us down. Chazal waiting for us to mess up so he can levy some type of punishment against us. That's a pretty far from the truth. The Ribono Shel Olam wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the strictures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Hakadosh Baruch Hu understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's how you do it. Know that you are no greater advocate in this world than Hakadosh Baruch Hu. That's in this world than in the next world. And in this world, Chazal constantly in for success. Okay, incredible question. How do you also call it? Ger Toshav, Ma Shevat on his place. What's very interesting? Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akum has the ability to negate his avodah, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So a Ger Toshav, what is a Ger Toshav? Now we're going to see this is much focused about the definition of a Ger Toshav. Rashi points out that in the top of the Gaf, Ger Toshav Eino Ovid Avodas Kofar. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple with everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? He believes in Hakadosh Baruch Hu. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, so we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Maybe we say like this: anyone who's what we call a barmineh. If you're in the parsha of an akum, then you can go ahead and decommission avodah. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an akum.
Oh, I get
so
that.
Because of that, even though
what is that shit?
He himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the Torah to go ahead and negate it. Gemara says, "Only rule about Nachman." So again, also Nachman raised this. It's tablo to halach mevatel bro halach. So Nachman says, only someone who worships it can negate it. So someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Gerton Shab doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. He must have Mason, or is a question. Just 1 second. Yisrael Shabbat Shabbat Yisrael went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's up? Actual boss of the night. So what's it saying? I remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold item sitting there on the ground. If I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because they're not acquired it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do I do? Actual boss of it. So before I pick it up, I can call over an akum. Remember what we had here. Call over an akum and see if the akum. I need you to negate this idolatry, decommission it, right? Theological decommissioning. So go ahead and engage in theological decommissioning of this body. I don't think that's permitted. However, again, in Shabbat Saliyago, but again, but if I pick it up, right, if I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. And Ovid Kochavim Rakum could decommission his own Avodah Zarah or the Avodah Zarah of his friend, Bein Avdah, Bein She'en Lo. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Now we're going to define what these new things mean. My Avdah, my Avdah. What does it mean for what does it mean that Akum could decommission Avodah Zarah, whether he worships it or doesn't worship it? Ilema Idi Ovid Kochavim. If you want to say that both are talking about an akum, then Hayu Shalom B'Shachayim. We already said that because you just said before that an akum has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And the love of the Ovid Kochavim, Umay She'in Elav of the Ovid Kochavim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means an actual akum. Umay She'in of the what does it mean? A non-worshipper, Gertosha. Oh. So he was able to go ahead and decommission both an actual akum and a Gertosha. Shmamina, Gertosha, Nanevaka. What do you see from here? That a Gertosha has the ability to be Mabako, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which the Gemara says, no. The Olam Imelacha Idi Olam. Not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person who can decommission Avodah Zarah is an actual idol worship of himself. I visit Ka'amrit, and you shall all the stuff on it, right? And we already said that. Then the price is done. Because we already said that Akum could go out and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend's Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. Two different cases. Reisha, Zeh, V'Zeh L'Pa'ar, V'Zeh L'Marcos. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two Akums, right? And both worship Baal Pa'ar, or both worship Marcos. So obviously, again, Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Akum 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh L'Pa'ar, V'Zeh L'Marcos. Oh. The Seifa teaches something different. Let's say you have one Akum who worships Marcos and one who worships Baal Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? An Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship it. So what's necessary? We see how levels these are. Number one, an akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different idol. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no riot about a Gertosha, right? So when it comes to Tosha, you still actually can a Gertosha, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be Medak Lavo? So that was still an answer. Whereas Mason, Tasha, Ezer Gertosha, what's a Gertosha? Tosha Kibala. So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a Gertosha? Meir says it's any akum who is accepted upon himself in front of three chaver. Now again, I will say chaver being spoken about before. Chaver normally means someone who is careful with truth and answers. Someone who is careful about too many times. So in this context, the question is it just means he has to do it in front of a base.
There is an argument to be made, and I understand that it's not mainstream and it's not centrist,
and
but
he
the
repudiates
fact that
idolatry, that's
no
a
one
ger
today
toshav.
has true
That's a
smicha
ger
from
toshav.
the biblical
Good.
sense
That's
means
right.
that we've just been interpreting things, and doesn't necessarily mean that we've been interpreting correctly. We don't have many of the same
Gentile was accepted upon himself
abilities that were had during
don't seem to require
the
the
times
base.
of the
That's a ger toshav.
Sanhedrin. So, because of that,
Natural.
or
Chaylim
Sanhedrin,
say natural. That's not neither
and
of
so
these
because of that,
definitions satisfy the definition of ger toshav. What is a ger toshav? And the easy ger toshav.
there's an argument to be made. We've just been doing the best that we can, but that even that is just our interpretation. The Talmud never says, "Hey, if the Sanhedrin ends,
who eats not kosher, eats the nameless,
then this is
he has
the
accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs in the Torah."
audible that we're calling it." There's no audible. There's an argument to be made that anyone who references them as a rabbi is, in the traditional sense,
he has accepted upon himself
they
all
don't
of the
have
mitzvos.
traditional smicha.
He's Latin and kosher.
They are essentially just perhaps a communal leader, perhaps an interpreter of the law, but they have no true judicial standing in the same way that the posting of the Talmud did, and going back to Moses.
What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Rashi says over there,
so that's another question. We'll do this.
So ultimately, again, you could deposit wine with him for a short amount of time, not for a longer amount of time, because we're concerned that he may swap out the Jew's wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I said, you could leave with him wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, we're not concerned with the INS. Why not with the INS? Not because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine for the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's mutter, for a long amount of time, it's Shmano Kiyeno. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his wine. What does that mean? Shmano Kiyeno, Shemen, Mika, Hari, Yayin. That's not what can be wrong with his oil. Oil can't be it's Ella, Yeno, Kishmano. Interesting enough, that what it means is like this, that Allah Maisa, that ultimately again is his wine, his wine is like his oil. Just like this is very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. Now look at that for just a moment. That's the Shmano being Hadigayas and Yeno Mutanana, Shmano Kodin Shotu Hashem Nasilakai, Ababishtia Asa. But what does it mean that his oil is like this? That his wine is like his oil? It's the same way that you get enough from his oil, you can get enough from his wine. You can't drink the wine with the Ger Toshav, but ultimately you can get enough. The sharp told Dabar ultimately, and for every other thing, he is like he's like an apple. Twist the rest of Shimon Omer, Yeno Yayin Ness. Va'amulei Motor this year. Shimon says his wine is like Yayin Nessa, but others say ultimately again that it is Motor, ultimately again for consumption, for Shemot. So that's what calls up the world. We'll pick up in Yes Hashem. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this again. What do you see from there? You see from here that the apple is like an apple. Is like an apple regarding every other matter. Remind yourself ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that a ger tosha is like an akim for everything else? What is that mean? To which the Gemara says, Lav imavato avodas kofadim ke'avodas kofadim. So doesn't that mean, because we're again, how did this whole thing that ger tosha get started? It got started because we trying to figure out, does a ger tosha have the ability to negate idolatry, to theologically decommission idolatry? So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, a ger tosha is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an akim. Doesn't that mean that just as an akim can theologically decommission and negate avodah, so too can a ger tosha? So too can a ger tosha? To which the Gemara says, no, retain the shus without the shus. No, it actually uses something else. It uses actually local shabbos. What does it mean local shabbos? What's it about? It's in Sunday. We saw a more, the Shamar Shabbat was the most like this. Just quickly. Erev Chatzos. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that courtyard. So many homes in the courtyard without increase. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Chatzos. They join together, and that joint food mixes it into the domain of one home. There are Erev. So if it starts from the home into the Chatzos into the home. And the halacha is, if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chatzos, he can yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in the Erev. He can yield his rights to the other members of the Chatzos. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, "We saw the Shara Shabbos of the Shek Medata Lushus." Ultimately, again, if you have a Yisrael moment, unfortunately, again, is Yisrael an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like right, and publicly keep Shabbos, privately he doesn't keep Shabbos, but at least he publicly keep Shabbos. So what's the halacha? Medata Lushus. All he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to sign also in the Chatzos. Okay. Shema Shara Shabbos and Shok. Came about on Shos. But again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an akum. If he's like an akum, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights and the Chatzos to other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Neisha Amru Yisrael no sin Rishos in the Rishos. Right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. But by Hakum, ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the Gemara is saying that when we say, so let's just pause finish up. Ketzad, Omer Lo, say how does he yield, for example, yield his right to give over his rights to the Chatzos? Omer Lo, I hereby give over my rights. I bequeath my rights to the Chatzos. Or Rishusi Midikalas, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purposes of Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the Erev. And it's our first many form of cases. So it's just in general about Erev Chatzos. I think you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, the Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he could yield his rights or be Nevada, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chatzos that allows everyone else to utilize the Chatzos. Even if he's a Yisrael woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And a Yisrael woman who is publicly a woman is treated like a Chatzos. Therefore, when we said before that a ger tosha ultimately again is treated like an akum for all other things, one of the things means that if you live in a Chatzos with a ger tosha, you are choosing the Chatzos want to make it clear of zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the ger tosha as well. Now, whether or not the ger tosha is actually going to be the Hotzara, in the Shara say, you'll see in tomorrow's daf. Shkaya everyone, what a daf, what an incredible experience that this was for all of you. Wishing everyone a will say a great sponsorship to you. We're telling all of you this morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. Thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors. Listen to Shulchan Aruch dedicating all the Sherman Brussels this year as a schus for the Shores of and Israel. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Chabad, and Kovah, Stephen Randy Drazen, in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Lee Rosenzweig, in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig, Zechron Yivracha. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Evan K. Wolf, nation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben Tzvi Hirsch, Zechron Yivracha, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Robert Baruch Mordechai, Ben Morelli Ravnos. Only sponsors for today, Sherry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosalyn Applebaum, Rachel Bas, the United States Talmud Torah, all of the Mishal Sabin Aliyah, the families in the family, all those who need refuge, Shatan said, Kol Ladies, Torah officially, Nesa Shem, all of our hostages, Shalom and Bekarov, allow us to be soldiers to be successful in Torah and Master. For most of the daf, let us begin. Today's daf is Samach 64. A really incredible daf ahead of us today. We are picking up from Samach Gimel on the days 63b, and we are taking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. That's Rav Nachman Ula Ba'adini Bar Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Ba'adini Bar Papi, Yasser B'Chia Bar Ami Gabai. And B'Chia Bar Ami was sitting with them. And Yosef, my bride, he asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating question. What is the halacha if an akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin nest? Right, so if your residence, the akum comes over to you and so I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin nest. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages from his halacha? Also, remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves may be asur b'aniyah. So here, the akum is asking me to do something with yayin nesach, but he's asking me to destroy yayin nesach, and he's going to take me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, "Ma what's the halacha? Me and Miriam gave the road to the Kima also." This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the yayin nesach. Now, why do I want the existence of the yayin nesach? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I'd lose the parnosis. So, on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the yayin nesach. So, because I want it, therefore, again, maybe that makes the proceeds perfect. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Miyam Minam Kevan, 3 lines up from the bottom in Rashi. The Israel Zerlotze B'Kiyuvan Shechali Osai. The Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels.
Let's take the issue with
I don't want to doesn't want them to break on their own.
that can drastically change
So do we say that since the
Jewish
Jew
life
actually
over the course of
and this is interesting to
the last
think about,
1,500
right?
years,
The Jew actually
especially in
wants
terms
the
of
yayin nesach to
only
remain in
leap years,
existence. I don't want it to
second
break.
dollar is,
So therefore, maybe that's considered being proceeds from the yayin nesach, and therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, on the other hand, what are you talking about? This is the destruction of the yayin nesach, destruction of the Zara. This is a good thing.
different holidays,
Sure, I want the barrels to remain in existence.
and since
But
there's
again,
no
ultimately, to describe all the Zara is
Hedron to
proceeds.
establish
Again,
this,
fascinating child. Oh no, not.
our entire
So
calendar has just been a guessing
no,
game
take the job,
in
take the
comparison
job,
to
get the money, and
what
tell
it was
Rabbi you should be
during the
blessed.
Sanhedrin
You have the opportunity to go and root out people, root out of Zara. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let's bring a proof to this idea. So let's choose it on that. Ain't ocean in my So let's say again, an akum plants kilayim, right? Kilayim is forbidden mixture. So wheat, we had this actually just 2 days ago. Wheat and, let's say, for example, wheat and grapevines. That's the kind of American thing. But any forbidden mixture. So if an Obed Kochanim is planting kilayim, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Odrin means like hoeing. Removing weeds, we'll see covering with dirt. You can't do that. Top of Sanaf Daled, 64. About open what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot kilayim. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi. אבל עוברים להשליכה לאיבוד ואף אגב דלא צדיקים שלא יעקו מעליהם השקם. Let's say Akum hires and he says, listen, Silver, do me a favor, I planted Kilayim. Now, again, Akum himself planted other Kilayim neurons, right? But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kilayim, right? And I want the existence of the Kilayim, because if the Kilayim is not uprooted on their own, I lose out on my Parnasa. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here this is to support the Rav. The Rav says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So much as Savua, second line from the top 64, Savua, our money, who's a thing? So they keep the Amar and the kind of the Kilayim look at. It's very interesting. They keep a hold of it in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant Kilayim, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of trading, but you can't do anything that's sustainable. So for example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone else comes to the Kilayim, right? Akum went Kilayim, and Akum asks you to put up a fence around the Kilayim. Rabbi Akiva says, also. Why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of the land. So putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also besides very bad. Hamnachish means reading. The fact that means troubling the seed from the bird. So Hamnachish on the fabric. I look at and get out the spec because again, that's the Hamah. So here you're actively and directly participating in this legend of God. You can Kiva says, act of kind. And the Kiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the for example, put up the fence and the Kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. So remember, says, my time is Rabbi Akiva. Where does Rabbi Akiva go? What's his name? Sadcha Tizra Kilayim. Pasuk says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the Elazareach, I don't know the prohibition of planting. Mekayim in the field. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even like putting up the fence. Amalomar lo Kilayim. Alright, so let's say, so it's interesting that you are making a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of words. So again, it's actually kind of slicing the concept. Lo Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's going to be a Ilu, Gemara says, Ilu, but ultimately, interestingly, you're not even trying to Kiva. How do you burn the Kiva? The prohibition ultimately is doing something that sustains the Kiva. What about if somebody's going to pay me to uproot and Kilayim? So the Tashkos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, it's not necessarily low. It doesn't have to be that being a Rabbi Kiva. Rather, Haman, who's it? It's this Rabbanon. It's the Rabbanon. The Rabbanon might be open to union Nami Shabbat. No, it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, it's the Rabbanon. Rabbanon even to put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon only got to be a Kiva. Rabbanon won't be can be planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting activity, like putting up a fence that holds things mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant itself. So that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hachamas, this is very interesting. What's the case over here? The Ka'avid Bechina. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Ultimately, Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that halacha l'maaseh you are not allowed to do a favor for me. Like he actually had this in the beginning of the law. All my hope is what ROTHSCHILD means. Right? Doesn't mean that compliment them, don't give them a seal. But he says, don't give them this thing, you can't for free. You can't do something for an outcome for free. Even if it's a free favor, it's destruction of all this Torah, you still can't do it.
I'm arguing that Halachic Judaism doesn't collapse. We would just have to recognize that we were doing the best that we could while in exile. It doesn't mean it has to collapse if Yom Kippur was on the wrong day. Nothing collapses. Mistakes happen. Mistakes happen in the transcription of the Bible. we think mistakes happen in interpretation of the Talmud. In some ways, mistakes happen in transcription. We recognize these things. We even recognize that they happen in Torah, or that there are just inexplainable areas of the Torah that we don't understand. But we understand that mistakes happen. Nothing collapses. And in the same way with Rabbinic Judaism, nothing collapses if we don't have the proper authority to make halakhic rulings based on an interpretation, because we no longer have traditional rabbinical ordination. Nothing collapses. We were doing the best that we could. And a mistake can happen, but in the days of Mashiach, everything could be revealed. Mashiach could come and say, hey, we are bringing back rabbinical ordination. We're doing the best that we could. We appreciate all the efforts to make things accurate, and we're going to move forward and not analyze whether something happened on the wrong day. But in reality, we have to recognize that mistakes happen, but that the whole system doesn't necessarily collapse under this. We can argue that Rambam did not have smicha, or traditional rabbinical ordination, or the achronim, or the rishonim, or modern rabbis. That's okay to recognize. We're doing the best that we can, and that's admirable in itself.
I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, and keep the proceeds, because the destruction of evil, the destruction of Zara, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. And as Rabbi says, you get paid, and Tavo Allah. Incredible. I must say, it really is such an interesting idea, because kind of a part of Western society, and mindset is, like live and let live. And that is important. As members of society, just as a general approach to living in a greater society, we should take an approach of living. Yes, it's not your obligation to convince the world that you're refusing it. Yes, nor is it your place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. But that to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in a greater society. On the other hand, Chazal also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if we let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurry. That's not enough. We need to caution up. Yes, destroy the INS and cover Allah bracha. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. And it's far from incredible challenges. We see this for what we think about. It's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing, it's rooting out evil. And so we would think that the world would just line up false, right? Just fast. We're doing the world's dirty work. Yet again, it's hard, because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see what's right, what's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes it is a little let live, and sometimes the Matthew says, Yishbar, Kabbalah. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, you have to do it. The process is difficult. The process is crazy. The process is overwhelming. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's what it's going to happen. The Gemara goes like this. But Hadu Yasli, so again, the same Kabbalah was saying, and they asked about the question, Hadu Yasli, if you're coming by there, you may have a look from the other one. So what this is very interesting. What happens is when Akum sells his idol. So Akum sells his idol, and he has sold it for $1,000. Does that money, the hand of the Akum, take on the same identity as the Akum himself? Now, Mitofes has done that the idol. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry? Or not? So I'm going to run that. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, you're going to not so nothing says, I think it's mutter. I think it's mutter. That if an apple sells his idol, when he has that money is not routine, idolatrous activity, but rather that money is just mundane. Listen to this. So here's our nothing's proof. I know the us is made about when these people came up around what another one, zero command the Islam is suicide. It's fascinating. So that one says like this. There were these people who came up around and what happened was and they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then you convert. Now listen and watch this. What's over here? And Rashi says over here, look at Rashi. Look at the Spirit Skyru. Both these Skyru, the after Skyru, also really because remember, if they convert, it's still only idolatry. Then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have his identity negated. And you can't get another from it. So it tells them instead before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. If you have the money, then you can convert and the money is committed. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from there that halacha Raisa, when he sells his idol, that cash is committed. So the Gemara says, my time, you shouldn't get some of the name, let's go how many other common let's see that the proceeds of the sale of idolatry are in the hands of the Akum, ultimately is permitted. And if you're shining us in the kingdom, that can be way, Vadai Bakla. Maybe that case is different. Why is that different? Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of an idol converted. So an Akum can be Mavato, his idol. So maybe that's why the proceeds are Tell me the Now the Gemara says, here's the proof. You saw Shayno Shalom Mother, Umaka, although those folk are in the I lent Akum $1,000.
The argument is the first, because the second, we don't know what Hashem really wants. Prophecy ended. We don't know. And if we're being honest, we have to throw out number two because we don't know. And then the third one, we don't know as well because Mashiach isn't here yet. So it has to be the first. And then, in addition to the argument with Rambam, we can feel like what we do is divinely inspired, but we don't know that. There's no evidence for that. It's not like Hashem told a prophet 1,000 years ago, you guys are on the right track. That's exactly right. That hasn't happened. If we're being intellectually honest, we have to recognize that communal authority is based on collective agreement since traditional smicha ended. To believe anything different is intellectually dishonest. And if that disagrees with Rabbinic Judaism, so be it. Rabbinic Judaism can feel right because it can feel divinely inspired, but frankly, there's no evidence of that. And any rabbi who is worth their salt and serious about being a rabbi and intellectually honest would recognize that the only authority that they've been granted is perhaps through their own education and collective agreement and communal consent to make decisions halakhically, but that does not mean that is divine. Anyone who says that it is intellectually dishonest. I want to continue existence of the INSF because I want my money, but I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these particular items. Why should it be awesome? But now, this is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're Akum brothers. One converted and one is still Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. Their Akum father died. Now they inherit their father.
So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say prohibited items. So ger yochel momer lo tol'ata vodes go'anim ba'animos tol'ata yain esach v'anideros. So brother Ger can say to brother Akum, so brother Akum, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the yain esach, and I'll take the money and the neros. He can do that. The mishabol, and that's committed. However, the mishabol is just like your asr. Obviously, all of this presupposes that the ger has not yet actively taken possession of yain esach or idols. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse, right? But well, technically there is recourse. No one really see this. You can get happen to the back of the Zara, and it's much more complicated. Once a Jew already owns it, there are really very limited options. So as long as brother ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if brother ger already took possession, then it's possible. So let's say, so ultimately, again, what do you see from there? That halach l'maisa, now in this case, brother ger wants the continued existence of the idolatry of the yayin esach. But he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over here in this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol that says made of gold or silver, which means that even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Bruce Lemur says, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. Well, how would you explain the case then of Yayin Esach? The Pharos Hadroni. So what's this phrase? Hadrianic earthquake. So apparently, Rashi points out over here, Hadrianic earthenware ultimately is very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbs to 1 degree, but you can take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute wine. And that is also what is here. Who cares if that's the cast straight in front? It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. To which the Gemara says, but one second, one second, even if that's so, even if brother doesn't care about the fact that he's rich, right? But he does care whether or not he gets things lost, so he still wants the continued existence of Papa. The Rushas Hager Kamat, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot, bringing a proof in the case of the inheritance of Ger. No, Shani Rushas Hager, Dakilu Baraba. Rabbis will make no by the Yerusha of the Ger. In other words, normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal will make no by the Yerusha of the Ger. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yesach or the idols, he is absolutely committed to work this out with his brother. Right? So you take this, you take the prohibited stuff, I'll take the stuff. Even though, yes, he was the continued existence. Why? Why would they make it by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, you will choose his money and choose his religion. That's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of the choose before as well. For example, right? It's something called ROTHSCHILD. If Chazal said that in certain cases theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept that he stole. Why? In order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's truth, the greatest of thieves has to return everything without any corruption. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as you say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health and you can pay your bills. Because if you don't have money, it just seems so likely to be hurt. And many people could not stand up to religious challenges. There's a difference between religion and you're afraid that he has to choose between halacha. And ultimately, again, his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of it yet, because it's human nature. So if a chazal didn't want to put them in that situation, if they're going to make by it there, I'm just saying that often in this kind of case, you're going to have an state that is comprised of committed items, therefore allow him to keep committed items, if his brother all over the place. Okay, what's that on the base? How do you know? Okay, vice versa. What's this? Imagine when is this so? Shiyush, in case of Yerusha. About Mishkan to also. And in the case of a business partnership would be awesome. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well. Because you don't worship the person in this in order to get in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. Other guys have kind of so remember again, all of this is the same group of Rabbanim sitting together. Another question that came up. Ger Tosha Mao Shibata Avodas so let's see that can a Ger Tosha go ahead and let's say just before we go on, just this idea that Chazal will make by the Ger. Just she understand the tremendousness of understanding this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. Sometimes people have a very skewed view of HaKadosh and a very skewed view of Halacha. That HaKadosh was waiting for us to mess up, so he can smack us.
To those who possess tradition and sneaking,
mess up, so he
going back
let
to
us
Moses.
up like a punishment of nothing.
But after, once the ending of
wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal want our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the must all the strictures, and all the punishments
and that
are
covenantal
only
authority,
there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Baruch Hu understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful.
courts
And
with
when
authority.
they need to relax
We may
the
say they have
standards to make
authority,
us successful,
but they really don't.
you got it. They do it.
A
When
rabbi
success is accomplished
in the
through relaxing of
ages
standards,
prior
that's
to
all you guys
the
do.
ending
No,
of the
you have no greater
Sanhedrin
application.
had different
That's
authority
in this world than in the next
than
world. In
those
this
after.
world, Chazal constantly aiming for successes. Okay, incredible question. How do you guys talk about it? Ger Toshav, Ma Shevat Balance. So what's a very interesting shadow? Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akum has the ability to negate his avodah, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So a Ger Toshav, what is a Ger Toshav? Now we're going to see this in my focus about the definition of a Ger Toshav. Rashi points out to the top of the daf, Ger Toshav Eino Ovid Avodas Chacham. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. And that's a pretty big thing. Right? He believes in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's a man Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? As Gemara says, on one hand, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Maybe we say like this: anyone who's what we call a bar mineh. If you're in the parsha of an akum, then you can go ahead and decommission avodah. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an akum. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. You must only rule that Nachman, so I'm going to also have Nachman raised this. Stavro, the halach, Mavato, Bro, halach. And Nachman says, well, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So Moses Nesi, raise a question. This one second. We saw Shabbat, so Yisrael went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that like? Actual basel. So what's it saying? I remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop. I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a great idol sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because they haven't acquired it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do? Actual basel. So before I pick it up, I could call over an akum. Remember, you also have call over an akum and say to the akum, I need you to negate this idolatry, decommission it, right? Theological decommissioning. So go ahead and engage in theological decommissioning of this idolatry, and then it becomes permitted. However, again, in Shabbat Saliyago, Eino Omer Oben Kuchum Levando. Again, if I take it out, right? If I take possession of it, at that point, it cannot be decommissioned. They should know Ovid Kochavim Modato Avodos Kochavim Shalom V'Shachavim. And Ovid Kochavim Nakum to decommission his own Avodah Zarah or the Avodah Zarah of his friend, Dein Ovda, Dein She'in Ovda. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Whether we define it as new phrasing. My Ovda or my Ovda. What does it mean to work? What does it mean that Akum can decommission Avodah Zarah, whether he worships it or doesn't worship it? Ilema Idi V'Idi Ovid Kochavim. If you want to say that both are talking about an akum, then Hayu Shalom V'Shachavim. We already said that because we just said before that an akum has the ability to theologically decommission his avodah zarah and the avodah zarah of his friend. Elalav of the Ovid Kochavim, umay she'in elalav of the Ovid Kochavim. Right. Ultimately, again, ovda means an actual akum. Umay she'in ovda. What does it mean? A non-worshipper. Ger Toshav. Oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual akum and a ger toshav? Shmamina, ger toshav namivatal. What do you see from here? That a ger toshav has the ability to be mevatal, ultimately to theologically decommission avodah zarah. Incredible. Which the Gemara says, no. The olam imrafa idi ovid. Not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person who could decommission avodah zarah is an actual idol worshiper himself. I already said that. Then the price is redundant. Because you already said that Akum could go out and decommission his avodah zarah and his friend's avodah zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. It's two different cases. Reisha, Zeh l'cha'ar, Zeh l'markos. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two Akums, right, and both worship Baal Pa'ar, or both worship Markos, so obviously, again, Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol, and Akum 2 could negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh l'cha'ar, Zeh l'markos. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Let's say you have one Akum who worships Markos and one who worships Baal Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? An Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship idolatry. So we'll say, so there will be three halachas being taught. Number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different idol. Incredible. So the Gemara says, nice, but again, no raya about a ger toshav, right? So when it comes to a ger toshav, we still, because that was our shad, can a ger toshav, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be medak level business? That we still haven't answered. What's a ger toshav? What's a ger toshav? So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a ger toshav? So it says it's any akum who is accepted upon himself in front of three chaver. Now again, I will say, chaver, we spoke about this before. Chaver normally means someone who's careful with truth and justice. Someone who's careful about doing that. So in this context, the Pasha said it just means they're in front of a base. Anytime an akum comes in front of a base, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a ger toshav. Good, that's what I meant. From say, Koshekiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos. So Koshekiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos Shekiba B'nei. Some say a ger toshav is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noahide. Just look at from those seeds require a base. That's a ger toshav. Sheva Mitzvos B'nei Noah, B'nei Sintar ger toshav. Chayrin Omim. Not true. Achelim say not true. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of ger toshav. What is a ger toshav? And the izu ger toshav. Ze ger ocham levelos shekibel alav lekvayim kol mitzvos hamuras b'Torah chutz me'isser levelos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of a ger toshav? The ger toshav is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the devos, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs in the Torah. pretty shocking definitions. It looks like three of my folders out there. Definition of Ger Moshe. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the raising not to worship idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Zis Noach. Acherim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvos except the laws of kashrus. He's Latin and kosher. Incredible. And the bicycle goes on. Yachadin Etzlo, Yain, Gafidu Be'er Sharudu Yisrael. What's it? Allah for each. You can constantly wine with against himself. Like, you can leave it with him for a little bit of time. I shouldn't say deposit. You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a long amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says that Yachadin Etzlo Yain. Rashi says over here, you saw my yes, that I saw actually no yes, and I thinking of it. The Akiva the Rothala, Rolot of Romanasses, the Mago with the Fambasina Amma Base of Rock, and even the Ino another Kashino and Nico Ola, who said it is Mala Mua, like a so ultimately, again, you can deposit wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time, because we're concerned that he may swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So once it's Allah to the Ger Kosher, you could leave with him wine for a short amount of time. Not for a long time. Again, we're not so with the INS. Why not with the INS? Because it's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, we may switch his wine for the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's mutter. For a longer amount of time, that's Shmano, Kieno. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his wall. What is that? Shmano is like Shemen, Mika, Honey, Yayin. Is that what we want to do? Oil can't be Hello, Yeno, Tishmano. Interesting enough, by the way, means like this, that Allah from my son, that ultimately again is his wine, his wine is like his oil, just like this, very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. Now look at that actually. Shmano b'Yahweh and Yeno look at my God. Shmano kodem shoti Hashem na'asi l'kayim. About the shtia awesome. So what does it mean that his oil is like it? Red wine is like his oil. But the same way that you can get enough from his oil, you can get enough from his wine. And you can't drink the wine that you get from us, but ultimately you can get enough from his wine. So the sharp old dollar, ultimately then for every other thing, how do you call it? He is like an he's like an apple. This is my friend. Shimon Omer, Yeno Yayin Smash. Va'amilei Mutter, Shimon says his wine is like Yayin Nessa. But others say ultimately again that it is Mutter, ultimately again for consumption, for Shia. So we'll actually pause up here. And we'll pick up in the next. Actually, let's tell me us. Let's finish this thing. Tell me us. What do you see from there? Tell me us. We shout part of how we call it Islam. We see from there that the apple is like an apple to here Tosha is like an apple regarding every other matter. Remind yourself. Ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that here Tosha is like an apple for everything else? What does that mean? Which the Gemara says, "Love being a bad apple that's so funny, can't have that's so funny." So doesn't that mean because we're again how did this whole thing like here Tosha get started? It got started because we tried to figure out doesn't get Tosha how you do it to negate idolatry. If we have actually decommissioned idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, again Tosha is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate that whole desire, so too can it get Tosha. So too can it get Tosha. To which the Gemara says, no, that makes sense. No. Leaking the shoes from about those says, no, actually using something else. You actually work with that. Let me go for that. What's it about? It's Samuel. So on the word, the Shana Shabbat is the most Eruch HaTeres. We get multiple homes that open up into a courtyard. you cannot carry Shlomo home into that court. Somebody goes to the court now, what that means? Right? Eruv essentially means you collect food from all of the inhabitants of the cluster. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. The Eruv. Therefore, you pass from your home into the cluster, thus into the cluster. And the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the cluster, he can yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos done. Forgot to participate in the moving, forgot to participate in the Eruv. He could yield his rights to the other members of the cluster. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, Yisrael Gomer, Yishar Shabbos B'Shot, Mevata Rishus. Ultimately, again, if you have the Yisrael Gomer, which unfortunately again is the Yisrael who an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate,
Once
right?
the
As long as externally,
Sanhedrin
right,
ends, then
public he keeps Shabbos.
by definition
Privately
we are
he doesn't keep
deviating.
Shabbos. But at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Mevata Rishus. All he needs to do
We
if
are
he
altering.
participate in the
We are
Eruv, he just needs to essentially yield his
adapting.
rights to someone else in the
So I'm going to take those words and stick them back on this argument.
But again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple. If he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights and be closer to the other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Yisrael, no single rishus from the rishus, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. But by apple, ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the Gemara is saying that when we say, so let's finish on Ketzad, Omer Lo, of course, how does he yield, for example, yield his right to give over his rights to the Chatzar? Omer Lo, I hereby give over my rights. Right? I bequeath my rights to the Chatzar to you. Or Rishusi Mevutelas, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for your purposes. The other Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who did participate in the Eruv. The Yitzhak is to be united in any form of community. Just in general, about Eruv Chatzeros, again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights or be Levanta, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chatzar that allows everyone else to utilize the Chatzar. Even if he's the Yisrael Mummer, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By an apple, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael Mummer, who is publicly a Mummer, is treated like a also, therefore, when we said before that their Tosha ultimately again is treated like an apple for all other things means that if you live in a Chatzar, if a Ger Tosha, the Jews in the Chatzar want to make it clear that zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the Ger Tosha. Now, whether or not the Ger Tosha is actually running the group of Zara, in the says, you will see in tomorrow's daf. Shkaya everyone, what a daf, what an incredible experience such as this with all of you, and she everyone. I will say a great sponsorship to be in front of all of you this morning, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's thank our annual Comic Book sponsor. Hilton Shulchan is dedicating all the German Brussels this year as a Swiss from Sales Publisher and Israel. Comic Book sponsors for the month of Abba and October, Stephen Randy raising in honor of your parents, Israel raising, Greenwich raising, Irene Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig and Rabbi. All these learning sponsors, Dr. Evan J. Wolf, Commissioner of the Red Lake, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, Steve Hirsch, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Robert Baruch Mordecai Ben Moreno Rabnos. Only sponsors for today: Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother Rosalie Applebaum, Rachel Bas, Red Ireland. The merit of our time is all the Nishama Sabina. The families in the Kama, all those in the Fushia, the Total Ladies, the prophets, and the Nation, and everyone has to be shown in the colors, and allow for the soul to be successful for and our Savior. And as with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Psalm 64. A really incredible daf in us today. We are picking up from Psalm on the days 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. So Rav Nachman Ula the Adini Bar Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Adini Bar Papi. Yasser Ikira Bar Ami Gabai. And here by Ami is sitting with them. The University Yosef, the Kabbalah, my bride. He asked the following question from you. Listen to the fascinating question. Sachar Lishma B'Yayin Nesach Ma. What is the halacha if an Akron hires a Jew to smash barrels of Yayin Nesach? So I said, okay, that means the Akron comes over to Ruben. I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of Yayin Nesach. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept, to keep the wages in this process? Remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity. We're dealing with items that themselves may be usher about. Here, the Akum is asking you to do something with the Yayin Nesach, but he's asking you to destroy Yayin Nesach. He's going to take me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, what's the halacha? This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach. Now, why do I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I'd lose my nose. So on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach. Because I want it, therefore, maybe that makes the person's perfect. Look at Rashi just a moment. Three lines up in the bottom of Rashi. The Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. So when I don't know, Ruben doesn't want them to break on their own. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is interesting to think about this, right?
Are
the
saying
Jew actually wants the
that
Yayin
authority
Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from Yayin Nesach, and therefore, again, it's us. On the other hand, what are you talking about? This is the destruction of Yayin Nesach, destruction of Avodah Zarah. This is a good thing. Sure, I want the house to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to destroy Avodah Zarah is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds.
that authority changed at the fall of the Sanhedrin. And just because people
get the money and tell a bracha you should
assume that they have the ability to interpret laws still,
that is a good thing.
does not mean that is actually true. It says in Deuteronomy 17 that you are not to
let's say again,
veer from those decisions. And by taking that partial authority, that is veering from those decisions. The argument is this: once the Sanhedrin ended, the authority to interpret the law and have formal judicial power became dormant and only re-exists once the Sanhedrin is reestablished, which maybe can happen in the future. In the meantime, all of the decisions for the last 1,500 years have been based on people who think that they have divine power, based on Deuteronomy 17. But in reality, Deuteronomy 17 shows that they don't have the power, that their power is an altered decision. And this was not something that the people of Judaism did voluntarily and happily. Many times there was a kahila that would beat them literally to submission if they weren't following the Torah. Don't act like this was all done voluntarily, because it was not. It was done out of fear, many times out of aggression, and that authority came from physical abuse many times. It did not necessarily come from
not only is there
what you're making it out to be.
Not only is there prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of Kilayim, but you can't even do anything that sustains it. So for example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone has planted the Kilayim, right? Apple planted the Kilayim, and the Apple asks me to put up a fence around the Kilayim. Rabbi Akiva says, awesome. Why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kilayim. Even though putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself, nevertheless, it is going to be us according to the sign. Here we go. Menachesh means weeding. Mechata means covering the seeds with dirt. So menachesh and mechata the kilayim. Look at, you get malchus, right? Because again, that's tanakama. Because there you're actively and directly participating in the planting of plant. The Kiva says, "Af mekayim." And the Kiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the plant, for example, put up the fence around the kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. Where does the Kiva get this? Plus it says, do not plant kilayim in your field. Only I only know the prohibition of planting. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even like putting up a fence. I'm a low kilayim. Alright, so okay, so it's interesting over here. You are making a little bit of a play on words. A little play on words. So again, you might actually kind of splicing the concept low kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's going to be ilu. Gemara says the ilu, then you can take no shower. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to the Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is saying that sustains the kilayim. What about if somebody's going to pay me to uproot the kilayim? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't have to be that thing that Rabbi Kiva. There's Haman, who's the king? Is this Rabbanon? It's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be open to the Yuri Nani Shakir. No, it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon is only to put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon only can be a kiva. Rabbanon hold nothing you can be planted to get planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting activity, like putting up a fence they hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plants. So that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hachamat, Spina, Israelis, and what's the case over here? The Ka'avid. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So that's the problem. Marcus, ultimately, Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that halacha l'maisa you are not allowed to save her for it. Like he actually had this in the beginning of halacha. Lo sechanim. The Omar focus what lo sechanim means. That doesn't mean don't compliment them, don't give them a Rabbi Yehuda says don't give them a mistake. You can't for free. You can't do something for an apple for free. You get the free favor as the structure of halacha. You still can't do it. So this Gemara says Rabbi Yehuda. Nishma Rabbi Akiva, la. Now, the fact that you're saying it's not from Rabbi Yehuda, sounds like the place of Rabbi Akiva is not permitted. Rabbi Yehuda also litin ha'machasina. About Rabbi Yehuda, tifla shakit. Gemara says, no. According to Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for an but to do something to uproot Avodah Zarah, that's absolutely permitted. That's a good thing. That's an objective benefit. I have Gemara says Rabbi Akiva nami. Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Akiva, Mekayim Kilayim Lok, yeah? And the Ute Tifla Shakizam. You say something to Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva has a more expansive, approach to the prohibition of Kilayim, then not only can you not plant it, not only can you not see the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kilayim, to get rid of the shirt, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the applicant. To which the Gemara says, "Visu lo midi." There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss about. This phrase, "Visu lo midi," this is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic. You know, "Visu lo midi." You know, that's it. We're done. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss about this. So also, it's very interesting. Because therefore, what this means is ultimately. Now let's go full circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the case of an Akum wants to break his barrels of Guinness. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break. He's willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Great. So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, you could say no, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the Yain and I'm benefiting from the whole result. I'm just trying to hold this up. But Nachman said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of a Zara, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I don't want to break it. I don't want the plant to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am committed to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, and keep the proceeds, because the destruction of evil, the destruction of Zara, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. As Nachman says, you get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. I must say, it really is such an interesting idea. Because, kind of like part of Western society, my mindset is, like live and let live. And that is important. I mean, as members of society, just as a general approach to living in greater society, we should approach and take an approach to living. Yes, it's not your obligation to convince the world that you're accusing your ideas, nor is it your place to set the judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. That's to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living society. And on the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads and unfortunately becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurry. That's why the Matthew uses this question of, yes, destroy the INSS and cover Allah with love. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what we think about. It's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing, it's rooting out evil. And someone would think that like the world would just line up. That's false. Like just flash. Because we're doing the world dirty. And yet again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's doing or can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes there is a little that live, and sometimes the Matthew says, Yishbar, the Tavallah. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, you have to do it. Ultimately, the process is difficult, the process is cruel, the process is wrong. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's what it's really about. Incredible. The Gemara goes like this. But Hadi Yasli, so again, the same federal is sitting, and they ask for the question, whereas Hadi Yasli, they come by like, may have us come here on the mountain. So this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has married something for $1,000 in his hand. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the Avodah Zarah itself? Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to run that. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, you're going to say, we start with the narrowness from the other people coming to the touch. So imagine he says, I think it's much that if an Akum sells his idol and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Now, why? Listen to this. So here's our Nachman's proof. He said, I know that the Asuk made the Rabbi. There were these people who came up with Rabbi. What happened? Another room. The Suez Scandal. This is fascinating. So Nachman said like this. There were these people who came up with Rabbi. And what happened? And they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen and watch this. What's the logic over here? And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the Suez Kairu, always Kairu, the Ankosh and Kairu, also in the because remember, if they convert and they still own the idolatry, then you have idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity, and you can't get enough from it. So he tells them instead, before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off, you have the money, then you can convert and the money is permitted. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from there that Allah for when he sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time out. You shouldn't be concerned with the name of what's going on. You have to come to get the proceeds of the sale of idolatry. You are in the hands of the ultimately is permitted. I the Dylan Shine person, even though that is the way, God I bought that. Maybe that case is different. Why is that different? Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating. They're negating the theological significance of the idol they're converting. So an akum could be mevatel his avodah zarah. So maybe that's why the proceeds are Eloni the Hafa. Eloni Hafa. Now the Gemara says, here's the proof. Yisrael Shay Moshe B'Amikol Chaim Mana Umakar Avodos Kochanim Dehelim. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idol, right, and brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yayin Nesach of same case, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yayin Nesach, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Local mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. And let's say the Akum same case, so the Akum $1,000, case will already pay you, you need to wait here and it's going to somewhere else. I'm going to somebody I do that with the process. In that case, it's awesome. See, it's interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his yainess, and I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, moves on. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my yainess. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited. I check the Gemara. My translation. So what's the distinction? I don't understand what's the difference between these cases. And Rashi says, see from the Shum Dachami make he loves it. So this is very interesting. So now this is separate outside of the previous sugya. Rashi says, here's a good difference. In the second case, where the Akum says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want to continue the existence of the idol and continue the existence of the wine. Why? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshas posits the proceeds of us. Listen, 1 second. The he wrote it, the Kiyuma Kia Gavin. That's what we just said before, that's what. In other words, I will say, when you want to continue existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue the existence of that idol until the Akum sells it because I want the money. I want to continue the existence of the Yain Nesach because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continuing existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be awesome? Vatinan, listen to this. Vatinan, Shiyarshu Avi and Obrikos. So this is a very interesting case. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're Akum brothers. One converted and one is still Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. Their Akum father died, and now they inherit their father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, or Yain Nesach, and let's say permitted items. So Ger Yochel Momer Lo Tol Ata Vodas Kochanim Ba'animos Tol Ata Yain Nesach Maniperos. So brother Ger could say to brother Akum, I said, brother Akum, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yain Nesach, and I'll take the money and the Veros. He could do that. The Mishabol, and that's committed. However, the Mishabol is just like your Asr. Obviously, all of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of Yain Nesach or idols. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse, right? But well, technically there is recourse. No, you don't see this. You can get outward to the backlog of the Zara, but it's much more complicated. Once a Jew already owns it, there are really very limited options that are there. So as long as Brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem with dividing up the estate in this way. However, if Brother Ger already took possession, then it's Asr. So ultimately, again, what do you see from there? That Halach L'maisa, now in this case, Brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the Yayin Masaf. But he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore I think it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over here in this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol, let's say, it's made out of gold or silver, which means that what, even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, Brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. To which the Gemara says, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain the case then of Yayin itself? The Cheres Hadrain. So listen, it's very interesting. Hadrianic earthenware. So apparently, Rashi points out over here, Hadrianic earthenware ultimately is very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbs 1 to 3, that you can take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, Brother Ger doesn't care if the cast is great or not. It doesn't make a difference. Either way, the value is still retained. To which the Gemara said, one second, one second. Even if that's so, even if Brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that it's break, right? But he does care whether or not it's still lost, so he still wants their continued existence. Papa, Yerushas Hager Kamrat, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a raya, you're bringing up from the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No. Shani Yerushas Hager, Dakilu Baraka. Rabbis were makeled by the Yerusha of the Ger. In other words, normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were makeled by the Yerusha of the Ger. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yain Nesach or the idols, he is absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? And so you take this, you take the prohibited stuff, I'll take the permitted stuff. Even though, yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make up by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money or choose his inheritance. And we're saying that's not a knock on Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? There's something called Takalas and Shine. And Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept back the stolen bit of wine in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's truth. Afraid if the thief has to return everything, he's not going to return it. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Money is necessary. Money is important, and as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, and you can pay the bills, right? Because if you don't have money, things are like incredibly complicated. And many people did not stand up to religious challenges. There was a choice between religion and were afraid that the Ger, if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately, again, his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of because it's human nature. So if Chazal didn't want to put him in that situation, therefore they were makeled by a Ger, understanding that often in this kind of case, he can have an estate that is comprised of permitted items and permitted items, therefore allowed him to keep the permitted items, give his Akum brother all of the forbidden things. Incredible. We'll say on the base. Tanya Rav advice that supports this. When is this so? Shirshu, in the case of Yerusha. But in the case, let's say, of a business partnership where we ask you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well. So don't want to put the person in this Ger in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So remember again, all of this is the same people Rabbanim sitting together. Another question that came in. Ger Toshav now Sheibato Avodas Kochav. So listen, this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Toshav go ahead, and I will say, just before you go on, just this idea that Chazal will make over the Ger, just so you understand the tremendous misrepresentation of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. Sometimes people have a very skewed view of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, a very skewed view of halacha. That HaKadosh Baruch Hu is waiting for us to mess up so he can smack us down. He's all waiting for us to mess up so he can levy some type of punishment or penalty against us. That's a key for from the truth. The Ribono Shel Olam wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal want our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the strictures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Baruch understood what we really wanted to be successful. Chazal understood what we really wanted to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal knows no greater advocate in this world than Shmuel. That's in this world than in this world. In this world, Chazal constantly looking for successes. Okay, incredible question. How do you guys come Ger Toshav, Mar Shebat ROTHSCHILD. So what's a very interesting show? Can a Ger Toshav go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akum has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So, Ger Toshav, what is a Ger Toshav? Now, we're going to see this much focus about the definition of Ger Toshav. Rashi points out here in the top of the daf, Ger Toshav, Eino Ovi Avodas Kochav. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple with everything else except he doesn't worship idolatry. Like, he believes in that Baruch Hu. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Maybe we say like this: anyone who's what we call a bar mineh. If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission avodah. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. I'm going to rule out Nachman, so I'm going to also have Nachman relates to this. And Nachman says, no, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So this one second. Yisrael Yisrael went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that about? Actual Basiliana. So what's this? And I remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because then I've acquired it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do I do? Actual Basiliana. So before I pick it up, I can call over an akum. Remember, also we have to call over an akum and say to the akum, I need you to negate this idolatry, decommission it, right? Theological decommissioning. So go ahead and engage in theological decommissioning of its idolatry. And then it becomes committed. However, again, but again, if I take it out, right? If I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. An Ovid Kochav, an Akum, could decommission his own avodah zarah or the avodah zarah of his friend, bein ovda, bein she'in ovda, whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. We're going to define what these mean things mean. My ovda or my bein ovda. What does it mean? What does it mean that Akum could decommission avodah zarah, whether he worships it or doesn't worship it? If you want to say that both are talking about an Akum, then Hainu Shalom Shafari. We already said that. Because we just said before that an Akum has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And the love of the Oved Kochanim, Umay She'in Elav of the Oved Kochanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means an actual Akum. Umay She'in of the, what does it mean? A non-worshipper? Ger Toshav. Oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual Akum and a Ger Toshav? Shmanino, Ger Toshav, Nami. What do you see from here? That a Ger Toshav has the ability to be Mevatel, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which the Gemara says, no. The Olam in the Lachar, not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person that decommission Avodah Zarah is an actual idol worship of himself. I Kamrit Shalom B'Shafat. Already said that. And then the price is redone because he already come to God and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend's Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this, two different cases. Reisha, Zeh V'Zeh L'Pa'ar, V'Zeh V'Zeh L'Markos. Reisha is teaching me like this. If you have two apples, right, and both worship Pa'ar, or both worship Markos, so obviously, again, apple 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And apple 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa is Zela Pa'ar B'Zela Markos. Oh, the Seifa teaches something different. Let's say one apple who worships Markos and one who worships Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? An apple can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship idolatry. So let's say, so we need to have apples being close. Number 1, an apple can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number 2, an apple can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha 3 is an apple can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different thing. Incredible. So the Gemara says, next, but again, no riot by a Ger Toshav, right? So when it comes to a Ger Toshav, he's still actually Gal Gashav. Can a Ger Toshav, which is a Gentile, who repudiated idolatry, who repudiated idolatry, can he be without level? So that was thought of it. Whereas this is a Ger Toshav, this is a Ger Toshav, what's a Ger Toshav? Moshe Kiva Akshavos is now getting more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Toshav? So that Moshe Kiva Lav Definition Gimel Kavirim, Meir says it's any apple who is accepted for himself in front of three family. Again, what's that? Probably what I don't know means. Someone is careful. Someone is careful about too many times. So in this context, the context it just means you're in front of a base. Anytime an apple comes in front of a base, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a Ger Toshav. That's a Ger Toshav. Good. That's right there. From saying, Moshe Kiva Allah Sheva Mitzvos. Moshe Kiva Allah Sheva Mitzvos. Some say a Ger Toshav is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noah tribes. Because we don't seem to require the base. That's a Ger Toshav. Shem Mitzvos B'nei Noah, the nation said Ger Toshav. Even only able to go involved with the Ger Toshav. Not true. Chalim say naturally, it's not like neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of Ger Toshav. What is a Ger Toshav? And the answer to Ger Toshav, Zeh Ger Ofam Levelos, Shekibel Alav Lekayim Kol Mitzvos Hamulas B'Torah, Chutz Me'Isser Nevelos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of the Ger Toshav? The Ger Toshav is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats nevelos, and he has accepted for himself the rest of the mitzvahs. Pretty shocking definition. It was like really not kosher about the definition of the Ger Toshav. Rabbi Meir, he accepted it for himself in front of the days not to worship idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted it for himself Shem Mitzvah Noah. Acherim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvos except the laws of kosher. He's lacking that kosher. Incredible. The Rabbi goes on. Yachadin etzlo yain ve'imafkidin eslo yain. Ta'afilu bi'er shalulu yisrael. What's the halacha is you can deposit wine with a Ger Toshav, right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time. You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a longer amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about here? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that this is a Yachad in Eslim Yahin. Rashi says over there, we saw Maniach the Chanusa actually left the Yosem actually. The high people will Allah will not go from an asset. The Mago from the Asina Amar Base of Rock action. Even the Ilo another Innovani for the Dollar. You say it's Mala Mua like a lake. So ultimately, again, you keep a present wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time because what they're saying here, he may swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So what's this halacha must be get up? You could leave with him wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, not to the INS, far not to the INS, because it's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that if it's wine for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine for the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's mutter, for a long amount of time, also. Shmano, Kieno. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his wine. What is that? Shmano, Kieno, Shemen, Mika, Honey, Yayin. It's not what can be wrong with oil. Oil can't be with Yayin. It's not Tella, Yeno, Kishmano. Interesting, we're not going to what it means is like this. That Halacha L'maisa, that ultimately again is his wine, his wine is like his oil. Just like this, very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. I look at that actually just a moment. Guys, Shmano bin Hadiyanis and Yeno Mutimano, Shmano Kodu Shukla Shanna, Kilokai, about the Shkia Asa. And what does it mean that his oil is like excuse me, that his wine is like his oil? It's the same that you get enough from his oil, you can get enough from his wine. You can't drink the wine if you get enough, but ultimately you can get enough from it. The shark called Dabar, ultimately, and for every other thing, he is like he's like an apple. To which the Muslim Shimon Omer, Yeno Yayin Ness. Va'amilei Mutter B'Shkia. Shimon says his wine is like Yayin Nessa, but others say ultimately again that it is Mutter, ultimately again for consumption, for Shkia. So we'll actually pause over here. We're gonna pick up the next question. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this again. What do you see here? We see from here that the apple is like an apple. Again, Toshav is like an apple regarding every other matter. The mind is ultimately, again, what does it mean when they say that a Toshav is like an apple for everything else? What is that? First, the Gemara says, Love, Nimabata, Avodas Kofadim, Ka'avodas Kofadim. So doesn't that mean, because we're again, how do this whole thing like a Toshav itself? Starting with you trying to figure out, does it get a Toshav have the ability to negate idolatry? To the last decommission idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, again, Toshav is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate that whole style, so too can it get Toshav? So too can it get Toshav? To which the Gemara says, no, Litin Rishus Ulavato Rishus. No, it actually means something else. It means actually going from Shabbos. What do you mean from Shabbos? What's it about? It's in Samuel. We saw more. The Shabbos was at Erev Chatzos. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that courtyard without instruments. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Chatzos. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. Remember, here, if you talk to the home is the chutzner, cross into the home. And the halacha is, if you have a Jew who did not join into the chutzner, he can yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos study, forgot to participate in forgot to participate in the Erev. He can yield his rights to the other members of the chutzner. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is, you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from you. So watch this. The Gemara says, we saw more, the Shara Shabbos of the Shop, Medata Lushus. Ultimately, again, if you have Yisrael more, which unfortunately, again, is Yisrael, who an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like, right, in public he keeps Shabbos. Privately he doesn't keep Shabbos. But at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Without the rishus, all he needs to do if he didn't participate in the eruv, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the chatzar. Okay. Shemish Harushamasa Rishos, in without the rishus, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an atom. If he's like an atom, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in the Torah. Rather, you have to grant his rights from him. Amru, Yisrael, no sin Rishos in the Rishos, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. And the other Kohanim actually but by Hakum, ultimately you have to rent. So therefore, again, the Gemara is saying that when you say, so it wasn't just us, but Ketzad, Omer Lo, we'll say, how does the Jewish, for example, yield his right to over his rights in the concern? Omer Lo, I hereby give over my rights. I keep my rights in the concern. Or, Rishusi Nivutelas, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purposes of the Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who is participating in the Eruv. They talk discussed in any form of so just in general about Eruv Chatzeros, again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he could yield his rights or being a doctor, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the country that allows everyone else to utilize the country. Even if he's a Yisrael woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately, again, he could yield, or he could go ahead and by Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And a Yisrael woman who is publicly a woman is treated like a therefore, when we said before that a Ger Toshav ultimately again is treated like an apple for all other things you use in a chutzner with a Ger Toshav. The other Jews in the chutzner want to make it clear that zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the Ger Toshav as well. Now, whether or not the Ger Toshav could actually go and do the whole Sarah, in the Shalom say, we will see in tomorrow's daf. Shkayach everyone, what a daf, and incredible experience such a system with all of you. Wishing everyone
I've never seen a clap like this. This would have been like the McDonald's out in the 90s was like, we're giving you cancer. You're all getting cancer. No one, you gotta bury the lead a little bit here. Get up Sam Altman talking about AI and the complete destruction of the labor force. Straight up telling you, props to them. They're not hiding it. They're going to be out. There's no way around it. There's no way around it. Everyone that has a job and a purpose right now and money has to figure out some other way to live. You got to figure out another way for them to live. Because whatever your life is, when you have a job and you have money from that job, that's not going to work anymore. That's not going to work anymore. So, if you need stuff like that, to not even say stuff like this, I mean, if you need a job and money to feel good about yourself, you got a real problem. You got a real problem coming if you need a job and money to feel good about yourself, because that's not part of the future. We're all gonna be, yes, you hear Sam Altman defending now these energy tools. These AI data centers use tons of energy, because they're replacing humanity, which actually you need a lot of energy to replace the population. But Sam Altman concerned about how much water data centers require in an AI system. So if you can get this video out, Sam basically goes, it takes a lot to train a human brain. It's a lot of energy. You gotta raise them and send them to school. You gotta buy them stupid birthday cakes and put birthday candles on the cake. You gotta teach them how to ride a bike. And then they're gonna want to go to prom. Then you're gonna have to talk to them about how to be a good person. Then maybe you have to go to college. You visit them in college. You drop them off in college. Your wife cries. It's a whole thing. The kid calls you from college. He tells you about a girl that he wants to bring home over the holidays. It's a, why do we need to do that whole process called life? Let's eliminate it. Let's get rid of it. We don't need it. Why would we need it? Here it is. Sam Altman, a friend of the show, creepy Sith Lord Sam Altman. I hate that a lot of these people are gay. It bothers me because as a gay person, I go, well, this is it. This doesn't make me look great. But what it means Sam Altman. Here is Sam Altman talking about training a human being, which is called life. Talk about it. We can kind of start to think about eliminating. If we start to think about how to eliminate the process by which we instill character and skills and help people realize their talent, if we get rid of that process, then we just put a bunch of AI data centers in the middle of the desert and soak up some of the world's energy, we can end life on Earth very quickly. Sam Altman.
Things that's always unfair in this course, these people talk about how much energy it takes to train AI, right? Which equates to humans in a way that's very easy. But it also takes a lot of energy to train them. It takes like 20 years of life. And if you're doing during that time, that's smart. And not only that, it's a very flexible evolution of the human of ever lived. They're not to get eaten by predators.
communicating with super intelligence. And they do believe that he just said it out loud. He literally just said it. Was like 100 million years of evolution, all the 20 years of life, they've all led to this point. And this point is when men are going to give birth, as I've said on the show before, because this is their main goal, to the AI demon. They want to give birth to the AI demon, the super intelligent AI, who's then going to run the planet and decide who stays, who goes, who's necessary, who's not. They're pretty open about this. This is the thing about all of the AI people, all of the tech people. They really are, they really are pretty transparent when it comes to what they want to do. What they need to do in their minds, because if China gets to it first, if China unleashes the AI demon, we unleash our AI demon, our American AI demon, Western values, America, rah-rah AI demon, and China enslaves their population with their demon, they will sell the world their demon, and then that demon will enslave the world, and then they'll make all the money, and they'll have all the geopolitical leverage, and they'll have all the military advantages. So in this quote AI arms race, we are both racing the U.S. and China to give birth to an ancient Sumerian super intelligent demon, and her Aunt Connie in Phoenix, who's a receptionist, is fucked. Because that's what's going on, and you gotta tell them that. You go, Connie, I hope you save money, because there are men in Silicon Valley who are communicating with an ancient Sumerian god. What? Connie, will you sit down and listen to me? Connie, if you saved your money, I've saved a little bit of it, but, the prices at the grocery store are so high. Connie, you have 18 months before your ass is out of that office. There's an ancient Sumerian god that Sam Altman and Peter Taylor communicate with, and they're going to give birth to an AI demon. What? It's a demonic force that's going to take form through artificial intelligence. And we have to do it before China does. Well, that sounds scary. You have no idea how scary it is, Connie, and you better save your money. You've got 18 months. 18 months left before this AI demon is going to do your job. An ancient Sumerian god is going to do my job? Yes. Yes. How many times do I have to explain this to you, Connie? An ancient god before Jesus, before Yahweh, before Muhammad, before anyone. I mean, an ancient Connie. I don't even know where to start with you sometimes. We have finally invented a way to summon this demon and bring it back to earth to increase efficiency. Because think about it. What would, when I talk about AI, let's just have fun here for a minute, because by the way, I hope no matter what happens, and I want to tell you people this when I ask you this, no matter what happens, no matter how bad it gets for you, no matter if you're in the streets and you feel this, I hope you still listen to this show. I really do. I really hope you still listen to podcasts, even if it gets terrible for you. I hope it doesn't. But even if it's bad, you're living in a town of, it's just kind of post-apocalyptic, and it's just large, mountains of trash, and again, people burning fires to keep warm, and there's wars over water and food, and I hope none of that happens. But if it does, man, I hope you still listen to podcasts. I hope that you still are entertained and informed by the podcasts. That's all. But Sam Altman basically has come out and said it. They've said it. They go, what do we need? So we have 20 years and also an entire human race. An entire human race needed years and years of evolution to produce the conditions so that they can train people so that people can have lives and we don't need it anymore. And as the Lord brought us to this point, I believe they will give a break to God. This is not a conspiracy, it's not a joke. It's funny. It's funny, but they really do believe they're giving birth to God. And then that's what it is. Then it'll sort itself out. And it'll sort itself out. But they believe they are there to give birth to AI super intelligence plus quantum computing, whatever. And that God-like omniscient entity is going to run the entire planet. All the governments, it's going to run everything, and it's going to make decisions. And human beings either have to merge with this or take its edicts and accept their fate. But that's what these guys are doing. That's the product. That's the product. So it starts with like, hey, let's automate Aunt Connie's job in Phoenix. And you're like, oh, fuck Connie. She's a cunt. I don't like her Facebook post. I wanted to see Connie on the screen. Sure. But there's a lot of Connies out there, and you might be one of them. Because apparently this thing's going to take everybody out. I'm telling you right now, folks, you have to check out the links. Wardrobe is about pieces that are together and rolled up over time. That's what Quince does best. Premium materials, thoughtful design, and everyday staples that feel easy to wear and easy to wear. There's weather sharp. Quince says everyday essentials all over quality glass, organic cotton sweaters, clothes for every occasion, leather jackets, keep you warm with the changing season. This goes on. Quince works directly in top factories and cuts out the middlemen so you're not paying for brand marketing or quality clothing. Everything is built to hold up to daily wear and still look good season after season. Plus, they only partner with factories that meet ordinary standards for craftsmanship and ethical production. Your coat I picked up is holding up way better than other coats I've worn. It goes way more. Looks good, keeps me warm. It doesn't break the bank. Refresh your wardrobe options. Go to quince.com/TIM for free shipping on your order 365 days. Now available in Canada too. It's QUINCE.com/TIM. Free shipping and 365-day return to quince.com/TIM. This is what the world will look like. This is not going to be a rare story. Man accused of stealing leg from crime scene and eating it. This is what happens after white-collar jobs are completely wiped out. When nobody has anything to do, no one has a purpose, no one has any money, this is the reality. We have a guy in California, there was a train crash, and this man took a leg. Let's take a look at this.
Video circulating on social media appears to show a self-body car suffered blood by a train 8 months ago. Sheriff's officials say this happened today near the Roscoe Junction station on G Street. Eyewitness news reported the full incident story, but first, we do have more inside footage of the story. I'm not sure for me, but check this way. We have one over here, we're having a person's leg, and so they treated it over here,
It was a typical Friday for the construction workers laying down groundwork outside the Amtrak station in Roscoe until they saw a horrifying sight. Looking at what a witness says is a man eating a detached leg. The detached leg came from a person hit by a train near the Roscoe Amtrak station earlier that morning. This is right. Better get used to this. Better get used to this. I'm telling you. I don't love it. Personally, I don't love it. But if you think this is going to be a rare event, I don't know. This is a man who found a leg from a person who's no longer living. This was a man who needed sustenance. The child might have been on a drug, 2 or 3, I don't know. But, this is not going to be super rare, and I think that you have to start acclimating yourself to the reality of you're not shocked by it. You can't be shocked every time you see someone eating cereal. It's not going to work. Society's not going to work for the next 5 to 10 years if things like this are going to shock you every time. If every time you see someone walking down the street eating a severed leg that they stole from a crime scene, if every time that happens, it's going to take you out of whatever you're doing, it's going to ruin your day, you're not built for what's coming. You are not built for what's coming. You're certainly not built for the birth of the Sumerian AI now. So, I think that people, you remember the early aughts, the 2000s, everything seemed kind of cool. Minus a couple Middle Eastern wars, and Obama came in, he was cool, he was in. People were feeling good, they were watching The Office. Fast casual food started going, you're like, wow, it's fast, but it's also not global shit. Chipotle, things like that. We remember those days, we remember that world. People felt centered. Technology was cool, it wasn't scary. It wasn't scary. Every now and then, some bath salts would eat a fast Miami or whatever. It was a rarity. I'm telling you right now, this is not going to be a rarity. And by the way, how am I supposed to be this guy who ate a leg of a person already dead? In the Epstein files, there are tons of mentions of coded food words that people think are cannibalism. And yet I'm supposed to forget about that and be mad at this guy because, for whatever reason, he's just walking down the street. He doesn't have, I'm sorry he doesn't have an eye. I'm sorry he's not friends with every president. I'm sorry a working class person ate a leg. I'm sorry that offends you. I'm sorry he doesn't fly his friends to a private island so they can not be huge privately. I'm sorry a working class man ate a leg in public. You better get used to cannibalism and you better get used to what happened in front of you. I'm telling you right now, I'm not trying to alarm you. But there's no way that this type of thing isn't going to happen. Let's watch a little bit of the rest of this. I'm not disturbed by this at all. Didn't bother me one bit. I'll tell you that. Let me get before we start again. I watched this video several times. I watched a man eat the leg. I had no problem. I was eating sushi while it was happening. And I was not disturbed by this. And if you're disturbed by this, it is your problem. Continue our discussion. Never to fucking rat.
Sent into eyewitness news shows the man moving the leg around. This research says the man is 27 and moves in no 10 minutes. Tellez was arrested for taking evidence from the scene and had multiple outstanding warrants. At this moment, investigators haven't said where the leg belongs to or who was hurt in the train crash, but we do know that one person happened. Tellez was arrested, and Kern County Sheriff's Office say it is an active investigation. Reporting in Boston, NFL eyewitness news.
Well, listen, here's what we learned from that. We live in a society of feds and rats. When at the first chance they can call the cops on this guy who's just eating a leg with his family. Well, no, of course, this guy has obviously facetious, but this is something that I do believe in this. I do believe in this. Seymour, people stealing body parts from crime scenes, and not only eating them, but playing with them and making YouTube videos where people just having fun with them. That's what I think is going to happen. I do think you're going to see more people stealing body parts from crime scenes. This is a prediction I have. I don't know if it's going to there's new details in there. Please. New details on suspect who took severed leg from the Moscow train tracks. Interesting. First of all, I didn't like that. I didn't like that they said he was homeless because it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. This is not good. He's an unhoused neighbor. I don't want this man insulted, and I don't want him in the comments of the internet dragged. I don't want this man dragged simply because someone found him with a leg. Let's see some details.
The latest in a similar story that was last Friday. A Moscow man arrested after reports he was carrying around allegedly biting into what witnesses say was a severed leg. So that's belonging to the victim. Kid been killed by a train at the Moscow Amtrak station. Moscow witnesses today and joins us now with Jenny.
Jim, it's a peculiar case involving a Moscow man sometimes described as ordinary and polite. 70%
Let's stop it for a minute. Finally, let's start talking. He's an ordinary, polite man. First of all, I blame the person I am going to treat. It is always your fault when you hit by a train. It is 1,000% your fault when you get hit by a train. You should be there. Your leg should be there. You're an idiot. You got hit by a train. Everyone knows what trains are. Everyone knows what train tracks are. You are a fucking idiot if you get hit by a train. It is a stupid way to die. And it is your fault. And someone should be your fucking leg if you do it. And let's hear more about this because I don't want this man. I'm going to come out and say it. I don't want him to control because he's eating a leg. I don't want to live a world like that. And I know many people in California don't either, including my governor. We don't want that. We don't want to live in a world where someone gets put in jail because they're disabled and someone's leg is destroyed. Keep going.
says Moscow is Tayez's town, and people know him. Those I spoke to say Tayez was homeless. This Moscow resident on their screens showed me where Tayez often slept. He says those blankets are Tayez's. And the local liquor store employee tells me Tayez was a regular customer who came in a few times a day, every day. She says he never caused trouble, and he normally buy a mix of food, beer, whatever he could afford, what folks gave him. As you can see in the security footage shared with 17 News, Tayez visited the store just hours before his Friday arrest. That's him in current on your screens. The employee says when she first read the news, she thought, no, it can't be him. Jose Ibarra, a construction worker, was working in the area when he saw Tayez carrying a gun with a bodyguard. Misdemeanor convictions, mostly for drug, alcohol-related offenses. Tayez is scheduled for a court appearance Tuesday in Chapter.
Here's the thing. Let me be very clear. Stop. And listen to what is the sheriff's office saying?
Provide additional details on the case at this time.
Here's folks. Just because this guy is one of this guy is in the liquor store, he's outside from other things, he's in the street, he's into a crime scene, so I just don't think we should crucify this man. I don't think it says anything about our society. He's homeless and addicted to drugs and alcohol. He's in and out of jail. And it just goes to a crime scene and grabs a leg. And begins to eat it. This is the culmination of many years of good ideas that have worked better for the state of California. This is many years of good ideas about letting
people kind of live on the street and self-medicate and check their own course and emotionally move their own drum and do what they want to do and ingratiate themselves. People in the community like me, really friendly guy. Comes in, he gets a beer, he hangs, it's not a problem. And I bring him to your wife. I was like, there's no way it can be here. No way it could be the homeless drug addict who's there for months. There's zero way it's the homeless drug addict who lives in the street. There's absolutely no way. It's crazy to think that. So this is just one of the features. You're going to just have to deal with that. The avocados are good, the climate's good, fresh seafood. Every group has someone who says, okay, consider benefit, paying for subscription. I forgot they had the fees that I'll take it from because it still works. And now, one or someone still overpaying for wireless to resell to midnight, at least you're going to help with the last one. Stop paying way too much for wireless just because that's how it's always been. It exists purely to fix that same cover chain speed just without the inflated price tag. If we made wireless, you expect unlimited talk, text, and data within a fraction of what others charge. Offer limited time at 50% off 3, 6, or 12-month plans of unlimited premium wireless. I'm telling you, everyone I know who switched to Mint Mobile is saving a lot of money. I use this and you should too. If I had this product, that's what I use. I do need it and I use it. Mint Mobile, the 7-day money-back guarantee and customer satisfaction ratings in the mid-90s. Mint makes it easy to try and see why people don't go back. We need to stop kidding. More than you have to, new customers can make the switch today for limited time. Get unlimited premium wireless for just $15 per month. Switch to mintmobile.com/Kim. That's mintmobile.com/Kim. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12 months. Not required. $15 a month for all the taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Over 50 gigabytes makes slow when network is busy. Capable devices required. Availability, speed, and coverage vary. Additional terms and prices at mintmobile.com. Every so often I get the urge to level up, not just personally, but for my business too. And upgrade to Gusto is one of the easiest ways to get started in business that now we're doing things right. I love it. As the year gets busier and busier, a lot of us are trying to keep a handle on our business operations. And I see that their payroll benefits and HR. We have a Gusto. Feels like having a clean desk and an organized inbox so I can focus on actually growing my business. Small business like me is hustling to figure it all out. A lot of times on your own. You don't have to spend your evenings guessing. The tax forms are tracking down onboarding tax. Gusto handles all of that, so you can just spend more time in the parts of your business you actually love. Gusto is an online payroll and benefits software built for small businesses. It's all-in-one remote friendly, incredibly easy to use, so you can pay, hire, onboarding support with your team from anywhere. Automatic payroll, tax filing, unlimited payroll runs for 1 monthly price, no hidden fees, no surprises. It's a quick and simple way to switch to Gusto. Just transfer existing data to get up running fast. Plus, don't pay a cent until you run your first payroll. Number one payroll software according to Number one payroll software according to Gen 2 for fall 2025, just over 400,000 small businesses. Try Gusto today at Gusto.com/Dill and get 3 months free. That's Gusto.com/DILL and get 3 months free. Gusto.com/DILL. Katie Porter, who's again an elected official here in California. Let's see what Kate. Now, if you remember the last time we checked on Katie Porter, was berating her fat assistant, Katie Porter's fat combating assistant. Katie Porter was doing fat on fat crime and yelling at her because both, for whatever reason, both of their blood sugars had dropped dangerously low. So Katie Porter had begun to lash out at her and about the placement of the camera and get out of the frame. You remember that? And Katie then did an interview with a woman, a skinny woman, blonde hair. And Katie was enraged by this woman immediately as soon as she sat down. And this woman asked her, like, a very innocuous question. She's like, how are you going to win over Trump voters? And then Katie just went to tear the flesh off her body. Now, Katie, like, some would say, ate her leg. Now, here is Katie Porter, and so now she's re-emerged politically. She's back. She's re-emerged, and she has a gas mask on, and she's in the middle of a river taking Porter, here's our comeback. cancer. That's just the kind of country we have. It's just the kind of country we have. There are people that live in areas that are toxic dumps. And unless you're directly affected by this, like the sewage water is going through your yard, literally. If it's not going through your yard, you don't give a shit. When I drive to Vegas to either perform or see friends, I have some people in the way, there's some countries that studio with a band. I like Vegas, a 4-hour drive. I drive through desert communities where people live in toxic environments that have never lived in. Horrible industrial waste all over the place. I don't think about it at all. At all. The first time I made that drive, I thought about it a little. I went, God, I bet there's people that get born to two heads. And now I ignore it completely. I don't even turn my head to look at it. That's just the kind of country we have. Don't get mad at me, don't hate the player, hate the game. If you live in a toxic waste sludge dump, so this is such a losing issue for Katie. I know why she's trying to bring it up. She's trying to say we're all being poisoned and like me, I look like Bane. Like really, no one cares. Only the people in that town care. Even as she was talking about the tree smells, where she's like, they're breathing in this air. You know what I thought? Boring. Talk about the leg. Talk about the hyena leg. If I was Katie Porter, I'd have the Bane mask on. I don't do the course. But if I had the Bane mask as Katie Porter, the people in this country are needing legs. They find the crime scenes. Do you want it to be your leg? I'm Katie Porter, and I used to give a shit about dumb shit like cancer in the river or whatever. I used to try to chase down companies who are polluting our rivers. But here's the reality. Who's even swimming anymore? I don't even do it. Don't swim. I realized that the more pressing issue was the drug addicts living on our street. Literal zombies who were eating people's legs. Boy, did I stop caring about our rivers after I realized how many people were starting to pick up legs and eat them. I didn't care about rivers anymore. I used to care about the air the kids were breathing in the preschool. I know nice people care about the environment. I'm not telling you it's a good thing to think about. This is not. I'm telling you, I grew up in Long Island my whole life, and people care about beach erosion. All these little kid I was in Golden Beach Commons, killing hookers and depositing bodies in the beach. No one cares about beach erosion. No one cares about the poison water. No one cares about forest fires. No one cares about anything. No one cares if their fellow citizens are living in a microwave. No one cares if their fellow citizens are living in a microwave. It doesn't matter. I'm telling you, I'm a reasonably moral person, certainly not the best, but do you know, I mean, the people that live in the Bakersfields and places like that, in the food deserts and the opportunity deserts, and are living every day in a Stephen King novel, where there's some weird factory that's polluting everything, and they have to hold the work. In fact, I feel bad for them. But I'm telling you right now, it's not something that I think about, but no one thinks about it. No one thinks about it. Every now and then they'll try to do like a thing where they're on the news and go, everyone in this one town has cancer. And then they go, I don't live there. I don't live in that town. Everyone in this one town has cancer. Everyone has cancer. Well, I don't live there. So Katie Porter can get in the middle of the river with the Bane mask and scream and yell about carcinogens, but it just doesn't motivate people. It doesn't motivate people to turn the balls. Let's talk about Iran, because I think, and by the way, we brought the event I have to report it. From what I am hearing, these talks in Geneva are productive to a degree. Also, here's the deal. We've built a tremendous military buildup. This is bigger than anything we've ever done. But I think, and this has been reported, I'm not breaking any news, but the military is telling Trump this is not an easy war. And I don't know if we get bogged down in this war with Iran, if we're going to be able to fight other people, if that's going to leave us vulnerable and exposed. You know, they've got a significant number of jet fighters and support aircraft in the Middle East, assembling the greatest amount of air power in the region since the 2003 invasion of Iraq. I just don't know. We're not living in a world where we can just knock the shit out of people anymore. We're not living in that world. The reason it was in 2002, they just don't knock the shit out of these countries. You knock the shit out of these countries without any type of, listen, when people die, when it's an issue, when it's a problem, would you just spend a lot of money, would you overextend yourself? Yes. I'll tell you this. The power that we had back then to act unopposed, unilaterally, unopposed, to just go knock the shit out of this country. You can't do that with Iran. It's not going to work. The military options are not great. They're going into Trump. They're going, listen, we can hit him here, we can hit him there, but we don't know what's going to happen afterwards. The Ayatollah is living in an underground bunker. Ayatollah Khomeini, I believe I pronounced that correct. And he's living in an underground bunker, but there's no good see the Iranian war people. I'm around there. I called them Beverly Hills at the time. So I understand the Iranian regime sucks. They're killing protesters, killing real people. And I understand the excitement. And sometimes I even get into it. Because I'm surrounded by Persians and I like their food. I like hummus and I eat whatever salad and the chocolate, whatever. But the point is, I get it. I get into it. I get like free Iran and I'm with it. And I can get swept up into that free Iran fever. Because sometimes it does feel good to just drive your car, and think about, a bunch of people that are being, oppressed and whatever, by a government that I certainly wouldn't want to live under. And if that government wouldn't be able to magically go away and get replaced by a better government, everybody's happy. I'm happy. I have nothing to say positive about Iran or the Mullahs. But I don't know how the fuck we do this. I think the military is going to Trump and going, we don't really know how the fuck we do this. Like, yes, the American military is the greatest in the world, and whatever. But I think they're coming to him and they're going, listen, man, the options are not great here. They're not like amazing options. If we go in and we decapitate the leadership, we don't run. Number one, they're going to fight. They're going to fight back. They've got a real military. They've got an arsenal of weapons. They get weapons from Russia. They get weapons from China. They're not a completely isolated country. They have, allies now. Russia trying to jump in the fight. China will happily watch us bankrupt ourselves. And completely politically, our system completely disintegrate. And China will just win the chaos that this will solve. Not only the region, but here at home, China will just definitely win. And Russia's busy in Ukraine. I don't think it's supposed to deliver World War III thing. But the economy, global economy, oil exports, these things, Iran can start hitting U.S. bases, the Gulf, they can start destroying facilities. And the global economy can suffer greatly. It's a real war. It's not bullshit. You can see a spike in oil prices, you can see Straits of Hormuz, there's all kinds of things. And everyone has said this, by the way, this is, but we have a lot of artillery there, we have a lot of weaponry there, and it does feel like it's something might happen, even though everything I've just said, there are good reasons to try to obviously take the temperature and turn the temperature I do think we have so much there. We have such a buildup there. We have F-35, F-22 fighter jets, 2 aircraft carriers, and I'm wondering if, now bear with me, is there a way to do a wag the dog fake war? Listen to me, because we want to see face. We have a lot of stuff there. Is there a way to have a fake that doesn't exist? There's a movie called Wag the Dog about this, where we blow some stuff up, we have a press conference, the Iranians have a press conference, and we end this thing. Because we have too much, we spend a lot of money to move these boats over there, and, you know, we gotta do something, but is there a way to just do a kind of pretend, fake strike on Iran? No one will really know, and we save face, and we say, listen, we did it, and everything's fine. Everything's fine. We're not making nukes anymore. They learned their lesson. Because what scares me is that we're just too in deep now that I've got these talks in Geneva, these Geneva talks with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. They are making progress. I believe they're making progress because I think Iran is showing flexibility because they know they're not going to win this war. They know now it's going to be a prolonged conflict in America's not going to be smart there. Imagine America getting anything out of this. But Iran knows that they're not going to be able to go up against the United States. America and win. The government is going to fall. Yes, I read nuclear talks with Rabbi. No announcement of deal has risk of wounds. However, this is in Geneva. Iran and the United States held hours of indirect negotiations Thursday that went to Iran's nuclear program and without a deal. Leaving the danger of another Midwest war on the table as the U.S. has gathered a massive fleet of aircraft and warships in the region. Iran's foreign minister Rabbi al-Husseini, who mediated the talks in Geneva, said there had been significant progress in the negotiation. Without elaborating, this could be solved diplomatically, but Rabbi Israel will not be happy. They will not be happy. They will push for war. They want the regime to be toppled. The neoconservatives in America will probably push for war, the Tea times, whatever. They want this whole thing's about remaking the Middle East. And if you take Iran out as a regional player, it's easier to remake the Middle East. Israel's probably not going to be happy, but diplomacy is the only way here that America doesn't want this war. America does not want this war. I mean, we've got white-collar people, they got about 8 months left in their jobs before the industry is done, so we don't need a war. And those white-collar consultants on the military and the front guy in Iran, we don't need a fucking war in the Middle East. So we can either do something fake, which I'm for, and pretend, show force. I did talk to somebody who said, it feels like we're too far down the line. There's a little bit of war fever in Washington, and that it's good with people, and that there's an inertia that's moving us forward towards this conflict that we will be. And once we're on a path like this, it's very hard to completely reverse course. That's what somebody told me. Maybe they're right, maybe they're wrong. But they did say it does feel like we're on a collision course for Iran. We have Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. I believe that the talks are Kushner, Steve Witkoff, and then Erica Kirk. Erica Kirk is over there negotiating with the Iranians right now. And I'm hopeful that she can pull this off. Erica Kirk, when We don't know. U.S.-Iran negotiations wrapped for the day. I don't know. I can just tell you what it is. The war need to have the right vibes. This is something that many people don't understand. You need to just feel a certain way before you go. You need to have a certain. There's got to be kind of kind of a like war environment. We just haven't achieved it. We haven't achieved it yet. We're not there as a country yet. You know what I mean? People are too busy in this country just to access. No one's ready for this. We just don't. Nobody's into it. And it's being put. You can feel when something's being pushed and no one wants it. You can feel it. And that's what you feel about the Iran war. Nobody's really into it. And the people that are into it have to accuse the people that are into it of being anti-Semitic, they have a lack of imagination. You can totally see the pressure will be Iran will be free. And you go, do we trust Pete Hegseth to handle this? Do we trust Cash Patel to handle the distant retaliation attacks that might come from rapists that are associated with some people's inhabitants? Do we trust Cash Patel to handle? Can you believe that people get accidents and go to turn on these people? Why would they just live in pain and agony? They get to do something to like Switzerland cat is sitting on the sideline. And I get emotional sometimes thinking about how these people are just sitting in America. It's America's largest country by far. They have over 100 offices nationwide, more than 1,000 lawyers, over 30 billion coverage for over 500,000 clients. Nobody's proven track record to find out the full and fair compensation for an injury or the negligence of another who deserved to be paid. We're never injured to get your fees free unless they win. That's right, your fees free unless they win. Or for the people.com says GIM. Or FOLoThePeople.com says Jim. I'll link in the description below. This is a paid advertisement. Anyway, let's also comment on the Cash Patel in the US. Cash Patel, that's to be said, is not running yet. Cash Patel was installed not running. This is a very obvious conclusion they can come to. This guy
What up, baby? Living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods? Very well, because that. All right, big man. Well, uh, in terms of the prophecies, many of them are self fulfilling, many of them are very vague. In terms of the red heifer, yes, we are buying the red heifers because we do plan on rebuilding the Beit HaMikdash, the temple in Jerusalem. I'd like to see it done in a peaceful way. I'm not exactly sure how it's going to be done. We do have the Temple Institute that is basically training Kohanim in the proper ways of what's known as the carbon, the sacrifices. In terms of the red heifer, we don't necessarily need a temple in Jerusalem to perform the sacrifices of the red heifer. We just need control over the amount of olives which we have. And essentially, that sacrifice is different than the temple sacrifices. That sacrifices consists of, the purpose of it is to purify people who have been made unclean due to their interaction with a dead body. And so the way that sacrifice, everybody really interested in these red heifers. I know that they can't be milked. Yo,
All right, most like good morning, our great sports opportunity continue. Seth Melach has begun by thanking all our sponsors for this morning share to pay. All right, couple responsible for the month of Adar Habalina Tova. Benjamin and Elise Wall, and Iris Israel are proud to support the incredible worldwide work that the SOTC family does on behalf of the Jewish people. A group of learning sponsors, Holland Catholic College, for dedicating the Shiur Joshua this week in memory of his grandfather Samuel Pollock Zachariah, Ben Zachariah. And our Dachlomi sponsors for tonight, my beautiful sponsorship, Dr. and Mrs. Robert Edelman, and their sons Dan, Adam David, and Moshe Yaakov to commemorate the other Zaid had the yahrzeit of Dr. Edelman's father, Marvin Edelman Mordechai Ben Hana Allah Shalom. Although the dedication although the relation is meaningful in Swiss, but the best accolade is that his son and grandsons learn Torah every day, either at Yeshiva Spura Sari or at our Dafrom Shir. May our learning today be in Mordechai Ben Han's merit and Aliyah for his neshama. Incredible. Yalla and Sarah Steinberg in the Swiss continued health and for Shulam is Hannah Bas Susha and for the ultimate for Shlema, and Adam Plonka in commemoration of the yahrzeit of Moshe Rabbi, Moshe Ben Amram, today on Zion Adar. Look at the merit of our commentary, all of the Shem's Area, the families in the Kama, all those who need to having given colorful Israel, which means Zoka merits Hashem to the source, Thomas and Rachels for all of Am Yisrael and Israel. But also with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today. Baruch Hashem, the incredible amount to do. The really beautiful and exceptional Gemara ahead of us. Today's daf is Mem down at 44. We are picking up 16 line count from the top on 43b. Mem Gimel on the base. This is the Tanya Igah. Another right, so Uri-Isa also is Tanya. Remember again, the way the mitzvah of tzitzis is framed is that the mitzvah of tzitzis ultimately the goal is to see it, and by seeing it, tzitzis, you are supposed to remember something. So multiple approaches as to what it is exactly that one is supposed to remember. So additional by Uri-Isa also you shall see this item. Re'ei mitzvah, see this mitzvah, i.e. tzitzis, u'zechar mitzvah acheres hasmuchala. And ultimately go ahead and remember another mitzvah. Which mitzvah? The one that is juxtaposed or right next to tzitzis. What does that refer to? Zu mitzvahs kilayim. Ultimately, again, this refers to the mitzvah, the prohibition of shatnez. The tzid, no silbosh shatnez, sacrifice yachad, because the Torah says you shall not wear shatnez more than them together. And then the next pasuk says, "V'gidilin ta'asalacha," right? V'gidilin ta'asalacha. Then the next pasuk is tzitzis. So interestingly enough, this approach says that the whole mitzvah of tzitzis is to remind you not to wear shatnez, which I must say, if you think about it, is quite fascinating. That where else do you find this? That you have a mitzvah asay that is absolutely, completely dedicated to reminding you not to perform a mitzvah los asay. So I have an entire mitzvah of tzitzis that is there just to remind you not to wear shatnez. It seems a little bit strange. Perhaps the Yisod is as follows. What's the prohibition of shatnez? The prohibition of shatnez is a recognition that certain things cannot be mixed together. Certain things don't go together, but you have to be careful the way certain realities, certain forces mix together. In fact, Sefer HaChinuch brings down, that's the whole Yisod of shatnez. Shatnez, basar, b'chalav, these prohibitions are all the same. What they say is that in life there are different energies, different forces, and so you have to be careful about bringing certain things together. What exactly is the energy of women? What does it create? That's more of a cult. That's a bit more esoteric. What's basar b'chalav? Same idea. These forces should not be brought together. And if you think about this, this is one of perhaps the most important episodes for successful living. It's knowing what influences to allow into your life and what influences to keep out. That's the whole mitzvah of kilayim. Kilayim says there are certain things you can bring together, certain things you can't bring together. Successful spiritual living, what influences do you allow into your heart, into your home, into your soul, and what influences do you have to kind of keep on the outside? So what the Bryce is saying is the entire mitzvah of tzitzis is a reminder about the prohibition of shatnez. The entire mitzvah of tzitzis is to keep you on guard and to create a certain vigilance. What do you allow yourself to be exposed to? What influences, what realities, what mixtures do you allow into your home, into your soul and into your heart? Incredible. Let's go back there. It says in Rabbi, where you see also Hashem, Kevan Shneschayim Adam Mitzvazu is Chayim Lechol Mitzvahs Kula. So what's this? Interestingly enough, so the pasuk says, remember, you see the tzitzis, with Chayim Lechol Mitzvahs Hashem, you will remember all of the mitzvahs of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what does this mean? The Gemara says, because once you become Chayim in tzitzis, you become Chayim in all the other mitzvahs as well. Now what does that mean? Now remember, the Gemara says, Rabbi Shimoni, the Amar Mitzvahs Hasei Shaz Man Gadol. According to Rishon, it says that so there's a time not commandment. So when does the time for tzitzis begin? We'll call it for our purposes day. Okay, Rishon daytime. Interestingly enough, most mitzvahs are applicable by day. So what the Gemara is saying over here is that when the mitzvah of tzitzis begins, that's when you are reminded about your obligation for all other mitzvahs as well. Incredible. The Gemara says, "Tiny, you don't remember the Brayso. So you shall see this. Since we started this mitzvahs Hashem, and you remember all the other mitzvahs. So also, you see a common theme that tzitzis. Interestingly enough, tzitzis is this mitzvah that is not an end, rather it's a means. It's a trigger mitzvah. The whole idea is because I'm wearing this on my body the whole day. So therefore, what's happening over here is it's reminding me about something else. The shaila is, what's the something else? And of course, none of these approaches are mutually exclusive. So the verse is really incredible. Shkula mitzvah zu, kineged kol mitzvah skula. The mitzvah of tzitzis, literally again, measures up, corresponds, or is equal to all of the other mitzvahs. There was that is a very strong statement, right? In general, we tried to study from the statements that this mitzvah is as important as this mitzvah. All mitzvahs are important. So what does it mean when the Gemara says that this mitzvah, again, literally measures up against, which means is as important? Shkula means most of the imagery is like on a scale. Like if you put the mitzvah of tzitzis on one side and the other mitzvah on the other side, the scale would be equal. So what does that mean? So first of all, Rashi HaKadosh says, Rashi Shkula mitzvah zu, it's in short lines, about 10 lines in. This is very important. Actually, as called mitzvos. So first of all, because remember, the Torah itself says that you will see the tzitzis also as called mitzvos Hashem. So the Torah itself create this reality that somehow tzitzis correspond to all of the other mitzvahs. But if you look at the rest of Rashi, the tzitzis begimatria, tafresh, the ek sharim, the chesputin, haritayag. But again, Rashi gives something very beautiful over here. Rashi says the numerical value of tzitzis is 600. That's if tzitzis is written in 2 years. Right? The numerical value ultimately is 600 plus 5 knots. 5 knots on each corner and 8 strings for each corner. 600 plus 5 plus 8 is 613. So beautifully, tzitzis itself is a numerical reminder of all of the mitzvahs. So Rashi saying over here, it doesn't have to mean that necessarily tzitzis is as important as the rest of the mitzvahs. But again, I want to say, Rabbi, that the point of tzitzis is literally a physical reminder that I wear on my body just to remind myself there are 613 mitzvahs ultimately in the Torah that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave me, and those are my daily responsibilities. Quite beautiful. The Gemara goes like that. So this is a very dramatic Gemara. So look at this. So let's say if you notice again, there's like 3 verbs over here. You will see the tzitzis, right? You will also. You'll remember the mitzvahs. Va'asisem also, and you will perform them. The Gemara says, listen to this. So seeing the tzitzis, seeing them, leads me to remembering the mitzvahs. And remembering the mitzvahs ultimately leads me to performance. So seeing leads me to remembering leads me to performance. Which I will say is another tremendous Musar skill, because what it's saying is if one wants to have a meaningful Yiddishkeit, by definition there are steps inculcating the mitzvahs into my spiritual identity. It's not like all of this is reminiscent of Rabbi's famous idea, Yaakov's vision when he sees the Malachim, it's like they're going up and down a ladder. Rabbi says, why ladder? Why not a staircase? It's very simple, because stairs, the Rabbi says, you could take 2 at a time, 3 at a time. Right? But ladder, you can't really take 2 rungs at a time. Ladder, it only works 1 rung at a time. In spirituality, there's incremental growth. If you try to do too much at once, it doesn't work. Perhaps that's what he's highlighting over here. There's a progression in spirituality. First, what is there? First, there's a re'iyah. First is almost like looking, like surveying. Like what is it that I can accomplish? What can I do? Then after re'iyah, ultimately again, there's a zechira. There's a recognition that I have abilities, that I have talents, that I have kohos. And then after that, the zechira, then there's calculated asiyah. What should I do? How should I do it? Successful spirituality is methodical. Ultimately, again, see that you have potential. Remember what your kohos are. When you have that information, then asiyah. Then you make a targeted plan for what you want to accomplish. Rashbi says, so listen, very interesting. Whoever is Zoris, whoever's alacritus, right, Zrizos with this mitzvah, ultimately will receive the divine presence. Now, what is Rashbi? Where is Rabbi get this from? He says, also, it says over here, you will see the tzitzis. Now, the focus is on the word also. Also, ta'avot. You shall revere HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and you shall serve Him. So it's also. He who is careful with the mitzvah, he who is zealous with the mitzvah, tzitzis, ultimately again will be makabel, will receive the Shekhinah. But I'll say once again, one has to ask themselves, what is that? What is that? It's beautiful, but that's how powerful the mitzvah tzitzis is. I don't know, it doesn't say one who is zealous with tefillin is makabel and Shekhinah. So what does it mean? One who is, and again, I can't stress enough. The mitzvah tzitzis is unique because remember, at least the way we perform it, is it's voluntary. Like we go out, we obligate ourselves. It's quite possible that generally if you have a situation where a person would never ever encounter the mitzvah of tzitzis, right? If I don't have a 4-cornered garment, so then I have a mitzvah of tzitzis. We go out of our way to go on a 4-cornered garment. But when I say it's strange that the Torah, that the Gemara would ascribe so much zuchma, so much merit to almost a volitional mitzvah. So what, or optional mitzvah, I should say. What's the pshat? So perhaps these two Gemaras are connected. When Rabbi says, Kol Azar's b'mitzvah zu, Zocher u'mekaba p'nei Hashir, what it means is like this. Kol Azar's b'mitzvah zu, and perhaps Rashbi's statement is directly connected to the one above it. What do the previous prices say? The previous price noted the three verbs. What do the previous prices teach me? If you live a life of what the Ramchal calls a zehirus, right? Where again, you're awakening and methodical. So what do? You survey your options. You look at life and you see that life is filled with opportunities. Zehira, you remind yourself of what the particular goalposts are, and then you take that Miyah, you take that Zehira, and you plug it into a Siyah. You make for yourself a life plan. Such a person who lives a life of tzitzis awareness like that, Rashbi says, Kalazar is the mitzvah zu. If you perform the mitzvah as I outlined it above, Re'iyah leads to Zehira. Zehira leads to Asiyah. Such a person like that, Zocher in the Kabel P'nei Hashira. We'll say, if I live a life where I am methodical in how I live, I have a plan, I look at my options each and every day, I am reminded of my kokos, and then I make a targeted plan for Asiyah. A person like that who lives a tzitzis life like that, such a person is going to be Makabel P'nei Hashira. The Gemara goes weiter. Tanabon, Chadiv in Yisrael, so beautiful. Shesiva on HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the mitzvah. Sorry, the mitzvahs. Rabbi Yisrael is so beloved by HaKadosh Baruch Hu that the Ribbon Shel Olam surrounds us with mitzvahs. How does he surround us with mitzvahs? Tefillin Baruch Hashem. I have tefillin on my head. Tefillin is our says I tefillin on my head, tefillin on my heart, mitzvahs in the day, and ultimately mitzvahs on my clothing, and mezuzah with Israel, and mezuzah on my clothing. So Chadiv Yisrael, praise where we are, how beloved are we, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes ahead and surrounds us with mitzvahs. Tefillin on my head, tefillin on my heart, mitzvahs on my body, and mezuzah on my clothing. But since he's going to find us something amazing. The Gemara is giving us, teaching us how to go ahead and view our spiritual obligations. So I say, if we're honest with ourselves, sometimes we don't necessarily view our Yiddishkeit obligations as schus. We don't view it as a schus. We view it as something we have to do. And when I saw like, I'll do it because whatever, I want to go Mabba, I want to go to Yemen, I want to be a good Jew, there's good positive peer pressure. So it's like, it's about flipping that switch. I'll give you a perfect example. It's like, we wake up early every morning to go ahead, or whatever. We're up, right? There's a lot of different people on different kinds of Baruch Hashem on Zoom as well. How do you feel when your alarm goes off in the morning? How do you feel? So, I was like, we have to work on ourselves to feel this is the best opportunity in the world. Now, just because it's the best opportunity in the world doesn't mean I want to do it. I'm very tired. But when I said, understand that the opportunity to get up in the morning and learn Torah, it's a schus. It's not something I'm like looking to get out of. It's not something like, okay, I'll do what I have to, but like as soon as I have some other reason to exempt myself from it, I'm out. It's a schus. And it's with everything in Yiddishkeit. Giving tzedakah. I'll tell you, I have to do a lot of fundraisers. I have to put my capacity. One of the things that drives me a little bit crazy is when people are like, really? You're asking again? You're asking again? You know what the answer is? Yes. I'm asking again. Because presenting you with more opportunities, you're welcome. You're welcome. Don't you know what? You put it on because Klal Yisrael has a lot of tzrachim. You put it on because there's another opportunity to give. You want to give, you don't want to give. But don't be taken aback because someone is coming to your doorstep with an opportunity to participate in something magnificent. To give or not to give, that's your decision. That's a personal decision. But it's amazing. It's a schus. It's a schus to have opportunities for mitzvahs. It's a schus to give. It's a schus to be sleep deprived. It's a schus for Hashem to go in a different direction with a bunch of. It's a schus. And the moment you flip that switch, everything in Yiddishkeit becomes so beautiful and so incredible and so wonderful. And this switch in of itself, this is the distinction between a Yiddishkeit that is rich, filling, and meaningful, and one that is difficult, odorous, and avoidant. The Gemara says, why does God give us all this stuff? He gives us this stuff because He loves us. Because He loves us. And we are surrounded everywhere you turn in life. There's a beautiful pocket of spirituality. It's on your head, it's on your heart, it's on your body, it's on your purpose. It's everywhere you go. Everywhere you go. And this is a tremendous thing that I come from. Let's listen to this. David and I said about this. Shada Bayom Hilal, Pita, and Mishpati Sikapa. So this is incredible. Governor Malik says, and this is really just an exceptional passage. Literally, it means, showing off that I will praise you 7 times a day, or 7 in the day. I will praise you, or again, literally, the Mishpati Sikapa, which means, again, the Mishpati Sikapa. Now, why 7? Why 7? Tefillin Shalosh, Tefillin Shalyat, ultimately again tzitzis, 4 corners of tzitzis, that's 6, mezuzah, that's 7. So David and Rabbi says he's making reference to that goodness. The tefillin and the tzitzis which is on my body, well that's the tefillin and tzitzis which surrounds my body, the mezuzah which is on my doorway, these are the 7 mitzvahs that I encounter day in and day out. Now listen, I watch this. This is an exceptional Gemara. The Shashanit was David the base Americans. When David and Melech went into the bathhouse, Allah asked him Aaron, and he said that he was uncle. Omar, what am I going to do? I'm in the bathhouse now. I have no mitzvahs. I have no tzitzis. I have no tefillin. And obviously, again, there's no mezuzah on the bathhouse either. The Cleveland Shemista, the Nira Shemibisano, the Sashin Factor. As soon as he remembered, I have this mitzvah. I have this mitzvah, right? And that is a mitzvah that is with me at all times. Ultimately, again, his mind was settled. The Achad Sheyasa, when he left the bathhouse, Amra Aleha Shiva, he said, Shiva, about this Shiva, She'anar, La Nacher al Hashmiris, Mizmar Legavi. That's how beautiful is that. So, for example, Hashmiris, right? Could have been up there, or you could al Hashmiris, Amima, Shenikna Bishmiris. Originally, David HaMelech gives thanks to HaKadosh Baruch Hu for the 7 things, which again, children, the tzitzis, the shizah, and then he goes ahead and gives thanks to HaKadosh Baruch Hu ultimately again for that each thing from you. So what's like, there's so much on this Gemara here. I just want to share with you two ideas. The Torah is Yaakov Yosef, who's Rabbi Yaakov Yosef of Hanoi, who was the Talmud Mufar of the Baal Shem Tov HaKadosh. Says something so beautiful. He says, what's the shot? Nichnas David the base of Mechas. To let it be such a beauty. So David HaMelech was doing a spiritual inventory. And he went into the base of Mechas. Base of Mechas was, he wanted to go in and like cleanse away all of the impurities and find in himself a pure mitzvah. I want to find one mitzvah that I did that is absolutely pure. After what does that mean? Once I need to mitzvah again, but often it's hard to find a pure mitzvah. What do I mean by that? Even if it's one of the mitzvahs, I want reward, I want cover, I want recognition, I want accolade, I'm afraid of punishment. To do a mitzvah just for the sake of doing a mitzvah, the shema, with no other intentions. So what exactly this is this. David HaMelech goes in to cleanse away everything, to find the pure mitzvah. And what happens? Amar Amri She'amot Aron. Woe to me, I'm naked. I don't have any pure mitzvahs. Until you remember the one pure mitzvah that he had, which is bris milah. Why is bris milah pure mitzvah? Because first of all, you don't do it, it's done to you, and you're 8 years old. Right? Too young for any kind, too young for any kind of ulterior motives. So David HaMelech realized that every man has at least one pure mitzvah that is part of his persona, ultimately again, which is that mitzvah bris milah. There's no ulterior motives, there's nothing there, it's just pure avodas Hashem, which I will say, watch this, helps us to understand the bracha that we do every single day, which is shame. She lived us with this, he encouraged the Torah, with a chuppah, with a message. What's the bracha we give our children? The same way that this mitzvah bris milah is pure. There's no ulterior motives. There's nothing else driving you to this mitzvah except service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That should, however, be the same mindset that you take with you to other areas of life. When you learn because it's beautiful, learn because it's incredible, learn because you become better, not because of anything you even get from it, but just because of what it is. Torah, chumrah, the most important piece in building healthy, meaningful, beautiful, and enduring marriage is selflessness. You can't be in it for you. I have to be in it because of what I can give to my wife, what I can give to my mishpacha. Selflessness is the key, ultimately, again, to success in marriage. Nice and potent. Chesed, you can do chesed even for a 2-year-old. And if you do so at the end of the day, it's still chesed. But you do chesed because that's the Ratzon HaKadosh with nothing in it but just the desire to give. Highest level. Now I realize that at least all of us have selfless, pure mitzvah. The goal ultimately again is to bring that same selflessness, selfless-kite to the Torah, to my marriage, and to my chesed. Incredible. That's what I like this time. No, sorry. Rabbi Elazar Yaakov Omer. Come she from Tzulim, but I'm sure Tzulim as well. Since there's been rebuilt, and the Zuzah of his skull. So anyone who has Tzulim on his head, Tzulim on his arm, Zuzahs on his body, Mezuzah on his doorway, have called the Chizuk Shelo Yachta. Wow. That is a Chizuk, now not against you, but that is a strong, that bolsters you against sin. Shene Anar, La'chut HaMeshur Shem Harina. The 3-ply cord will not be easily unraveled. So again, in this case, the 3-ply cord, Tzulim, Tzitzis, Mezuzah, which I will say is very beautiful. But what does this mean? It's so much really good. So it says, remember again, what does Tzulim, Tzitzis, represent? It represents bolstering yourself with spiritual influences, physically and domicile. In other words, so much of life is creating the right spiritual energy on your person, in your personal life, and in your home. That's what wisdom says. What do you allow into your house? What are the influences? What is allowed to go up and through the door, and what is allowed to go into the door? That is incredibly important. We sort of person bolsters themselves with proper spiritual energy on my book, on my body, and in my home. That bolsters me against sin. Build your strength, spiritual strength up, and one will be able to resist sin. You know, it was like that. Why is Taylor sticking with all the other colors? If there's another way today, obviously the 12 so we're supposed to dye one of our strings a different color. Why Taylor? Why that blue? The Gemara says such a beautiful Gemara. Because Taylor resembles the sea resembles the heavens, and the heavens resembles the divine assurance. Abby's question at night, the Tapas, Magma, Kimasu, Lignas, Asaki, Esana Shana, the city. The Naxal of the Payless is to go ahead and remind me of a control. Somehow the blue is reminiscent of the Kishiak Hub, the divine throne. So again, the Payless reminds me of the sea reminds me of the heavens reminds me of the Kishiak Hub. So those are these references right back when we just said right before. So come on, let's just skip the middle there. Just say, Payless reminds me of the divine throne. Let's just get right to it. Once again, without a shadow, ladder of Yaakov Avinu, spirituality has to be sequential and incremental. You can't go from the tzitzis to the covered. Your steps in spirituality, if you prosper yourself, a process of incremental sequential growth. Then it resembles the sea resembles the heavens resembles the Kisiyah covered. That is to a lasting and enduring spiritual growth. Try to get from Kisiyah to Kisiyah covered, you're going to fall and you're going to fail. Take the necessary steps, it will last, and ultimately endure. You might as well try it. Amir says as follows: Gago Ansho Shalavan, Yosef Ansho Shaltiel. This is interesting. Literally, the punishment of neglecting the white strings of tzitzis is greater than neglecting the stringless strings of tzitzis. Now, again, what that means is if you omit the white strings, there's greater probability than if you go ahead and don't do the blue strings. What's the shot? Marshall, now, what is blue, right? So this is a king who commanded his two servants. So to one servant he says, bring me a chosim, bring me a seal made of clay. The other one he said, bring me a seal made of gold. The Pashas never neither of them ended up bringing a seal. Ezam and Onishan Merubah, who has greater iniquity, who has a greater punishment. Abi Omer Zesh Amaro Hadeli Chosim Shokim Filahi. So what did they declare? Why not? Why not? Because it's more readily available. So again, okay, I understand you can't get to us, because at the end of the day, it's a little bit more rare, but there's absolutely no excuse for not having the white exchange. Incredible. But the most ultimately becomes so amazing. The Baruch Shalom does not hold us accountable or culpable for not performing heroic, spiritually heroic behavior. Sometimes, called upon to do something dramatically amazing, I can't do it. Okay. Not everybody could rise to the occasion of spiritual heroism. But that's not ultimately the metric of my success. That's Chivas. Chivas moments are moments of spiritual heroism. How does that Baruch Hu tell me what does he look for? How am I living day in and day out? There's ordinary, white spring days. How am I living? What am I doing? Am I rising to those just daily occasions? Again, spiritual heroism, a different kind of show. But at least be able to perform day in and day out, that's the metric of success. The mother's like it. Gemara goes like Hi, other Levites are also speaking about it. Hi, we're not finished this yet, but Hi, other Levites may have reference for Koyo. Person is obligated to go to make 100 the outside expectation. The outside Yisrael, Ma Hashem Elokeh Shari. You call Yisrael, what is Hashem asking of you? So again, I want to have to play on the word. Ma is Mea. Ma is Mea. So what does Hashem ask of you? He asks of you Mea, he asks of you 100 brachas. That's the Rabbi of Abia, the shots of Yom Tzavosek. So first of all, on a regular day, it's not really a problem. Because remember again, on a regular day, you already start out with 19 times the just from 3 Shmonas. Right, so you're good to go. Just add in there all of your brachas on eating, add in there your hash and yassars, and any incidental brachas, you're more than good. Where does the problem come out? Probably ultimately comes up. Ultimately comes up on Shabbos and Yom Tov. So what would happen on Shabbos and Yom Tov? Because remember, Shabbos and Yom Tov, you don't have a 19 bracha, or 19 brachas more than what you have. You have 7 brachas more. Obviously, that's pretty dramatic. So it was a repeater of Amiyah, the Shabbos and Yom Tov, Tara, Omenai, Lehu, it was so again, they would go ahead and they would smell sweet smelling scents, that's like a personal balsam, and they got the other foods. So they would eat additional foods, they would smell sweet smelling things. So let's say, so kind of this idea, much like what I'm saying, this idea of tight hugging with other Mea brachas. What's the shot? Because it's a beautiful play on words. Ma, Mea, the Bashan Merakav says things so beautiful. He says, a person is obligated every day to try to see at least 100 brachas in his life. So much of life is tons. Let's say you ask any person, what's broken in your life? No problem. I can rattle it off alphabetically, chronologically. From most severe to less severe to most severe. I can tell you whose problem, whose fault each of the problems are. Problems, I got that on the tip of my tongue. Ask the person, name all of your brachas. Most of us have to take a step back, think a little bit. There are certain things that come readily to my mind, other things that we think about. Hashem says, Chazal are trying to condition us to be a bracha-oriented Jew. By telling us to make 100 brachas, they're conditioning us to see the beautiful bracha in life. Yeah, on any given day, there's a lot of stuff that's broken. There's a lot of stuff that's repaired. But there's also a whole lot of stuff that is beautiful, that is incredible, and that is magnificent. Be the kind of person who sees, not just recite, but who sees the Mea brachas, who sees the 100 brachas each and every day. The Gemara goes like that. So this is actually very interesting. That means that the person is obligated to make a minimum of 3 brachas each day. What are these 3 brachas? Elohim, Sha'asan Yisrael, bracha number 1. Thank you, Hashem, for making me a Jew. Number 2, Shalom Asani Isha. Thank you for not making me a woman. And number 3, Shalom Asani Boy. This is an interesting one. Thank you for not making me a bar. By the way, bro said bar translates the same way in English as Hebrew, right? It's a boor, B-O-O-R. Thank you for not making me just like an empty, vacuous person. Thank you for not making me a bar. So Moses is straight. And Yaakov is incredible. Shami Lebrei, Dalakamabarek, Shalah, Sani Bor. So Ravaka Yaakov heard his son making this bracha. Thank you for not making me a bor. Amarle, Kule Hai Nami, Ravaka Yaakov says, really? That's it. That's the bracha. That's your accomplishment. Thank you, Hashem, for not making me a bor. Look at Rashi. Kule Hanami, about 8 lines up in the bottom. Kule Hanami, that's what you're giving yourself a shkoyach for. But ultimately, again, you're not a hamaretz. That you're not ignorant. That you're not a bor. So he goes on and says, Lashon Achar, Kuli Hai, now this once again, we'll read this one. No, so, but isn't that incredible? Shabbat Yaakov says, he's saying, thank you, Hashem, for not making me a bar. And says, Shabbat Yaakov says to his kid, really? Have you set the bar so low for yourself that that's your metric of accomplishment? Thank you, Hashem, I'm not an Amaharet. I'm not a bar. How can it be that that's the level, that's the ceiling that he sets for himself? Rather, I'm already pleased in words. I'm already mind of ours again. What bracha should I make? Whenever he was in mind of ours, Shema Sani Abed. Rather than the bracha, so number one, Shah Sani Yisrael. Thank you, Hashem, for making me a Jew. Number two, Shema Sani Isha. Thank you, Hashem, for not making me a woman. And number three, ultimately again, Shema Sani Abed. Thank you for not making me a slave. I was second. When I say Shema Sani Abed and Isha, so you was isn't that the same thing? First of all, so much to what is that bracha Shema Sani Isha? What is that? What is that bracha that we're making every single day? Thank you, Hashem, for not making me a woman. It seems the voice that it's actually not rocket science what it is. But the awesome responsibilities that every single woman has. But no matter what a woman, right, is doing outside of the home. One thing is clear, which is the entire essence of the mishpacha rests on her shoulders. I will say now, maybe it's combined, it's 2026. Listen, you can deny certain realities, but they're still true. At the end of the day, there's a reason why under the chuppah is the woman who walks around the man 7 times, right? No matter how again, I don't know, I should say, maybe, I don't know, maybe there are egalitarian husbands that haven't got 3.5, or maybe, dominant women, the husband's walking around, I don't know. But whatever it is, it's ridiculous, because at the end of the day, what is that? Obviously, 7 circus representation of a world. And from the first moments under the chuppah, a woman says, I hereby take upon myself the responsibility to create the spiritual fabric of the home. And that's what I will say. Nachmanos are in situations where the woman is not creating the spiritual fabric. The fabric is deficient. The fabric is fundamentally deficient. You can compensate as much as you want, but there's something missing when the woman doesn't own the spiritual fabric. No matter what other responsibilities. That's it. That's awesome. That's an awesome and overwhelming responsibility in a family and in a home. So every man looks at that, just like every single man should look with overwhelming reverence at his wife for everything she does or she juggles, and all the different responsibilities somehow that she's able to manage, all the different people that she has to manage, and then it comes to one single conclusion. The potential of doing a whole bunch of us and right? And that's on the field on that. It's awesome. It's awesome, and it's hard for any man to understand how one person is able to manage so much and yet still maintain the spiritual quality and uphold the spiritual quality of the home in general. So the Gemara says that. So again, Shasani Yisrael. Remember, we don't say Shasani Yisrael. Instead, what do we say? Shalom Sani God. That's a whole different reason. That's because in general, by the way, we don't phrase the brachas in the affirmative. Whole different discussion. Machloek is Shammai and Hillel. Is it good for a person to be created? Not good for a person to be created. So again, we asking a little bit more. Better for a person not to be created. But now, once the work, make the most of your existence. That's why we don't really phrase any of the brachas in the affirmative. Everything is phrased in the negative. So we don't say Asani Yisrael, we say Shalom Asani Bar. More about that different times. The Yaakov says, don't say Shalom Asani Bar, say Shalom Asani Adam. We must say, second, that's the same as Isha. Why? Because if you understand that Shalom Asani Isha is also about mitzvahs, women are exempt from mitzvahs Asay Shazman Glama. So is an Adam. So isn't that both those brachos overlap? Which the Gemara says, Eden top of Mendalit, Eden is Zil Tfekut. No, obviously I'm not saying Eden is a different level. Because again, Eden obviously has a very low social standing, a very low society standing. It's not just about exemption from mitzvahs, but Eden ultimately again is a different quality of person. So let's say this is so ideal because Shalom Asari, you might be the message brings down Shalom Asari Eden is also a different bracha. What is it a bracha? It's not just saying thank you for that mean Eden Kinan. Right? The truth is to a certain degree it's Shalom Asari God. It's the same. What does it mean giving it mean Eden? So again, the bracha we make is Hashem. You did not make me an Eden to any of my lusts, desires, or preferences. I am not a slave. I might have many things. So again, also the Bible creates us with all types of needs, desires, wants, lusts, proclivities, and sometimes they are very hard to combat and very hard to overcome. But I am not a slave to those things. I am the master, and I am a slave to nothing. Then affirmative statement. Shalom Asani Abba. At the end of the day, yes, I have many things internally that seek to derail my spiritual success, but at the end of the day, I am a slave to nothing. I own those things, they do not own me. And a positive declaration that I am in charge, I am the master of me, as we start out every day, I will say, is one of the most overwhelming and energizing statements. Let's go back to tell that one. Devotion, so let's go back to six. Devotion, Gufo Gomerian, so again, its body resembles a seed, that's a reference to its coloration. Will be also Gomerudad, and its actual build, right, its actual build, that was a fish. But over Afra Shemishana, and its only washes the straw once every 70 years, will become itself in Keras, and again with its blood, if you dye the fish to Keras, the few cups, some of the time, therefore again it's very expensive. I know I'm not nothing. In the call comes the color should see the Torah, she might then start all of us, or you're about here, say, get ready for this. Get ready for this. There's a word says, even the simplest thing is this. Even the simplest thing is this. Mitzvah color also just means an easy mitzvah. Even the easiest of mitzvahs essentially has a reward in this world and in the next world. The Gemara says, She'ema tansad olam hazeh olam haba, sorry, She'ema tansad olam hazeh. Every single mitzvah carries with it reward in this world. Now again, whether you see the reward of future generations, the reward, you understand? Whatever, sometimes we don't know how reward comes about, but every single mitzvah carries with it reward. And the olam haba, as his reward in the world to come itself, and the reward in the world to come is immeasurable. It's absolutely immeasurable. I want to say, what do I know this? Get ready for this. Say you will not be mitzvah tzitzis. Tzitzis is a perfect example. Now, I will say, the Gemara says, tzitzis is a mitzvah kala. Right? Why is it a mitzvah kala? The truth is, what do you do? What do you do? You put it on, and that's it. That's it. That's it. And if we're going to see that tzitzis, there's nothing to do except put it on first thing in the morning, and then I'm done for the rest. Get ready for this story. This may be one of the most incredible stories you will learn in your entire life. Nice set for other assets. There was a story with a guy. Shai Yazar, the mitzvah tzitzis. He was very clever about the mitzvah tzitzis. Shama Shish, zone of the Krahayan. He heard about a particular prostitute, a particular zone, a particular harlot overseas. Shena Kalas Dalad males to live in the She charged an incredible amount of money, 400 gold pieces for her services. So what did he do? She gave her arba males, he prepaid, So already part of his ethos. Right, he does that. Come on, he does. Right, you sent her the money, and what happens? For a couple of months, and he made an appointment. Just understand what's happening over here. There's two things involved over here. He's exorbitant amount of money and the flow trap. Right, in other words, he's got a trap. That's what I'm saying. Somebody came to the introduction. There was a guy ultimately again. How did the Gemara introduce us to him? He was very careful with tzitzis. He was careful with tzitzis, but apparently not morality. Right? He was careful. Let's say he said, I want to be a hypocrite. He's speaking this all the time. He's not a hypocrite. What is he? He's just a Jew. He's just a Jew. I will say we're all hypocritical. There are things in which I'm incredibly proficient in, and things in which I'm incredibly meticulous in, and then there are other things where I'm just like a trained up. Right? But the beautiful part is that at the end of the day, my mistakes do not eclipse my mitzvahs. We all live with hypocrisy. Things that I'm very good and very diligent in doing that, and things in which literally it looks like I don't even care. I just railroad over those things. That's the nature of life. This guy was very careful with tzitzis. He had a weakness. So he sent her the money, even what happened? He goes, here you go. Rabbi Yosef al Pesach, so he comes to her house. Niknasa Shivchasa. So listen, see, because this is one successful harlot, because she has a secretary. She has a secretary, right? So what happens? So the secretary comes, your 4 o'clock appointment is here, so she tells her, right, tells the harlot, the guy is here. And the secretary says to the Zona, that guy,
No way.
sent you,
They fixed it.
400 gold pieces. It's here for his appointment. Okay, so what does the Zona do? Rabbi Yosef al Pesach. You punish. So what happens? So the Jew is waiting by the entrance, right? And the Zona says, okay, come in. So what happened? So So she arranged for him, the Zona arranged for this Jewish man 6 beds of silver and 1 of gold. So we're going to see really what it means. 6 beds with silver sheets and 1 gold bed with golden sheets. So what happened? So apparently the image over here is she had like a bunch of beds like stacked, like a whole bed arrangement with ladders in between each bed. And again, between each bed was a ladder ultimately made of silver. The Alona Shalzar, she was on the upper bed where had the golden sheets. Also, and she goes up and she sits on the top bed, totally unclothed. And that's, again, this is the image, right? This is the view that's awaiting him when he enters into this room. He enters into this room. What happens? So let's say, so right, the Jew walks in, right? Since this guy walks in, and what happens? He sees the Zona laying on the top bed. And what happens? He also goes ahead and climbs over ladders, goes up all the beds, and sits opposite her unclothed. Right, literally again, as he's sitting there next to her, his tzitzis slapped him in the face. Like a wind came to now, what's interesting about this is as follows. What's interesting is, the Gemara says that he was also naked. He was also unclothed. So what does that mean? He kept his tzitzis on, and he kept his tzitzis on, because again, he's very careful with tzitzis. He kept his tzitzis on, or it's also quite possible that again, maybe when he was undressing, or maybe there were no tzitzis there at all. But sometimes, again, you feel that tzitzis still get to even when you're not there, when tzitzis is part of who and what you are. The tzitzis slapped in the crowd, they literally took clap on him. Nishmat, he ascended and came down off all the beds, the Yashava and he sat down on the ground. On the ground. So obviously the Zona was quite shocked. She came and she sat down next to him on the ground as well. So now watch this. Now remember, this never happened to this Zona before. Like never before did a customer show up, right, and just leave before the act of immorality was committed. So obviously she's a shtickle offender, right? She's offended. She goes, what's going on over here? So she comes, she sits down next to him. And what happens? I'm a Lord God for Shalom. Literally again, I swear to you by Rome, what did you see that was so repulsive in this? She was shocked. Here, they're sitting unclothed next to each other on the bed. And somehow, again, something happens that this guy comes along, right? And what happens? He gets off the bed, he goes, what did you see in me? She says, I need to know. This is bad for business. I need to know what imperfection did you see in me that caused you to descend and not to engage in the act of immorality? Amaras, what's this incredible? He says to her, Havodah, Shalom Isi Isha Yafa Kamosfa. I've never seen a woman as beautiful as you. Ela mitzvah achas shivanu Hashem Elokeinu b'tzitzis shma. Rather, ultimately, again, he says to her, Hakadosh Baruch Hu gave us one mitzvah. That one mitzvah is called tzitzis. Tzidva, Ani Hashem Elokeinu Shtei Ba'alim. Then that mitzvah says, I'm Hashem your God. It says it 2 times. Ani, why 2 times? Ani Yisha'asa V'Kara, Ani Yisha'asa V'Shari Yiskar. I am the God who will exact punishment for your sins, and I am God who will repay you for all of your mitzvahs. Akshav, Nidhu Arai Kidalvi. And now I realized that if I engage in this act of immorality with you, there will be 4 witnesses to this act. Who are the 4 witnesses? The 4 witnesses are my 4 tzitzis. So I realized, how could I engage in this when there is ultimately again judgment for every single thing that you do? How could I engage? I've never seen a woman as beautiful as you, but how could I engage in this act knowing that I will have to give an accounting for it before I cut this part? And I was like, it's such an amazing story on so many different levels. The power of a mitzvah, even one mitzvah to safeguard you against transgression. And I was like, but ultimately, again, the idea that this man has this awakening, he has this pinnacle moment, right? This epiphany, but obviously, this guy was doing this stuff probably for a very long time, right? In other words, you don't go from non-morality to go into the most expensive zone in the world, right? Obviously, there's a protocol, right? And this guy was leading a life of general immorality. But everyone had that moment where they realized that I can't do this anymore. My life can't be like this because if I keep living like this, I'm going to get to a point of no return. And he has that moment where literally again the tzitzis slap him in the face. The tzitzis say, come on, you have to give an accounting for every single thing you do in life. Are you ready to give an accounting for this? Is this worth it? Are you ready to give away everything for the sake of momentary pleasure? And this guy is unable to his credit, stands up and says, by the way, who amongst us could summon the amount of spiritual courage necessary? He's sitting opposite, he's unclothed, she's unclothed, they're on a bed, in a loft room together. He's all alone with the most beautiful harlot in the world. Right? Ready? And yet he has this incredible moment of spiritual awakening and walks away. Who could ever summon up the courage? I think it would be normal to say, okay, you know what? I'm going to become a Baal Tshuva right after this. Right? I'm telling you, like this, let's okay, give it anyway. We can for it. Let's conduct our transaction. And then literally, by mincha, I'm going to be a new guy. I'm going to be a new guy. It's not how it is. No, it's not how it is. He walks away. Just understand. Listen, but it tells us, I just want to point out, there's a reason why this story is anonymous. Right? Why is it anonymous? To tell us that everyone has this power. In other words, how do you give it a name where it's like, it's this guy who has this power. It's not this guy. It's any guy. It's all of us have this power to stand up to temptation as well if we want access. If you want it, it's yours. This guy is in no one. He's in anyone, which means he's everyone. We have the ability to summon up his power as well. So the story's not open. The Gemara says, so he says, I'm not right. So what did she say? I'm alone. So the Zona was so taken by what he did. She says, can any man listen to this? She says, I'm not letting you go. What's your name? She was, I guess, historically, these transactions were anonymous, right? So who are you? Because remember, again, even when the secretary came in, she said, the guy from overseas who speaks Hebrew. Right? What is your name? Let's do this. Where do you come from? What's the name of your city? Who's your Rabbi? Okay, alright, so listen to this. She wants to know who is Rebbe is. The Mashe Midrashecha. What basic measures do you learn? Someone say, by the way, you see this guy here, right? He's not just some guy. He's got a Rabbi, he knows his measures. She says, give me all of your information. I don't understand someone like you who has the willpower to walk away from such an enticing act. Literally, again, right when you're on the threshold of the commission of sin. Who are you? What's your name? Where does a person like you come from? What type of dismurders do you learn? Who is your Rebbe? What happened? So the Gemara says, she understood ultimately again that willpower like this, strength like this, doesn't come from nowhere. It has to come from Torah. So tell me, who are you? Where do you come from? So let's listen to this. For some reason, he gave her this information, which is quite shocking. Right? He's giving this persona all this personal information. Like here's my social security card, my PIN number. But he's giving her all of this information, which is so strange, but he gives it to her. Watch this. So he goes home, back to his life. Under the Kol Nefasah, his persona was so moved by this interaction. What does she do? She gets up, she sells off her entire estate. She divides her property, her estate into three. Shlish Malchus, she has to give away 1/3 to the government. That she points out because she was a high-profile showner and cannot just walk away from this life. She had to buy off government officials. So she gave 1/3 to the government, Shlish La'aniyim, 1/3 to the poor, and Shlish Nachla B'yada. And 1/3 she kept for her own support. The one thing she did not sell off was goods, and also not sauce. The one thing she did not sell off were the sheets. Listen to this, what I'm saying. It's incredible. She came to the basement of Rabbi. Tosa says there might be someone else trying to get one of this book. She went to the basement of Rabbi. Amrlo Rabbi, Ziva Alai Vayasuni Violas. Those things is such. All over the Gemara. So this woman shows up in the basement of Rabbi. She says, Rabbi, I want to convert. Amrlo BT, Shema Einacha Nasaka Ve'acha Minachadita. So she said, my daughter, how can you refers to my daughter? Is it possible that you set your eyes on someone? Okay, so I don't know who this Zona was, but some, beautiful single woman shows up out of nowhere and says, I want to convert. But if you're just, is it possible that maybe you want to get married and that's why you want to do this? So I say, look at this. So this is how incredible this is. She took out this piece of paper, little paper that had the name of this guy. What guy? The name of this guy. It's like, Rabbi, you know that guy was in Yeshiva? You know that guy, right? You know that guy this year? By the way, so this is really how beautiful this is. She goes ahead, she takes up the piece of paper. She says, I want to tell you what happened. She tells this entire story. And what does Rabbi say to her? What does he say to her? He says to her, he says to God, first of all, he converts her. And to go and marry this young man. Also, not so she seal of the Isra, those same sheets that were spread out and that were ready for the good use of Isra for illicit behavior. Seal lo the heter. Go ahead and now use them for your marital bed. Use them the heter. They will say, this is the reward for mitzvahs things. So they will say, why did this whole story occur? This whole story occurred ultimately again because of one mitzvah, just because of tzitzis. If this is the power of one mitzvah in this world, the olam haba in yodei hakama. In the world to come, I don't even know how to measure the impact. I think I'll say we're out of time. Thanks everyone about this topic for today. Incredible. All right, now it's like to be continued tomorrow in next session. All right, have those soon. Have a good day, everyone. Here to spot for some TV return with all of you this morning, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this nature. Thank our annual control sponsors. Those in shop
I'm guessing you want some one small part to be here today. Alright, your next comedian goes by the name of Rabbi. Annie Presley, everyone. Shot right from the front row. A look of shock that just over her face. Very exciting. Rebecca Annie Presley has arrived to kill Tony.
All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. A great sponsorship experience with Lord is with all of you. Begin by thanking our sponsors for this merger. Thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tilson Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating audition and drushos this year as a Swiss for Solos Tavos Chavarim. So, our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Steve and Wendy Drazen in honor of their parents Israel Drazen, Judah Drazen, Eileen Rosenzweig, in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig's incoming Rafa. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Edwin K. Wolf, the connection with the outside of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben C. Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Nathan's father, Ben Adler, father, Baruch Mordechai, and Marino Nosson, all those who need a refuah, Shabbat, together with Kol Kolei, so our personal Hashem, all of our passages, Shalom and Karov, and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. Also, we're back to us giving you a really incredible Gemara ahead of us today. We are up to today's daf. Today's daf is Samachay 65, and we are picking up a Mir Hashem right at the bottom of Samachay base 64b, literally last line of the Gemara, 5 words from the end of Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda Shadda Korbina, top of Samachay. It's an interesting case. Rabbi Yehuda sent a gift. He sent a gift to this guy, Avidarna. Rashi points out that Avidarna is Shem Ovikovav. He was an idolater. He sent him a gift on the day of the idolatrous Yom Tov. Okay, so the Gemara says, now, obviously, looks like this is a little bizarre one, right? This is literally, again, right back to the beginnings, that you're not really supposed to do anything, not give, not transact business, not really do anything with an album on their Yom Tov, and a fear that this will cause them to go ahead and give thanks to their idol. Yet here, Yehuda is sending a gift to this guy, Avidarna, this apple, on his holiday. Amar, he said it's not a problem. Yedana paid the low palaflav on this. I know that he's not an idol worshiper. In other words, he's not Jewish, he's a Gentile, but I happen to know he's not an apple. Because he's not an apple, therefore there's no problem for you to send him a gift on this idolatrous thing. I'm going to Yosef. Tanya, easy here in Tosha, Kosher, Kiva, Lampis, Making of David, Sholava, harkening back to yesterday's daf, we saw in what's made a premium at focus about what the definition of the Ger Tosha is. Ultimately, again, the Meir said that in order for a person to be a Ger Tosha, they have to kind of repudiate idolatry in front of a base. So again, what the Yosef is raising is this guy out of Garna. Yes, he didn't do this. So how can you be sure that he's not an apple? Which the Gemara says, no. That's different. That's making someone an official Ger Tosha. What does it mean to be an official Ger Tosha? So remember again, in Halacha, in Torah, so Ger Tosha is considered to be part of the community, which means that the community has an obligation to guest, to the outside. So when is someone considered to be a categorical Ger Tosha? That the community is obligated to look out, and that the community is obligated to, stock up, take care of him in this time of need. That's someone who ultimately again repudiated idolatry in front of any is the three. But halacha l'maisa, someone can kind of give up the status of Shakum if it's known that they don't worship idolatry. So therefore, again, the Buddha was saying, I know this guy, Abhigano, he does not go ahead and worship idolatry. Interesting. Ger Toshav Sha'avu Allah, Hebrews Shalom, Halehi Kumin Shalom Yevalav. Okay, that's interesting. The Rabbi Muhammad says, that a Ger Toshav, in 12 months went by and he did not have a listening, which means he did not convert. He's considered to be a min. He's considered to be an apicorius. In other words, essentially, he's considered as if he's relaxed his idolatry. So this is very interesting, right? Because what does that mean? The trajectory of Ger Toshav is automatic conversion. Like that's not what we saw before. Ger Toshav is a Gentile, right? He's a righteous Gentile. Right? Who says it is a trajectory ultimately to conversion? He says, hold on. Hustle to don't keep up Allah long over long. It's very interesting. We're talking about a situation of someone who was a Ger Toshav, and then he promised to convert. If he does not come through on that promise within a year, he's not doing it. If he's not doing it, the chances are that he relapsed to his previous idolatrous ways. So really, first of all, just a little bit down to us that if you commit to do something and you don't do it, this happens to us all the time, right? I say I'm going to do something, I don't do it. And I can come up with all the excuses in the world as to why it didn't get done. Bottom line, if it doesn't get done, chances are the proper ruts, the proper will was right. When we don't make good the promises we make to ourselves and promises we make to others, sometimes there are extenuations. More often than not, it's some of them. So if the Ger Toshav says, I'm going to convert, he doesn't come through within 12 months, again, maybe not circumstances beyond his control, chances are he's not committed. If he's not committed, chances are he's relapsing to his previous idolatrous. It's incredible. So therefore, I will say, therefore, Allah for the mindset, what we see over here is that the Buddha was able to send his Abhigana a gift, even on the idolatrous gift, because he knew that Abhigana was not practicing idolatry. Giving up idolatry. Okay, next story. Rava Amtulek Kabbalah Barshisha. So let's go. Rava gave a gift to this guy Barshisha. Barshisha is also an Akum. Again, the Gemara says, Yomita. He sent this to them on the gun. How can you send a gift to an Akum on the Yidani thing to know qualify on this Kabbalah? So Rava said, I know Barshisha, he doesn't worship idolatry. So because it doesn't worship idolatry, it's not a problem for me to go and give him a gift on us. So what's incredible? So that seems to be the same with the Listen to that story. Also, Ashkefe de Yosef al Safari in Darja, the Kainin Zonos Agumos. So listen to this. Rabbi then went to pay a visit to Barshish. Found him covered up to his neck in rose petals with unclothed carpets standing on the mountain. Okay, so Rabbi walks in. He sees all of this trouble. And Shishach says to him, Amalei, Islahu ki agavna la'ama da'asim. So listen to this. Shishach says to Rabbi, no, I know you just go off the front. Do you have anything like this? Again, covered up to his neck in rose petals, surrounded by unclothed garments. All the physical pleasure that one could possibly want to experience. Do you have anything like this? He says to Rabbi. And really, we don't have to for the same time. So now this is what we have is even better than what is this? On the way, Fene Haidi Baba, so Barshisha said to us, nothing that gets better than this. What could be better than this? Cover up to the neck in rose petals, with unclothed harlots all around. What pleasure can possibly surpass this? Amalei, Asut Galaiho Imsa Makusa. This is because Barshisha, as much as you're enjoying all this pleasure, you still live with fear of the king. Anon, what they have you alone from we and the world to come do not have fear of the king. I will say that this is very interesting. It's very interesting. So, what does this mean? So it could very well be that what love is saying about Shisha is in this world, every person is in fear of something. Like saying about Shisha, you're powerful, you're rich, you have all this stuff, you live in fear of the kids. You just live in the world to come, we don't have to fear anymore. We don't have to fear anymore. But I think so that's I think much of Shah. But I think on a deeper level, I think the brothers also highlighting is that in Olam Haba, maybe there's not Yiras Hashem, there's only Adas Hashem. In this world, there's a concept of fear or a concept of reverence. So some people revere and fear other people. Some people revere and fear HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Fear is an emotion that is very much intertwined with an ambiguity. In other words, I fear things that I don't fully understand. I even revere things, right? When something is beyond my comprehension, there's a reverence. What's the beauty of Olam Haba? The beauty of Olam Haba is that the beauty of the world to come is that there's explicit, there's no ambiguity. Everything makes sense. Everything is understood. So perhaps in Olam Haba, the world to come, there's no Yiras Hashem. There's only Ahavas Hashem. There's only love. There's only love. There's love between the Neshamas and there's love between us and HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Yira is a function of this world. But Ava, ultimately, again, so he says to Shisha, with all these pleasures that you have, there are things that you don't have. There's no Yira. There's only Ava. He says this is the way it's my aim to them of Lucy. I'm not afraid of the king. But what do I have to fear from the king? So as they're talking, I do not see us out who please so as they're talking, the messenger from the king comes into Bashisha and says, Bashisha is the king wants it. So Bashisha's got to leave his rose petals of heartless. And ultimately, again, go and see the king. At least we highlighting the truthfulness of Rabbi's words. Enough for us. So as he's leaving, so obviously Bashisha was incredibly impressed. Incredibly impressed by that. Literally, Rabbi almost like delivered a prophetic message. Amalei, Ena Dubai Lemetse, she said to them. So Bashisha said, the eye, literally again, the eye which wants to see evil before you, afraid to Rabbi. In other words, so the eye that wants to see evil before Rabbi, before the Jews, Tipaka, should burst. And the Rabbi, Amen. Rabbi said, Amen. And what happened? Paka Ina Bashisha. Bashisha's eye popped out, or exploded, popped out of its socket. So it was like, so what is this? What is this? Bashisha and Rabbi had this conversation. They seem to be friends. They seem to be getting along so beautifully. So what is this? And it's perhaps the people level. Bashisha represents like a charismatic example of a hidden mystic lifestyle. A life that is just all about the consumption of pleasure, all about the experience of pleasure. Like the rose petals, the harvest represent just all the vices and all the desires and all the lusts that one can simply indulge in this world. So he says to Rava, look, come on, nothing gets better than this. And Rava says, release that's better. He goes on to explain it. And I think deep down Bashisha is like, I hate you. I hate you. I hate you, Rava. Why do I hate you, Rava? Because if you're right, then I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, then so much of my life has been an exercise in futility. And I've been spending so much time trying to find fulfillment in all the wrong ways. And deep down, Bashisha harbors this resentment towards me. We can't both be right. We can't both be right. So if you're right, then I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, what does that say about my life? And therefore, perhaps Bashisha harbored this tremendous sense of resentment and hostility towards Rabbi, so that he was the eye who looked disparagingly upon Rabbi, not even realizing it. Right? Sometimes there are so many things that swirl around our subconscious, but at the end of the day, we don't even fully recognize what it is that's happening on the inside. It wasn't just a profoundness of us that often sometimes we have this experience, which is see something in life, and or we see someone moving a certain way, And I know deep down that it's right. Maybe it's like, the problem just is, it's at odds with the way I'm living. It's at odds with the way I'm conducting my life. But I'm not ready to change. I'm not ready to change. So often what does it happen? We lash out, we disparage, we put down, not really because of things around us. I can't just laugh and say, you're so right. If you're so right, and I'm so wrong. And if I'm so wrong, what does that say about me? What does that say about my lifestyle? What does that say about who and what I really am? That's why you see, by the way, if you notice, people who are comfortable with themselves do not feel the need to disparage others. People who are confident in their lives and the lifestyles that they are living are totally good when people don't agree with them and people don't fall in line with them. Like, hey, do what you want to do. I'm absolutely assured and confident in who I am and what I am and how I'm living my life. It's often people who are insecure with who they are, what they are, and how they are living, and feel the need to lash out at others who are not like them, and feel the need ultimately again to disparage the lifestyles and values which they feel don't align with their own. Secure people get along with everyone. Insecure people ultimately again get along with almost no one. Deep down, Barshisha had this tremendous insecurity, so he might not even be consciously aware of it. But ultimately, again, when he leveled this curse, he didn't even realize that he was back on himself. Incredible. I'm Rabbi. Rabbi said, no, the story's not over. Rabbi says, the main lady Hakra. Rabbi should have answered. Rabbi should have answered by Shishak from the following pasuk, quoting up everything the pasuk came to him. And no simulacrum bikuasecha, mitzvah shagol uminecha bekesem ofi. It's interesting the Gemara's understanding over here that literally again, the daughters of the queen will keep your company. The queen herself will be adorned with gold by your side. So this is also a reference ultimately again to Olam Haba. Now the contrast is that Shishak surrounded himself with harlots. Right? But at the end of the day, Olam Haba, we're surrounded by land, we're surrounded by wealth. Now, obviously, it's not the literal because Olam Haba is not physical. But what it means is all the pleasures that man seeks in this world, what really would have in the world to come is on so much of a higher level. I'm not going to eat something, I'm not going to eat instead. We violated the name of an author. No, Rabbi should have answered by Shisha from the following verse. Instead, she would have said, Ayin Vara Sela Wizu Basecha, Yasa Lemachaka. So this is quite beautiful. Also, I actually quoted this Gemara a number of times in the second Sanhedrin. And Gemara was talking about the profundity of the Haba. So literally again, so the eye has not seen what the world to come is, except for you, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and no one has seen ultimately what he will do in the Chakeh for those who wait for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. For those who are willing to wait, ultimately again they will see the incredible love. And both sides, another just beautiful. So again, obviously, this process. So they're saying, why is it that you think you have a great over here with the Gospels and Harleys? Oh, Olam Haba, no one's ever seen it. No one's ever seen it. You can't even begin to comprehend what I could describe ultimately is going to give those who ultimately the profundity of this ultimately is Racha comes to those who are willing to wait for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And once it's interesting, I've thought about this. I think when it comes to ourselves, it is important to be a little bit impatient. You should be impatient with yourself. Because sometimes a little bit of personalistic impatience is good. It goes ahead and pushes me, right? It stirs me to act. It stirs me to do. I'm not content with what I am. I'm not content with what I'm doing. I need to do more. I need to do more. It's good to be impatient with yourself. But you have to be patient with the Ribbon Nation. Because ultimately, again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu's plan often takes time to unfold. And if you're impatient with God, you're going to miss out on all the beautiful bracha. But if you if you learn to wait, you learn to be patient, and sometimes that patience has to span generations. But sometimes that patience has to span thousands of years. But one thing is clear, if you're patient with the Ribbon Shalom, you will absolutely come to see the beautiful bracha. Alright, let's go back to it. Since my Sachalas is one of the let's get back to Mishnah. We're going to make the following distinction. Distinction between, if let's say the Akum hires me to move Yayin Mitzvah, so Allah provides those wages are us. But if the Akum hires me to do something else, to just, rearrange his garage, and in the course of that work, he asked me to arrange to transport some barrels, ultimately the wage is mutter. there are questions. Yavagav, the low Amalei Sisi Erech. Here's this interesting. From the Mishnah, it makes it sound like it doesn't make any difference when the Akum is asking you to do this. Now listen, it's interesting. We're assuming that we're doing this a day. So day labor is work ends at night. So in other words, I understand the following things. If you were to tell me, let's say, Akum hired me for $100 a day. Fine. So now again the day's over, and as the day's over, he's asking me to move some $9 Okay. So it's fine, I can do it. Why? Because I earned my wage anyway. But from the Mishnah makes it sound like even if he asks me to do this over the course of the work, that I'm still allowed to keep the wage. And what is that true? I mean, so if an akum hires a Jewish worker, and after the workday is over, that means towards the evening, meaning the time the workday is over, he asks him to go ahead and move some yayin esef, the wage is mutter. Like why? Because I earned my wages from the committed days labor. So it's just like an add-on favor. Time of them reduces the error in fully alone. Now the reason this works is because I'm being asked to do this after my work days or after effectively I can do my wage. But it sounds like if he asked me to do this during my work day, then it would be usher. I'm not buying it. In the honor you say tonight. So Rabbi says, you're right, you're correct. But the Mishnah's case, ultimately, I think the Akum is asking me to move the Yayin Esef when? At the end of the day. So I earned my wage already from the regular day's labor. And then at the end of the day, now he's asking me to move some barrels. Rava Amarava says, no, low kashra. Hadda Amari Ta'abili Mea Tabios Mea Putos. Hadda Amari Ha'abili Fadis Ketuta. So let's say it's very interesting. Rabbi says, here's the distinction. If the Akum asks me to go ahead and move 100 barrels for 100 putos, that means I'm getting paid for that. In that case, I cannot keep the wage that I get from moving the barrel of yains. That wage has to be discounted. I cannot keep that. If on the other hand, ultimately, again, he tells me ultimately again, I'm sorry, if it's then ultimately, if one case is where he tells me move 100 barrels for 100 putos, and one is where he tells me move each barrel for a puto. So where again I'm getting paid per barrel, then halacha again, and again each barrel is individualized work. Again I'm getting puta per barrel. Then halacha I can't keep the wages ultimately again from the yayin excess. But again, if there's a general wage for a general job, then halacha those wages ultimately again become. Look at Rashi. Rashi says that we have low kashya. Masnisin becoming mutter, they go on harderly fabis befuta, and then says fabish yayin esef benehem, shadi puto naro, inani lo shaka miyad, from inat mishti, the halo shayef star, the fabis padi inat to kadi kin amra ba'anti machine. So again, if he tells me, use each barrel for a creature, then good. And I'm not going to myself, keep the creature that I get to the barrels, and I cast away the creature that I get to the yayin esef barrel. The Bryce of the Filo, Amalei, you say, Erev, Habikos, Falo, Asim, Kong, Amalei, Haber, Kabios, because Putos. The Kokam, the Lavino, Kulu, Boyavani. If he says to me, move $100 for 100 Putos, then what I mean is, I'm only getting paid once all the barrels are moved. In that case, again, the movement of the yayin esef by definition is tied up with the rest of the melacha, and then the sky ultimately again is going to be us. Very interesting. Okay, to which the Gemara says this one. It's not Tanya. We learned, so was it Gemara that puts the price of this first line? And so fast I call it Allah having the Chabios and Epicos. Right? Again, if an Akum hires me and he says to me, move 100 barrels for 100 Epicos, and in case Chabios Yayin and Shal Nesef Benehem, and ultimately again it turns out that one of the barrels is Yayin Nesef, Staro Asr. The wages are Asr. Wages are Asr. Since again in this case, I'm only getting paid 100 Epicos after I move 100 barrels, included in that ultimately is Yayin Nesef. Therefore, I work for my side, the wages Asr. Obvious puta. But again, if he tells me, listen, move 100 barrels, I'm going to pay you one puta per Chavis. The name says Chavis Yayin Nesef Benehem. And it turns out that one of the barrels is yayin esef, so I can't keep the wage for that prohibited barrel. Ultimately, again, the rest of the wage, ultimately, again, is incredible. So soon again, so we wanted to see the Mishnah that let's say again, Akum hires my donkey in order to transport it. And if he transports the Agnesa, the wage is us. Once it's Hasulam, I don't think it's the same case. What does it matter if the Akum is hiring me to do work or is hiring my donkey to do work? At the end of the day, if the work involves the Agnesa, then the wage is going to be us. If the work doesn't involve the Agnesa, or the Agnesa simply, is an afterthought, then halakha like so it's mutter. So in both cases, someone says lamali, hasu lamali, any reisha seifa is true. So I need ultimately again. I'll tell you why I need it. Safa leisha halacha. So ultimately again, I need the second seifa. Basically, seifa. Watch this. Safa leisha halacha. So if let's say again, an akum hired it's hired me and donkey hired me to transport him. He was going to sit on a donkey to get from data point. And then what happens? Afaku sheni probably called having other started with it. Let's say again, after his carries his flask, he put his flask on the donkey. Still, the rental wage is still provided. Says, okay. When they brought the login lab unit rules, so you're telling me then why is it? Because the company doesn't really have the right to bring this flask. So therefore, again, his rental doesn't include the flask. Therefore, they bring the flask, the rest of the wage is much like what's the why is it? A minute. Whereas the cash flow surface funds wasn't very interesting. This is the halal sometimes we want this. So first of all, Sofer Maniach Alad Susum, Uliginosom, Unizonosom Shokosom. So what happens? Listen to this. Someone rents a donkey. Ultimately, again, the renter, is permitted to go out and put his clothing, Susum, Uliginosom, his flask, Unizonosom Shokosom, and the food that he needs for the journey. These are the things that he's allowed to put on the donkey. You can't be able to trust any more of the donkey. The donkey driver can say, no, too much overloading my donkey. Chamar, Maniach Halas Orin, Bitaben, and there's also Shal Sahayon. The donkey driver himself has the ability to put on a donkey, barley, right, straw, and ultimately again the food that he needs for that day. More than that, the renter, interesting. The renter could say to the owner, sorry, you can't put more than that on that, so compromise my trade. What do you see from here? You see from here that, again, a flask is included in what a renter is allowed to put on the donkey. So that's the shot. So again, you're right. A renter has a right to put a flask on the donkey. But watch this. If you didn't bring a flask, right? So if you didn't bring a flask, so does the renter, they say to the owner, you know what, if you didn't bring a flask, so really you should knock off a little bit of a rental. Come on. Of course it is. Of course it is. In other words, it's permitted, but at the end of the day, it's inconsequential. So because it's inconsequential, if the company rents my donkey, and he's donkey, and he puts his flask on there, that's inconsequential vis-a-vis the rest of the rental, and therefore the rental fee is permitted. So much in one second. So if you want to go back and ask us on this price, what's the case? Either Sheikh or Nizban, Chama Nami the Aki. If ultimately, again, I will say now the Bryce said that the renter is permitted to put all the food to use for the journey on the donkey. So what's the case? If there's food readily available along the journey, then ultimately, again, why should the renter be able to bring all of this food? The donkey driver should say, take what you need for the journey for the first leg of the trip. When we get left to run away, leave the low shechting, when there's no food readily available, self-and-nami, low that. And the renter shouldn't be able to stop the donkey driver from putting on the just what he needs for that day. This is very interesting. What's the case? The case is where halacha you're able to get food from one leg of the journey to the next, but it's a tier five. It's a to-do. It's a to-do. Chamar, the darting in the truck in this one. Socher, not darting in the truck in this one, because there's a donkey driver. That's part of his job. Right, to go through the trouble, to go through the difficulty of getting food and getting provisions and expectations. The renter, that's not the expectation. The renter is permitted to take everything he needs for the entire journey, put it on the donkey. But ultimately, the donkey driver himself is only permitted to put the amount of food that he needs to get in from one leg of the journey to the next leg of the journey when food is readily available. The father of Rav Acha, the son of Rabbi. That's an interesting combination. Like the father of Rav Acha, the son of Rabbi, is Rabbi. Okay, so Rabbi on the days have a shafet who from the old big This is an interesting case. He was pouring wine for Rabbi. What does this mean? Let me get that sheet. First Rashi on 65. So how your mouth on the so ultimately Rabbi was a wine salesman. He was selling, again, this was his wife. See, he's selling wine to the apple. The derech moke chavio shaya anything gamma chavios looking. So normally again when you sell wine, you also sell the barrels along with the wine. Okay, I mean in the market, Ika Gofi, the Shad Shakef, more from the Faros, Mistake, Bahan, Levad, Masha Mistake, Ika, have a Shafek, Rubuni Gofi, Shabbat, Yard, the Ziki Digo. So what happens? This is very interesting. So Aha, Rahika, the rich here is 3 people bags. 3 people bags. So what he would do is he would go and take his wine, part of his barrels, into the apple's wine skin. Okay. So the Gemara comes Shavelu Kamala only the common. La'azal ma'avalahu ma'avra. B'yoivle gulfe be'ik. So ultimately again, then, based on the way we're reading it now, is he would take the wine across the river, give it to them, and ultimately again he would keep the barrels as part of his wage. Okay, that was it. According to their wineskins, transported by right, transported, and he would get to keep the barrels. Also, Rabbi. So the king told Rabbi about this practice of Rabbi. Amalei, ki katarach, kaitela katarach. What's the problem? Rabbi said. Now the pashtus, the problem is remember, once that wine is poured into the wineskins of the apple, it becomes, we are called whatever, standing on Yain Nesach. So they were bothered by this because isn't ultimately again he wants to continue the existence ultimately again of this Yain Nesach standing across the river as well. So Chabai says it's not a problem because when Rafika is dealing with it, ultimately again it's still mutter. I must ultimately again, but 1 second, still, even though he's pouring wine that's committed, you're right. But then he has to transport the wineskins across the river. So ultimately, he doesn't want the wineskins there. If the wineskins break, then he's going to be in trouble. So he wants to continue the existence of the wineskins which are probably there must be bad value. He made a condition, right? And the condition ultimately again was that Halakha, when I say if it breaks, it's on him. He has no responsibility for it. You know what I mean? The Maisu Pisad keep a or they bought backup utensils as well. This way again, if for some reason the wineskin that he was pouring into broke, he'd have a backup. Kama Ava the room, Ava, to Qatar Pisila. 1 second, don't wait, calm now because that's just pouring to the wineskin, he's transporting them across the river. Isn't your problem now that he's helping with the facilitation of transportation behind himself? He arranged transportation for them even before the actual wine transaction. Okay, so if he arranged transportation, it was done already beforehand, therefore he's not doing anything after the Yainesa Nami to make it to their kitchen. Or he gave them literally again ropes with like knots and the boatsmen would see these ropes in the to take these guys across. Either way, part of the reason for people made the arrangement beforehand for transportation. In other words, had he worked out transportation after the wine had been poured into the wineskins, nothing happened. He was a problem. And essentially, he arranged it beforehand by working out with boatsmen or by giving them like a knotted rope, which I guess symbolized really the wage of his fare, and therefore they were able to get on the boat just with that. The Lika did not have to be involved with that. Okay, very interesting. Good. All right. There's more. A lot of good actions and also more of it. Says in the Mishnah. Yain Nesach Shnafal Gabi Adin. What's the interesting piece? What happens if Yain Nesach spills on grapes? Spills on grapes. So what's that? Well, you can just wash them off. The Himutans and the grapes are nothing. Then Haim of the calls, but the grapes have cracks. So you have to be presumably some of the wine got into the crevices, acids. Ultimately, again, it's going to be Nafal Agave Tarim or Agave Tarim. So ultimately, if the Yainesa fell on figs or on grapes, Yeshban the Nosim Ham Aser. If the wine infuses taste into the dates or into the figs, ultimately, again, it is going to be Aser. Okay, so it says, the mice of the Vitus Pennsylvania, the one kind of the Vitus Pennsylvania, shading globos to see. There's been globos. Now, it actually turns out that globos are dried figs, and what happened? In the Shabbat Chabis, the Chabis Shayayin, it's like another boat, there's a barrel of the barrel broke, there's enough of that again, and a quart on the dried figs. Shalom Chachamim, they asked the Chachamim, Vetira. The Chachamim said that the figs are mutter. The Gemara says, Zach, well, this is the rule. Anytime the Ayanesa confuses taste, ultimately again it's going to be problematic. Anytime the Ayanesa do not confuse taste, ultimately again it'll be mutter. What's an example of when something really falls onto something that really doesn't confuse taste? Kigon, chomet, shinafa agave glis. Ultimately, again, like vinegar that falls onto split lentils. Apparently, again, that does not contribute any positive taste. Okay, Richard Gemara says, I don't understand. My solicitor, the story of Baitus ben Zonin seems to contradict the halacha like before, right? Again, right? The Mishnah said that if one fell on Tahini or Tamar, right? And therefore, again, it's flavor, it's also it doesn't flavor its mutter. Then it says the story about this person where he had dried figs, again, it's trapped, different things, and it's just ruled that the wine did not need it. So what's going on over there? So there's Vashi Kantani, and no sin found the mutter. But it really needs to say something. When you're dealing with wine that pours over figs and grapes, so here's what we look at. Did the wine infuse taste into the figs or grapes or not? If it did, then it's awesome. If the taste is detrimental, then ultimately again, it's mutter. And then, the nice nami the Baitus country, the Baitus country, so maybe Grogos Isina, the Mishkabra Kodesh Shalayna, such a Nafa al Gabehan. Was the obvious way that happened. John Baitus country was taking dried figs on a boat. A barrel of yayin nesef broke on or spilled over the figs. And ultimately, again, the Chachamim said that it's mutter. The Chachamim said that it's mutter. So ultimately, again, what's the logic over there? So apparently, the Chachamim tells that in this particular case, the yayin nesef with the grogos was what we call no sin kam ufka. It infuses detrimental taste, detrimental flavor. And therefore, it is incredible. Who tried to keep the enough Alec of this in the Ayanesa? Shaggy Rabbi is a woman of it. It was interesting. First of all, wheat, and Ayanesa fell on the wheat, poured on the wheat. Right? It just fell, poured on the wheat, and Rabbi permitted to sell the wheat to an Jew. To a non-Jew. Okay, you can't sell to a Jew, but you can sell to a non-Jew. Okay? So the Gemara says, 1 second. Esir about the boy the lover, Sunan about the boy raised the Shaima, Begish and Bokiline, or his other Rabbi Bokalim. But go yes, and I ask the comments. Listen to this. If you have this is very interesting, you have a clothing. Let's say it's a linen clothing, and there was one little thread, and you lost track where the little thread was. So essentially, you down with the shop. So what? Well, right. In other words, you're concerned that the garment is shop. So let's say, so what's the halacha? Halacha is like this. Right, you don't know where the wolf thread is. So the Gemara says you're not allowed to sell that to an Ovid Kohen. You can't sell to an Ovid. Now, why can't you sell to an Ovid? And Rashi says, what are you going to say that? If you're going to sell to an Akum, and the Akum is going to turn around and sell it to a Jew. You know, not with any malicious intent, but he's going to resell it. The Gemara says, no, I jumped ahead. You can't use that as a saddle for your donkey. Sitting on to also be benefiting from Shabbos. I'm sorry, about also Tafika Mishnah. You can use it for burial shrouds for Mishnah. Since a mace doesn't have an obligation in business, therefore it's okay if his burial shrouds are shot in his business. So you must all be behind my camera. Why can't you sell this garment with a lost thread of the way to a Dilma Asi the Zabunis? Because we're afraid that maybe you sell it to a Jew. Ultimately, again, shouldn't we be concerned over here? The same thing if you have this pile of meat and the Ayanesa spilled on it, how can you sell it to an Akum? Don't you have to be concerned that ultimately it's going to sell it to a Jew? Hadar Shara, the Metrino, or the Mufanino, or the Zabuna of the Kohavim, Shalom Bifnei Is. Ultimately, again, afterwards, Rabbi retracted, and Rabbi said, you can grind up the wheat, you can make it into bread, and you can sell it to an Akum, not in the present century. So in other words, essentially, you can sell to an Akum as long as you know if there are no Jews. Rashi said, Shalom before you smell, because you saw Fabre, masculine, all they go on in, other Zavalin, Ibum, Yaro, they go on in, the Sabra Kashal, Hatu, she saw that. The time this is a term Jews there, and let's get Ruben's going to see me selling a loaf of bread to him. Ruben's going to be small. Silver's loaf, it must be kosher, without realizing the backstory. So to an apple, ultimately again, as long as there are no other Jews. One second. Now, why aren't you concerned about me selling it also? Remember, that's Pasach. So remember, again, bread to an apple has its own set of halachos and its own set of halachos. Everybody, let's stop over here for today. Shleach, everyone, for the tremendous week. So just to go for all of you. Everyone, a good night, Shabbos, and a beautiful Shabbos. Good we'll say a great spot for some video return with all of you this morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shoot. Thank our annual Comic-Con sponsors. Listen to Shocking Versus of dedicating all the training Russians this year is a Swiss for the Stars Troubles for Ami Yisrael. Comic-Con sponsors for the month of Av, Abba Alun, Tova, Stephen Randy Drazen, in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Lou Rosenzweig, in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig, the former Rabbi. All the learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund K. Wolf, Commissioner of the Yahrzeit of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, Steve Hirsch, the former Rabbi, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Robert Baruch Mordecai Ben Molero of Nossi. Wendy sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum's memory of his beloved mother, Rosie Applebaum, Rachel Bas, with for the merit of our Talmud Torah, all the Nishamos Happen the families in the family, all those who need Shalom, ladies, all of our Shalom and Bekaros, allow our soldiers successful fall and us. For most of the daf, today's daf is Samach Daled 64. A really incredible daf ahead of us today. We are picking up from Samach Gimel on the base 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Aminu Rav Papi Yasser B'Chia Bar Ami Gabai. And B'Chia Bar Ami was sitting with them. And Yosef, the Kabbalah, he asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating question. Safra Vishpa Yayin Nesach Ma. What is the halacha if an akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin nesach? Right? So if you're imagine this akum comes over to you, saying, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin nesach. Now, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages from his process? Remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves may be usher by the next. Here, the Akum is asking me to do something with the Yayin Nesach, but he's asking me to destroy Yayin Nesach. And he's going to take me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, what's the halacha? Miyam kiv zerot tzadikim or usher. This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach. Now, why do I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them. That is the panos. So, on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach. So, because I want it, therefore, again, maybe that makes the process better. Look at Rashi just a moment. Three lines up in the bottom of Rashi. The Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. I don't know, Ruben doesn't want them to break up their own. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is interesting to think about this, right? The Jew actually wants the Yayin Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from Yayin Nesach, and therefore, again, it's us. On the other hand, this is the destruction of the Yayin Nesach, destruction of our Israel. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want the house to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to destroy all Israel is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be committed. Fascinating China. Rav Nachman. So Rav Nachman says, Yishpar the Rav Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job. get the money, and tell a brother you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and root out people, root out a Torah, and that is a good thing. Take the money and go. So the Gemara says, let me say this. Let's bring a proof to this. You see it on that. Ain't Otri in the Ovik of the let's say again, in Akul plants Kilayim, right? Kilayim is forbidden mixture. So wheat, we had such just 2 days ago. Wheat and, let's say, for example, wheat and grape vines, that's the kind of example. It's a forbidden mixture. So if an Ovik Chacham is planting Kilayim, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Over means like home, removing weeds or seed with dirt. You can't do that. Half of Sanach Talib, 64, about Ovik Imobil and what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot Kilayim. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi about Okrim. Let's say Akum hires and maybe it's a person sober. Do me a favor, I planted Kilayim. Okay, you planted every Kilayim, right? But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kilayim, right? And I want the existence of the Kilayim because if the Kilayim is not uprooted on their own, I use that in my parnasa. So the Gemara says. So it appears from here, this is just supposed to nothing. But nothing says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So there's a Savua, second one from the top 64. Savua, Amar, he gives it to you. So you keep the Amar, and the Kayan is the Kilayim local. This is very interesting. You keep a hold of this in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant Kilayim, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of Kilayim, but you can't even do anything that sustains them. So, for example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone else planted the Kilayim, right? Apple planted Kilayim, and the Apple asks me to put up a fence around the Kilayim. Rabbi Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kilayim. Even though putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself, nevertheless, it is going to be us for the sign. There you go. Means reading. Mechata means covering the seeds with dirt. So Menachesh on the Kilayim. Look at and get out this, right? Because again, that's kind of come up. Because there you're actively and directly participating in the planting of Kilayim. The King Rabbi Akiva says, "After Mechayim." Rabbi Akiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the Kilayim, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. So when it's my time, Rabbi Akiva, where's Rabbi Akiva get that from? What's he touching? I'm a pro. Satcha Motizra Kilayim. Plus it says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the Elazareh, I only know the prohibition of planting. Mekayim. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even like putting up the fence. Amalomar lo Kilayim. So let's say, so it's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of slicing the concept. Lo Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's going to be Ilu, the Gemara says, Ve'ilu, when you look at Tifla Shari. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to Kiva, according to Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is concerned that sustains the Kiva. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the Kilayim? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't be that thing of Rabbi Akiva. Rather, Haman, who's the thing? Is this Rabbanon? It's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be your open to you Nami Shahid. No, it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon is going to put up a fence. So, because Rabbanon, only Rabbi Akiva, Rabbanon told nothing you can with plants that planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting mechanism or putting up a fence they hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the fence. So that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, this is very interesting. What's the case of the year? Interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it. and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Watch this. Amar, leaking lahem matnaskinam aser. Ultimately, Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that halacha l'maisa you are not allowed to do a favor for it. Like he actually has in the beginning of halacha, lo sechanim. So all my focus what lo sechanim means. Right, doesn't mean don't compliment them, don't give them matnaskinam. But Yehuda says don't do other things. You can't work for free. You can't do something for an apple for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of the Torah, you still can't do it. So the Gemara says, Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, la. Now, the fact that you're saying it's not according to Yehuda, something according to Rabbi Akiva, so not be permitted. Rabbi Yehuda, Asa Lukin Hamaknasina, Aval Lemite Tifla Shapin. Gemara says, no. According to Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so if you give a free gift, you can't do a favor for us. But to do something to uproot our bizarre, that's absolutely permitted. That's a good thing. That's an objective benefit. I have Rabbi Akiva Nami. I found out Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm kind to line book, yeah? And the UK Tifla Shakadam. And you say something to Rabbi Akiva. Even Rabbi Akiva was a more extensive, approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. They're not only can you not plant it, not only can you have some of the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kilayim, to get rid of Isser, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the author. For which the Gemara says, there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss about. It's good. This phrase, this is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. The sumo meeting. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss about this. So also, it's very interesting. But therefore, what this means is ultimately, now let's go for full circle. How did we start with this? We all started by the case of an Akum wants to break his barrels of Guinness. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break his willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Right? So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, you could say no, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the Guinness. And I'm benefiting from the whole result. On the other hand, I'm destroying the whole result. But Nachman said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of a Zara, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plant to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, and keep the proceeds, because the destruction of people, the destruction of the Zara, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. And as Nachman says, you get paid, and Tavo Allah. Incredible. I must say, it really is such an interesting idea, because, kind of like part of Western society and mindset is, live and let live. And that is important as members of society, just the general approach to living in a greater society. We should take an approach to living. Yes, it's not that religion belongs to the world of confusion, nor is it a place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. And that to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in a greater society. And on the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurred. That's why the Rabbi uses this question of, yes, destroy the INS and Tavo Allah bracha. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. It is a bracha. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what we think about. It's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing, it's really not evil. And sometimes you would think that the world would just line up for us, right? Just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet, again, it's hard. Because often in the world you can't see what's evil, what's good, you can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes it is a little liquid, and sometimes the Matthew says Yishbar the Tavalah. Sometimes you have to identify the evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and if you do it, Tavalah. Ultimately, the process is difficult, the process is good, the process is overwhelming. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's what it's going to be about. Incredible. The Gemara goes like it. The Gemara goes like it. But Hadri Yasri, so again, the same federal is sitting. And after the question, Hadri Yasri, if you're coming by the name of the Arabic Papadam. So we'll say, this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has sold it for $1,000 in his hand. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the Avodah Zarah? Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to do So this is very interesting. So ultimately, you're going to not say, we start with the nail from the Avodah. So nothing says I think it's not good. I think it's not good. That if an Akum sells his idol and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just money being money. Listen to this. So here's our nothing proof. There were these people who came before Rabbi. What happened? Another room. Zivino Hamad the Islafu. This is scary. This is fascinating. So that comes up like this. There were these people who came before Rabbi. And what happened? I see Rabbi and they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen, I watch this. What's the last over here? And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the Suez Skyru, both these Skyru, the African Skyru, Australian Kalacham, all those stuff, I'm sure they're because remember, if they convert and just still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be gay, right? Can never have its identity. They can't get nullified. So it tells them instead of what? Why you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert and the money is committed. What do you see from here? Obviously, you see from here that Allah for money someone sells his idol, that cash is committed. So the Gemara says, my time off, you shouldn't have considered the name of us for having the Arabic commentary. Must get the proceeds of the sale of idolatry that are in the hands of the ultimately is committed. I have the girl and shiny person, the kingdom that I did be very, God I bought them. So in that case, why is that? Since the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the idol converted. So an Akum can be Mavaka is Avodah Zarah. So maybe that's why it's so. Now the Gemara says, here's the proof. You saw Shayanoshim Obiko Kavim, Mana, Umachar Ovodas Kokavim Behemi. Listen to this. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idol, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yainesa, in the same case, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yainesa, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that law? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. But let's say the Akum same case, right? Akum $1,000. He's still going to pay you. Give me the way here. I'm just going to sell my oil. I'll be back with the proceeds. Or I'm going to sell my Yayin Nesach. I'll be back with the proceeds. In that case, it's awesome. See, very interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yayin Nesach. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, mutter. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Yayin Nesach. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. I affected the Gemara. So what's the distinction? I don't say what's the difference in these two cases. Moshe says, "See from the Shumba, how we make kilots of the Kedima." So this is very serious. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous subject. Now here's the difference. In the second case, where the Akum says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the idol and the continued existence of the one. Why? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshus posits the proceeds for us. Listen, one second. If you go to the Kiyuma Kiyagatim, that's what we just said before, that's mutter. That's mutter. In other words, we'll say, when you want the continued existence, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue the existence of that idol until the apple sells it because I want the money. I want to continue the existence of the INSF because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continuing existence of these particular items. Why should it be us? Vatnan, Ger, Vatnan, Ger, Abikochamin, Shiyarshu Avi and Abikochamin. So this is very interesting case. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both they're Akum brothers. One converted and one is still Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. Their Akum father died, and they're getting married to their father. So they got to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say prohibited items. So Ger, Yochel, Loma, Lo, Ton, Aka, Modus, Yochanan, Animals. Ton, Ata, Yain, Yatzak, Maniteos. So brother Ger could say to brother Akum, I said, brother Akum, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the yain, and I'll take the money and the potatoes. He could do that. The Mishabol, and that's permitted. However, the Mishabol is just like your Asr. Obviously, all of this presupposes that the Ger does not yet actively taken possession of yain, or idols. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse, right? But well, technically there is recourse. No one really sees. You can get an option to do the background and set up, but it's much more complicated. Once a Jew only owns it, there are really very little options. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So what's this? Ultimately, again, what do you see from that? Now, in this case, brother Ger wants the continued existence of the idolatry of the INSF. But he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore, again, it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over here, this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about I don't know, say it's made out of gold or silver, which means that what, even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its old state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which the Gemara says, that works fine for an idol. How would you explain it is then of Yayin Nesef? The Saras Hadrain. So what's this very interesting? Hadrianic person. So apparently, Rashi points out that here, Hadrianic person where ultimately they started absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbed to wine to a degree that you could take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, brother Ger doesn't care if the casks break or not. It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. To which the Gemara says, but one second, even if that's so, even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that they're going to break, right? But he does care whether or not it's still being lost, so he still wants to continue with existence. Don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot in the proof from the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No. Shani Rushas Hager, Dakilu Baraba. Rabbis were makled by the Yerusha of the Ger. In other words, normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were makled by the Yerusha of the Ger. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yain or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother Akum. Right, so you take this, you take the prohibited stuff, I'll take the prohibited stuff, even though, yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make it by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money or choose his inheritance. And they're saying that's not a knock on the Ger. That's The reality is human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? There's something called ROTHSCHILD. The Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept back the stolen bit of wine in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's cheating. We're afraid if the thief has to return everything, he's not going to commit a cheating. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial needs. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as you say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, just things are like you and many people could not stand up to religious challenges. And there was a choice between religion and money. They're afraid that if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately, again, his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of because it's human nature. So if Chazal didn't want to put him in that situation, therefore they would make out by it there. And we're saying that often in this kind of case, you're going to have an estate that's comprised of permitted items and prohibited items. Therefore, allow him to keep the permitted items, give his brother all of the prohibited items. Incredible. What's that other days? Tanya, Rachi advice that supports this. Imagine, when is this so? Shirshu, in the case of Yerusha. But in the case, let's say, the business partnership will be also. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they were not normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well. And you don't look at the person in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So remember that. So remember again, all of this is the same group of Rabbi sitting together. Another question that came up. Ger Tosha now she So let's say this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead? And we'll say just before we go on, just I think that Chazal will make it by the Ger. Just so you understand the tremendous misrepresentation of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. Sometimes people have a very skewed view of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, a very skewed view of halacha. That HaKadosh Baruch Hu is waiting for us to mess up, to smack us down. He's already waiting for us to mess up, so he can levy some type of punishment that we have to do against us. That's what we refer to in truth. The Ribono Shel Olam wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the scriptures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Mishpach understood what we really want to be successful. Chazal understood what we really want to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal did it. No, that you have no greater advocate in this world. That's in this world than in the next world. And in this world, Chazal constantly committing for our successes. Okay, incredible question. How do you guys go about it? Ger Tosha, not a by balance. So what's a very interesting challenge? Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again. An apple has the ability to negate his avodah, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So a ger tosha, listen, what is a ger tosha? Now we're going to see this in my post, this is about the definition of a ger tosha. Rashi points out here in the top of the daf, ger tosha, eino oved avodas hashem. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple with everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. It's a pretty big thing. Right? He believes in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's an angel. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Gemara says, on one hand, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Maybe we say like this: anyone who's what we call a barniyeh. If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission all the time. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, Baruch Hashem. He himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. You must own the rule of nothing, so I'm going to also nothing goes this. Stavro, the Halach, and Battle, Grove, Halach. And nothing says, no, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone that doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Tosha doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So what's his name? There is a question. Just 1 second. Yisrael, that's how it is. Listen to this. So, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. She found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that level? Actual boss of the other. So what's it? So now remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because they have acquired it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do? I should know bus over. So before I pick it up, I can call over an apple. Remember, what's the attack here? Call over an apple and say to the apple, I need you to negate this idolatry, decommission it, right? So theological decommissioning. So go ahead and engage in theological decommissioning of this idolatry. It becomes committed. However, again, in the Shabbos of the Yardo, but again, let's take it out. If I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. They shall know, Ovid Kokovim Medato Avodos Kokovim Shalom, Shachadeh. And Ovid Kokovim Apple to decommission his own Avodah Zarah or the Avodah Zarah of his friend. Bein Ovdah, Bein She'in Ovdah. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Now we're going to define what this means. My Ovdah, my Ovdah. What does it mean for worship? What does it mean that Apple to decommission Avodah Zarah? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. If you want to say that all it's talking about an apple, then Hayu Shalom Shachadeh. We already said that. We just said before that an apple has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And a lot of the Oved Kochanim, Umay She'in Elav of the Oved Kochanim, right? Ultimately, again, Ovda means an actual act. Umay She'in Ovda, what does it mean? A non-worshipper? Ger Tosha. Oh. So he was able to go ahead and decommission both an actual apple and a Ger Tosha. Shmanino, Ger Tosha, Manilabaka. What do you see from here? That a Ger Tosha has the ability to be Mabaka, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which the Gemara says, no. The Olam Ibn not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person that decommissioned Avodah Zarah is an actual idol worshiper himself. I did the Amrit. I knew Shalom B'Shafat. We already said that. Then the price is redundant. Because we already said that a Hakon could go ahead and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. Two different cases. Reisha, Zeh L'Pa'ar, Zeh L'Markets. The Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two apples, right, and both worship Pa'ar, or both worship Markets. So obviously, again, apple 1 could negate his idol and his friend's idol. And apple 2 could negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh L'Pa'ar, Zeh L'Markets. Oh. The Sefer is teaching something different. Let's say you have one apple who worships Markowis and one who worships Baal Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? An apple who worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship. So let's say, so there will be three halachos we follow. Number 1, an apple can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number 2, an apple can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number 3 is an apple can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different idol. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no raya about a Ger Tosha. Right? So when it comes to a Ger Tosha, we still like because that was our Shabbat. Can a Ger Tosha, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be the back level? I'm still the answer. Whereas Mason against Tosha, is a Ger Tosha. What's a Ger Tosha? Tosha Kiba. So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Tosha? So Tosha Kiba Lab definition Gimel Chavirim. Shalom Avodas Chavirim. Meir says it's any apple who has accepted himself in front of three Chavirim. In the verse, Chaver being spoiled before. Chaver normally means someone is careful with choosing. This is really careful about choosing Chavirim. So in this context, the Pasha said it just means you have to be in front of a dazed. Anytime an apple comes in front of a dazed, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a ger toshav. That's a ger toshav. Good. That's what I meant. Come say, Moshe Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos. Moshe Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos Shekiba B'nei. Some say a ger toshav is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noahide because don't seem to require a base. That's a ger toshav. Sheva Mitzvos B'nei Noah, the next ger toshav. Even only able to go with ger toshav. Not true. Acherim say not true. That's not it. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of ger toshav. What is a ger toshav? And that is a ger toshav. Ze ger from the velos. Shekidon Allah mekayim kol mitzvos hamuras b'Torah chutz me'isser nevelos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of a ger toshav? The ger toshav is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the velos, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvos in the Torah. It's a pretty shocking definition. So what's that? 3 methods out there. Definition of ger toshav. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the days in that Torah idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Mitzvos from Noach. Acherim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvos except the laws of conscience. He's Latin and kosher. Incredible. But the Brisa goes on. Yachadin etzlo yain ve'imachidin etzlo yain. Kafir be'er sharubi yisrael. What's the halacha is you can deposit wine with a ger toshav, right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time. I should say deposit. You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a long amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Rashi says over here, we saw Maniach the Chanusa actually so the Akivan the Lokala will not go along the asset. The Mago from the Asset Amar Besa Rochesh. Even the Imo Anna the Kashimani for Liga Ola. He said, Bismana Mua like a Rochesh. So ultimately, again, you can deposit wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time, because what they certainly need swap out your juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as a halacha for the ger toshav, you can leave with wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, not to GUINNESS. Why not to GUINNESS? Not because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine for the juice. So for a short amount of time, it's water. For a longer amount of time, it's Shmano Kiyeno. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his water. What is that? Shmano Kiyeno Alecha Shemen Nika Havi Yayin. That's not what we know with oil. Oil can be used like that. So Ella Yeno Kishmano. Interesting, you know kind of what it means is like this, but Halacha L'maisa that ultimately again is his wine. His wine is like his oil. Just like very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. I look at that just a moment. That's the Shmano of the Abiyayas and Yeno Mutabandra, Shmano of Kodum Shoti Ashtan Baki Lokal, Ababishtia also. And what does it mean that his oil is like that his wine is like his oil? But the same way that you get enough from his oil, you get enough from his wine. You can't drink the wine with the ger toshav, but ultimately you can get enough from his wine. So the sharp called davar, ultimately, and for every other thing, are really called a he is like an apple. So we should mess up. Shimon Omer, Yeno Yayin Nesa. Va'amilei Mutter. Shimon says this wine is like Yayin Nesa, but others say ultimately again that it is Mutter, ultimately again for consumption. So we'll actually pause over here. We'll pick up in the Hashem. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this again. Katanias, what do you see from here? Katanias, we shout for it, we see from here that an apple is like an apple. Here, Toshav is like an apple regarding every other matter. Remind him, son. Ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that Toshav is like an apple for everything else? What does that mean? To which the Gemara says, love the Mavaka Avodas Kochavim, Ke'avodas Kochavim. So it doesn't get me, because what's more again, how did this whole thing that get Toshav gets done? Because Shiloh, we're trying to figure out, does it get Toshav have the ability to negate idolatry, to theologically decommission idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, Ger Toshav is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate avodah, so too can a Ger Toshav? So too can a Ger Toshav? To which the Gemara says, no, no. Litin Rishus from about the Rishus. No, it actually means something else. It means actually for Shabbos. What does it mean for Shabbos? What's it about? It's Kid Samuel. You saw him, word. The Shabbos was like, what's up? Erev Chatzos. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that court. From that home to the courtyard without impedance. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Chatzar. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. That's what Erev means. You have to carry from the home into the Chatzar, Chatzar into the home. Now the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chatzar, he can yield his rights. Let's say if Shabbos started, forgot to participate in the area, he can yield his rights to the other members of the Chatzar. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. Watch this. The Gemara says, Yisrael, the Shara Shabbos of the Shok, and Medaka Rishos. Ultimately, again, if you have Yisrael, which unfortunately again is Yisrael, to an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like in public he keeps Shabbos, privately he doesn't keep Shabbos. And at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? All he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the Chatzar. Okay. But again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple. If he's like an apple, then it is not enough for him to yield his rights and his assets to other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Yisrael, no sin rishos from the rishos, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. But by an apple, ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the Gemara is saying that when we say, so this is just qualification case done, Omer law, of course, how does he yield, for example, yield his right to give over his rights to the Omer law, I hereby give over my rights, right? I bequeath my rights to the Chatzar, or you will tell us now, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, of what the purpose is that Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the Erev, Neitzah is many things form of things. So just in general, about Erev Chatzeros, again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have Jewish residents who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he could yield his rights, or being a doctor, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chatzar that allows everyone else to utilize the Chatzar. Even if he's a Yisrael woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately, again, he could yield, or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By an apple, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And a Yisrael woman who is publicly a woman is treated like a also, therefore, when we said before that a Ger Toshav ultimately again is treated like an apple for all other things means that the food within a Chatzar with a Ger Toshav. And you are choosing the Chatzar want to make it clear of Chatzeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the Ger Toshav as well. Now, whether or not the Ger Toshav is actually joining the group of Sarah, and that's the show say, we will see in tomorrow's daf. Shkaya everyone, what a daf, what an incredible experience such as this with all of you, and wishing everyone great sponsorship to you. We'll tell you all of you this morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's trip. Thank our annual commentary sponsor. Chosen Shrafa Beretz dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year. Swiss for Source for Voice Fountain Israel. I'm Joyce Master for the month of Abba and Tovis Stephen and raising in honor of their parents. Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Irene Rosenzweig, in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig on the Rafa. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Evan Faith Wolf, Commissioner of the Yard Site, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben, Steve Hirsch is on the Rafa, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Robert Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno Ravnos. The only sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosie Applebaum, Rachel Bas, the merit of our Talmud Torah, all the English the families in the family, all those who need their Shur Shafin together, colorful ladies, Torah, Pushing, Merit Hashem, all of our passages, Shalom and Bukarov, allow our holy soldiers to be successful in the fall and our Savior. For us with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Samech Dalet 64. A really incredible daf ahead of us. Today we are picking up from Samech Gimel on the days 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. That's Rav Nachman Be'ula Ba'avinu Bar Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Be'ula Ba'avinu Bar Papi, Yasra B'Chia Bar Ami Gabai. And B'Chia Bar Ami was sitting with them, and he was Yosef, the Kabbalah, he asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating aspect of this question. Safra Bishbar B'Yayin Nesach Ma. What is the halacha if an Akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of Yayin Nesach? Right, so okay, rather than this Akum comes over to you and says, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour, do me a favor, smash these barrels of Yayin Nesach. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages from this halacha? Also, remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves may be asur b'aniyah. So here, the Akum is asking me to do something with Yayin Nesach, but he's asking me to destroy Yayin Nesach. And he's going to pay me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, "No, what's the halacha? Me and your kid will also be awesome." This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach. Now, why do I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I'd lose the parnosa. So on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach. So because I want it, therefore, again, maybe that makes the basis for what we could actually just the moment. Kevan, 3 lines up in the bottom of the Rashi. The Yisrael Zerlotze B'Kiyuvan Shachar Yosef. The Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. Shelo Yishtabu Akshamei Lehem. I don't know. Reuben doesn't want them to break on their own. Actually, Shaveru V'Yitos Namasos. So then we say that since the Jew actually wants, and it's interesting to think about this way, right? The Jew actually wants the Yayin Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from Yayin Nesach, and therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, this is the destruction of the Yayin Nesach, destruction of Avodah Zarah. This is a good thing. Sure, I want the gospel in existence, but again, ultimately, to describe Avodah Zarah is a good thing in effort. And the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be committed. Fascinating child. So Rav Nachman says, Yishbar B'Kol Lacha. Rav Nachman says, no, take the job, Chewy, take the job, get the money, and tell a bracha you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go to the root out of Zara. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So you must limit the errors. Let's bring the truth to this, I guess. You should have that. Ain't Oju in the Obik from the class. So let's say again, an Obik plants to line, right? The line is forbidden mixture. So we had such just 2 years ago. Wheat and let's say, for example, wheat and grapevine. That's what I would make. So you put in forbidden mixture. So if an Obik Kohanim is planting Kelamin, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Ultimately means like home. When you can use the sequel and the third, you can't do that. How about Sanach Galer, 64? About hoping what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot Kelamin. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi. About Obik, Lashlifa Le'ibud Ba'afar of the Lotze B'Kuma Shali Akum Yalena Chakman. Let's say Akum hires me and he says, listen, so good. Give me a favor, I planted Kelamin. Again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though you get paid for working with Kilayim, right? And I want the existence of Kilayim because if the Kilayim is not uproot on their own, I lose out on my Parnasa. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here this is to support the Nachman. But Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want to continue the existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So it says Savua, second line from the top 64. Savua, our money, who's a thing? This is Rabbi Akiva, it's Rabbi Akiva to Amar, and the Kani, the Kilayim Mocha. This is very interesting. Rabbi Akiva holds it, so in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant Kilayim, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of Kilayim, but you can't even do anything that sustains planting. For example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone has planted the Kilayim, right? Apple and Kilayim, and the apple asks me to put up a fence around the Kilayim. Rabbi Akiva says, also. Why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kilayim. Putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also going to be decided. Here we go. Nafish means eating. The fact that means covering the seeds with dirt. So nafish and covering the Kilayim. Look at and get out the strength because again, that's kind of common. Because there you're actively and directly participating in the driving of Kilayim. Rabbi Akiva says, "After the time." Rabbi Akiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the Kilayim, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. My time is Rabbi Akiva. Where does Rabbi Akiva get that from? What's his logic? On the Kra, Satcha Lotizra Kilayim. Pasuk says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the Elazaraya, I only know the prohibition of planting. Mekayim Yunayim. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even like putting up a fence? Amalomar lo Kilayim. Alright, so let's say, so it's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. So again, the Gemara's Darshan is kind of slicing it. It's like lo Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's going to be considered as well. Ilu, Gemara says, the Ilu, the Miute Tesla Shari. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to the Akiva, the prohibition ultimately is doing something that sustains the Kilayim. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the Kilayim? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily, no, it doesn't have to be that thing of rather Haman, who's opinion is this? Rabbanon, it's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be reopened, I think to you mean very shattered. No, but it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, if this is Rabbanon is going to put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon only can be a keep up. Rabbanon only can be planted, or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting up the like putting up a fence to hold is mutter. So putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting those plants. So that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hafamas, Kinan is very interesting. What's the case? So here, the Ka'avid Bechina. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Ultimately, the Yehuda is of the opinion that halacha you are not allowed to give favor for it. Like he actually has in the beginning of the halacha. All my focus what most of them means. That doesn't mean not one of them don't give them the Yehuda says don't do like this thing, you can't work for free. You can't do something for an apple for free. Even if the free favor is the structure of the Zara, you still can't do it. So which the Gemara says is that Yehuda, Nishmal Rabbi Akiva, wow. Now the fact that you're setting this up for Yehuda, something to the front of Rabbi Akiva will not be permitted. And Yehuda also became a Nakasina, about the Tifla Shapir. Gemara says no. According to Yehuda, Yehuda says it's true. You came to do a favor, so to give a free gift. You came to a favor for another. But to do something to uproot our desire, that's absolutely committed. That's an objective benefit. I have numerous Rabbi Akiva Nami. Alpha Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm a crime to line book, yeah? And you take Tifla Shakir. When you say certain points Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva has a more expensive approach to the provision of Quran. They're not only cleaning up planting, not only cleaning up some of the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even the people would agree to uproot Quran to get rid of Isra, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the Quran. Which the Gemara says is so low needy, there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. It's good. This phrase is Sulamidi. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. Sulamidi. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So also, it's very interesting. Because therefore, what this means is ultimately, let's go full circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the case of an uncle wants to break his barrels of Yainessa. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go to break his barrels, to pay me $50 a barrel. Great, so I'm not allowed to do it or not. So remember, on one hand, you can say no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the Yainessa, and I'm benefiting from the Holy Zara. On the other hand, I'm just trying to hold this up. But Nachman said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of a Zara, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the Yainessa, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the Quran to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities and get paid for them and keep the proceeds, because the destruction of evil, the destruction of Zara, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. And as Nachman says, you get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. I will say there is it really is such an interesting idea, because kind of like part of Western society, the mindset is like live and let live, and that is important as members of society. Just as a general approach to living in greater society, we should both take an approach of living and let live. Yes, it's not your obligation to be against the world to refuse your ideas, nor is it your place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. And that's to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in greater society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurry. That's why the Matthew uses this lashon of destroy the Yainessa and cover Allah love. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for, but you think about it's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing, it's rooting out evil. And some of you would think that like the world would just line up, cross, right, just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet, again, it's hard, because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's right, who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes there is a little like live, and sometimes the Matthew says, Yishbar, the Tavallah. Sometimes you have to break an evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and once you do it, Tavallah. Ultimately, the process is difficult, the process is good, the process is long. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's where it's really it's incredible. The Gemara goes like that. The Gemara goes like that. But Hadri Yasvi, so again, the same Kevin was saying, and they asked about the question, Mas Hadri Yasvi, they come by like, they may have a list from the other cover now. So we'll say, this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol, and he has now sold it for $1,000, $1,000 instead. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the Avodah Zarah itself? Now, me profess as Dana the Avodah. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to run. So this is very interesting. So ultimately, we're not going to say, this time we nailed us from the other people, probably tough. So Matthew says, I think it's motive. I think it's motive. That if an Akum sells his item and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity. But rather, that money is just mundane money. Why? Listen to this. So here's our Matthew's proof. I know the also made the Rabbi. There were people who came up with Rabbi. What happened? Honorable. Zero Zidino Koma Bikistiflu, the suicide. This is fascinating. So that sounds like this. There were these people who came up with Rabbi. And what happened? I see Rabbi Barazua. And they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen, now watch this. What's the over here? And Rashi says over here, look at Rashi, look at the Swiss Cairo. All this Cairo, the Afrishan Cairo, also really call it all those because remember, if they convert and still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity negated, and it can't get another from it. So it tells them instead, before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert and the money is committed. What do you see from here? Obviously, you see from here that Allah for myself sells his idol, that cash is committed. So the Gemara says, my time, well, we shouldn't have ourselves and now let's go home and get the proceeds of the sale of idolatry that are in the hands of the ultimately is committed. I don't shine us and the freedom that I can delay, God I bought. Maybe that case is why is that? Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the item converted. So an apple could be mevatel his avodah. So maybe that's why the proceeds are mevatel. Eleni Hafa. And the Gemara says, here's the proof. You saw Shai Moshe Omikol Fahim, Kumana, Umachar Avodos Kolfahim Dehim. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his item, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yain Nesach was same case. I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yain Nesach, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Lachol? Smutter. Ultimately, again, it's smutter. Interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Let's say you have the same case, I got $1,000. Okay, still don't already pay you. Give me the rate, yeah, I'm just going to sell my I'll be back with the proceeds. I'm going to sell my Yayin Nesach, I'll be back with the proceeds. In that case, it's awesome. So you're going to be interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yayin Nesach. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, move to it. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I gotta sell my idol. I gotta sell my Nesach. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. I check the Gemara. So what's the distinction? I don't say what's the difference in these two cases. And Rashi says, "Seifa mishum b'havi lekilot shebekivim." So this is very interesting. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous survey. Here's the difference. In the second case, where the applicant says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the idol and the continued existence of the wine, right? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshus posits the proceeds for us. Listen 1 second. If you look at the Kiyum of Kiyagavim, that's what we just said before, that's much. In other words, we'll say, when you want the continued existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the apple sells because I want the money. I want the continued existence of the Yain Nesach because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these particular items. Why should it be awesome? Vatinan, there is Vatinan, there are other problem. Shiyarshu Adiyam Odutos. This is a very interesting case. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're Apple brothers. One converted and one is Apple. So brother Ger, brother Apple. So what happens? Their father died. Their Akum father died, and now they inherit their father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say permanent items. So here, Yochel Lo Tol Ata Modas Mohammed Animals. Tol Ata Yain Esak Maniperos. So brother Ger can say to brother Akum, said, Barakim, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the yain, and I'll take the money and the needles. He can do that. The Mishabot, and that's committed. However, the Mishabot is just like your awesome. Obviously, all of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of yain or items. Actually, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right, but well, technically there is recourse. Remember, when you see this, you can get happen to be the lack of Sarah, but it's much more complicated. Once a Jew already owns it, there are usually very little restrictions. So as long as Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So let's say, so ultimately, again, what do you see from there? Because halach l'maisa, now in this case, brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry and of the yayin esek, but he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore I think it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over in this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol that is made out of gold and silver, which means that like, even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Because even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which the says that's fine. That works fine for an idol. Now, how would you explain the case then of Yayin Nesef? The Pharis Hadrani. So what's his very interesting? Adrianic earthquake. So apparently, Rashi points out that here, Adrianic earthenware ultimately was very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, and the earthenware absorbed the wine to a degree, that you could take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute the wine. In that case, also, brother Ger doesn't care if it has grape or not. It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. To which the rest of the 1 second even if that's so, even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that they're great, right? But he does care whether or not they get stolen or lost, so he still wants it for continued existence. Don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No. Shani Yerushas Hager, Dakilu Barabba. Rabbis were makeled by the Yerusha of the Ger. In other words, normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were makeled by the Yerusha of the Ger. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yain Esek or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? And so you take this, you take the stuff, I'll take the stuff. Even though, yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make up by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money or choose his religion. That's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? Some people have cancer struggle. Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole, right? And the victim should not accept that was stolen by the wine in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's trade. They're afraid if the thief has to return everything, he's not going to return that trade. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, sure. As long as you have your health and you can pay the bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, you just things are like and many people did not stand up to religious challenges. And there was a choice between religion and money. They were afraid that if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately again his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the get, because it's human nature. So if a Chazal didn't want to put him in that situation, if they're going to make over by a hair, understand that often in this kind of case, you're going to have an estate that's comprised of permitted items and prohibited items, so therefore allowing him to keep the permitted items, give his Akum brother all of the prohibited. Also, other days. Tani Rabbi advice that supports this. When is this so? Shirshu, in the case of Yerusha. But in the case, let's say, the business partnership will be awesome. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well, because we don't want to put the person in this, we don't want to put together in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So how do you guys find that? So remember again, all of this is the same group of Rabbanim sitting together. Another question that came up. Ger Tosha now she back for ROTHSCHILD. So this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead? And let's say, just before we go on, just I did the Chazal will make over today. Just so you understand the tremendous importance of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. That Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. And sometimes people have a very skewed view of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, a very skewed view of halacha. That HaKadosh Baruch Hu is waiting for us to mess up, so we could smack us down. He's already waiting for us to mess up, so we could levy some type of punishment that cannot be against us. That's a key for the truth. The Ribono Shel Olam wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, and all of the scriptures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, and not just smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Hashbach understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's all do that as well. Know that you have no greater advocate in this world. That's in this world than in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly in success. Okay, another question. How do you guys recall about it? Ger Tosha, Ma Shebat Ha'az. What's a very interesting question? Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akum has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance and importance. So a Ger Tosha, he wants to know what is a Ger Tosha. Now we're going to see this. My focus about the definition of a Ger Tosha. Rashi points out here on the top of the daf, Ger Tosha, Eino Ovid Avodas Chofar. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an Akum in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? He believes in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Gemara says, on one hand, the Palach Mevat is Ro Palach Mevat. Then we say, only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. And then we say like this, anyone who's what we call a bar mineh, if you're in the parsha of an Akum, then you can go ahead and decommission idolatry. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an Akum. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. You must only rule out Nachman, so I'm going to say Nachman is this. Established the Palach Mevat Ro Palach Mevat. Now Nachman says, no, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Tosha doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. Unless it makes that is a question. It's not something. The social, that's a whole mission. So, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that level? Actual Basel. So what's it say now? Remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because they have a quality. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially you can't be decommissioned. So what do? I should have busted it. So before I pick it up, I can call over an Akum. Remember, no one say package. Call over an Akum and say, Akum. I need you to negate this idolatry. Decommissioning. Right? Theological decommissioning. So go ahead and engage in theological decommissioning of this idolatry. It's committed. However, again, in Shabbat Saliyago, Aino Omri Odom Kukum Levakwa. But again, if I take it out, if I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. In Sha'omro, Ovid Kokavan Medako Avodos Kokam Shalom, Shachavim. And Ovid Kokam Nakum to decommission his own Avodah Zarah or the Avodah Zarah of his friend. They Ofda, they She'in Yov. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Whether he finds it is new things. My Ofda or my what does it mean? What does it mean that Akum can decommission Avodah Zarah? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. If you want to say that wasn't talking about an apple, then Hayu Shalom Shafari, we already said that. We just said before that an apple has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And a lot of the Oved Kohanim, a lot of the Oved Kohanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means an actual apple. What does it mean? A non-worshipper? Oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual apple and a ger kosher? Shmanino, ger kosher, non-mevatel. When you see the here, that a ger kosher has the ability to be mevatel, ultimately to theologically decommission avodah zarah. Incredible. Ishmael says, no. The only able to apply not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person who can decommission avodah zarah is an actual idol worshiper himself. I hit the camera. I knew Shalom B'Shachar. So we already said that. Then the case is redundant because you already said that Akum could go out and decommission his avodah zarah and his friend's avodah zarah. The Gemara says relations to this. Two different cases. Reisha Zeh Zeh L'Pa'ar Zeh Zeh L'Markos. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two Akums, right, and both worship Pa'ar or both worship Markos, so obviously again Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Akum 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zela Pa'ar, Zela Markos. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Something different. Let's say you have one Akum who worships Markos and one who worships Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? An Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship it. So we'll say, so there will be three halachos we follow. Number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different thing. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no raya by a ger tosha. Right? So when it comes to a ger tosha, we still act as ours are and a ger tosha, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he do without love? That was started with. What's a ger tosha? What's a ger tosha? So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a ger tosha? She said, Nina says, it's any Akum who is accepted by himself in front of three Chavim. Chaver being spoken before. Chaver normally means someone who's careful with truthfulness. This is who is careful about truth. So in this context, the conscious way, it just means you have to do in front of a dazed. Anytime an Akum comes in front of a dazed, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a ger tosha. That's a ger tosha. Good. That's what I meant. From say, Hoshekiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos. Hoshekiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos. From say, a ger tosha is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 nullified. From those things that apply with these. That's a ger tosha. Sheva Mitzvos B'Negah, the next attack, ger tosha. Even only able to follow the ger tosha. Not true. Achilim say not true. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of ger tosha. What is a ger tosha? And the piece of ger tosha. Zeh ger ochel leveros shekibel Allah mekayim kol mitzvos hamuros b'Torah chutz mi'isur leveros. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of a ger tosha? The ger tosha is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the leveros, but he has accepted by himself the rest of the mitzvahs in the Torah. It's a pretty shocking definition. It looks like three MFOs out there. Definition of their culture. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the lazy and force idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shemzus and Noah. Acherim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvos except the laws of conscience. He's allowed to eat kosher. Incredible, incredible. And the verse goes on. Yachadin etzlo yain ve'imachidin etzlo yain. Ta'afidu bi'er sheru b'Yisrael. So let's say the halacha is you can deposit wine with a get shop, right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time. I shouldn't say deposit. You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a long amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about here? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Rashi says over there, we saw Maniach the Hanusa Hashiyumet or Yosem Hashiyumet the Haikiva Yoro Pala, or no the Romanasa, the Mago becomes Asina Amma Besa or Hashiyumet, even the Ino another Kakino Maniko Liba or Las Luce, is Mana Mua, like a Metish. So ultimately, again, we keep the present wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time because we're concerned that he may swap out the cheese wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So you could leave with wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, we're not talking about GUINNESS. Why not to GUINNESS? That's because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine short amount of time is water, for a long amount of time also. Shmano tiyena. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like this water. What is that? Shmano tiyena like shemen. It's like what could be wrong with his oil? Oil can't be into it. So hello, yeno kishmano. Interesting, you know, kind of what it means is like this. That halacha l'maisa, that ultimately again is his wine. Excuse me, his wine is like his oil. Just like this, very interesting. That just like his oil is committed, so to ultimately again is his wine. Now look at that for just a moment. Shmano b'Hamidiyas Ayeno Mutanano Shmano Putting Shukr Hashem Na'Filatari Havabishtia Asa. Now what does it mean that his oil is like that? Excuse me, that his wine is like his oil. That the same way that you get hana from his oil, you can get hana from his wine. You can't drink the wine of the Gertoshav, but ultimately you can get hana from his oil. The sharp of davar ultimately, and for every other thing, he is like a he's like an apple to his commercial. Shimon Omer, Yeno Yayin Nest. Va'amulei Mutter V'Shkir. Shimon says his wine is like Yayin Nesach, but others say ultimately again that it is Mutter, ultimately again for consumption, for Shkir. So we'll actually pause over there. We'll pick up in the next section. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this as well. Katanias, what do you see from here? Katanias is Shadvar Balikovic. We see from here that an akum is like an akum to hear Toshav is like an akum regarding every other matter. Remind yourself, ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that a Toshav is like an akum for everything else? What does that mean? Which the Gemara says, Lab in the back of Avodasko Chagin, Ka'avodasko Chagin. So it doesn't happen because what's really again, how did this whole thing that Ger Toshav get started? It got started because we tried to figure out, doesn't Ger Toshav have the ability to negate idolatry? If you actually decommission idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, and Ger Toshav is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an akum. Doesn't that mean that just as an akum can theologically decommission and negate Avodah Zarah, so too can a Ger Toshav? So too can a Ger Toshav? To which the Gemara says, no, litin rishus without rishus. No, it actually uses something else. It means actually Berachos Shabbos. What does it mean Berachos Shabbos? What's it about 16 Sunday? We saw a moment. The Shabbos was a philosopher. So just Erev Tatzeres. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that courtyard. Into the courtyard without increase. Like Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Chatzar. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. Remember, and therefore you pass from the home to the chutzner, cross into the home. Now the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the chutzner, he could yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in the moving, forgot to participate in the Eruv. He could yield his rights to the other members of the chutzner. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, Yisrael the Sharon Shabbos of the Shok, Nevata Lushis. Ultimately, again, if you have a Yisrael Momer, which unfortunately again is Yisrael, an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like in public he keeps Shabbos. Privately he doesn't keep Shabbos. But at least he publicly keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? The Vachar Lashos, all he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Eruv, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the place. Okay, same Shabbos of the Shos, in the Vachar Lashos, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights in the process to the other residents. Rather, he has to rent his rights from him. Amru, Yisrael, no same Lashos in the Vachar Lashos, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his rights, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. And the other Kohanim actually by Akum, ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore again the Gemara is saying that when we say, so what's it, just pause finish on Ketzad, Omer Lo, of course, how does a yield, for example, yield his right to give over his rights to the Chaser? Omer Lo, Rishusi Kiriya Lecha. I hereby give over my rights. Right? I bequeath my rights to the Chaser to you. Or Rishusi Mizutelas Lecha. Or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for your purposes. Any Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the Eruv. They talk with any form of explosives. And just in general, about Eruv Chaseros, again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights, or be the doctor, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Chutzner that allows everyone else to utilize the Chutzner. Even if he's a Yisrael Mummer, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately, again, he could yield, or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael Mummer, who is publicly a Mummer, is treated like a full circle. Therefore, when we said before that the Ger Tosha ultimately again is treated like an apple for all other things, one of the things means that if you live in a chutzner with a Ger Tosha, you are choosing the chutzner want to make his order zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the Ger Tosha as well. Now, whether or not the Ger Tosha could actually run the brief of Sarah, and Yer Hashem will say, you will see in tomorrow's daf. Shkach, everyone. What a daf. What an incredible story. Such a sister with all of you. And see everyone.
Guarantee you, one of the funniest people coming out of Buffalo right now, and you have a choice. A lot of people have to decide whether to go to New York City or LA or Austin, and I'm convinced a lot of the best talents moving here.
And was a great sponsor to you to tell all of you this morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. Thank our annual Common sponsors. Those in the dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as exclusive sales to us for Israel. I'm Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Abba, Torah, Stephen Randy Drazen in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig of the Rafa. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Evan Faith Wolf, Commissioner of the Yard Site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch of the Rafa, Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Robert Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno Ramas. Yogi sponsors for today: Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosalind Applebaum, Rachel Bas, Red Arab, the Meritavad Tamatola, all of the Michelle Sapin, the families in the family, all those in the full shepherd together, call for the Israel, for its welcome to the Merit Session, all of our hostages, Shalom and Bukarov, and our holy soldiers to be successful in the fall of the last year. And also with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Samach Dalet 64. A really incredible daf ahead of us today. We are picking up from Samach Gimel on the base 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. Yes, Rav Nachman Ula Ta'adini Bar Papi. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Ta'adini Bar Papi. Yes, Rabbi Chia Bar Ami Gabai. And Chia Bar Ami is sitting with him. And the Gemara says, Yosef, my wife, he asked the following question for me. Listen to the fascinating question. Safra Lishla B'Yayin Nesach. What is the halacha if an Akim hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin nesach? Right? So if you imagine this, Akim comes over to you and says, I'm going to pay for this. What is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept and to keep the wages from his milk? So remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves will be asur ba'aniyah. So here, Yaakov is asking me to do something with yayin nesach, but he's asking me to destroy yayin nesach. And he's going to take me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the halacha? This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the yayin nesach. Now, why do I want the existence of the yayin nesach? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would use the opportunity to break them, and I lose the finances. So on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the yayin nesach. So because I want it, therefore, then maybe that makes the process worth it. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Near Minan Kevar, 3 lines up from the bottom of Rashi, the Yisrael Zerotze B'Kiyuvan Shacham Yosef. The Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. Shalom Yishtabu Achshanei Loren. I don't want Ruben doesn't want them to break on their own. Actually, Shadrei B'Yitos Hamasah. So then we say that since the Jew actually wants, and it's interesting to think about it this way, right? The Jew actually wants the yayin nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from the yayin nesach, and therefore again, it's awesome. On the other hand, this is the destruction of the yayin nesach, destruction of our result. This is a good thing. Sure, I want the house to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to describe all the Zara is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds ultimately, again, should be committed. Fascinating child. So Nachman says, Yishbar Nachman says, no, take the job, get the money, and tell our brother you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go to the root out of Zara, and that is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me say this. Let's bring a proof to this idea. So you see that or not. Ain't ocean in our people from the class. Let's say again. In Akum plants Kilayim, right? Kilayim is the hidden mixture. So wheat, we had such just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say, for example, wheat and grapevines. That's the kind of medicals. And we put any sort of hidden mixture. So if an Obed Kochanim is planting Kilayim, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Obed means like home. You know, when you need to assist someone with dirt, they can't do that. How of Samach Dalet 64. About Obed Imobilim and Uges What can I do? I can uproot, right? Kilayim. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi. About Open, Lashlifa, the Eagle, the Afan of the road to the Kumashli, Akum, let's say Akum hires and then it's listen, sober. Do me a favor, I planted Kilayim. Okay, Akum, because planted every Kilayim. So, but let's say again, he asks me to uproot it, I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kilayim, right? And I want the existence of the Kilayim, because if the Kilayim is going to uproot it on their own, I lose out on my myself. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here this is to support the Nachman. So Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So when it says Savua, second line from the top 64, Savua, Amar, you use it for you. So you keep the Amar, and the kind of the Kilayim one. This is very interesting. You keep a whole thing, so in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant Kilayim, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of Kilayim, but you can't even do anything that sustains planting. For example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone else planted the Kilayim, right? Apple planted Kilayim, and the Apple asks me to put up a fence around the Kilayim. Rabbi Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kilayim. Putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also going to be decided really good. Hamnachish means reading. Mechacha means covering the seeds with dirt. So Hamnachish and Mechacha Kilayim. Look at you get malchus, right? Because again, that's time because there you're actively and directly participating in the planting of Kilayim. The Rabbi Akiva says, after Mekayim. Rabbi Akiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the Kilayim, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. So this is my time, Rabbi Akiva. Where's Rabbi Akiva? What's the project? Mikra, Satcha L'Tizra Kilayim. Pasuk says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the Elazaraya, I don't know the prohibition of planting. Mekayim, how do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even like putting up the fence? I'm a lomar low kilayim. So let's say, so it's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of slicing the concept low kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, which is something that sustains it. That's going to be asur as well. Ilu, the Gemara says ve'ilu, the me'ute tifla shari. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to Rabbi Akiva, the prohibition ultimately is doing something that sustains the kilayim. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the kilayim? So the pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, that's not be that mean of Rabbi Akiva. Rather, Haman, who's the name is this? Rabbanan. It's Rabbanan. Rabbanan might be your open to you nami shafet. No, it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon even wanted to put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon only can be a kiva. Rabbanon told only you can be planted to be planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. So some type of like supplying activity, like putting up a fence to hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting something that's not going to be now. For which the Gemara says, Hachamas, Kina, this is very interesting. What's the case over here? Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So that's the problem. Ultimately, Rabbi Huda is of the opinion that Allah said you are not allowed to do a favor for him. Like he actually had some meaning about this. Allah said, Allah told us what Allah said means. That just means to compliment them, to give them a he says, don't do like this thing, you can't work for free. You can't do something for an apple for free. Even if it's free favor, it's instruction of Allah, you still can't do it. So which the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, la. You know, the fact that you're saying it's up to Yehuda, something for according to Rabbi Akiva, so not be permitted. Rabbi Yehuda also became a Makasina. About when you eat a tifla shakir. The Gemara says, no. According to Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to speak, give a free gift. You can't do a favor for an but to do something to uproot Avodah Zarah, that's absolutely cool. That's an objective benefit. I have viewers of Rabbi Akiva Nami. I've had Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm kind of lying about that. And you eat a tifla shakir. You say something from Rabbi Akiva. Even Rabbi Akiva was a more expensive, approach to the prohibition of kilayim. They're not only can you not plant it, not only can you not see the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot kilayim, to get rid of Isser, to get rid of something prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the action. To which the Gemara says, Isu lo yuvi. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss about. It's what's it's good. This phrase, Isu lo yuvi. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic check. Isu lo yuvi. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss about. So it's very interesting because therefore what this means is, let's go full circle. How did we start this? This all started by the case of an Akum wants to break his barrels of GUINNESS. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break his name to pay me $50 a barrel. Right? Am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, you could say no, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the GUINNESS. I'm benefiting from a result. On the other hand, I'm just trying to hold this up. Rav Nachman said, do it and cover along. If it involves the destruction of Zara, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS until I get to it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, and keep the proceeds. Because the destruction of people, the destruction of Zara, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. As Matthew says, you get paid and Tava Allah. Incredible. I must say, it really is such an interesting idea because, kind of like part of Western society, the mindset is, like live and let live. And that is important as members of society, just as a general approach to living in integrated society. We should take an approach to living. Yes, it's not the obligation to convince the world nor is it to place the standing judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. That, to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in a good society. Okay, on the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurry. That's why Matthew uses this lashon of destroy the INS and tavo Allah bracha. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what I think about such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, what the state of Israel is doing, it's rooting out evil. And someone would think that like the Lord would just line up across, right, just clap, because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes it is a little like good, and sometimes the Matthew says Yishbar the Tavallah. Sometimes you have to identify the evil, you have to break it, smash it, you have to destroy it, and if you do it, ultimately, the process is difficult. The process is good. The process is long. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's when it's going to be incredible. The Gemara goes like that. The Gemara goes like that. Good. Hadu Yasvi, so again, the same federal is sitting. And they ask about the fashion. Hadu Yasvi, they come by like, the May Avalos from the Arabic of Haram Mountain. So that's it. This is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his item? So Akum sells his idol and he has sold it for $1,000. He got $1,000 in his hand. Does that money in the hands of the Akum take on the same identity as the Avodah seller himself? Mahu, Mitofes as Dana the Avodah. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to nothing. So this is very interesting. So ultimately, when the Matthew says, "Mishkan b'dinel is from the Arabic vocabulary of So Matthew says, "I think it's mutter. I think it's mutter that if a Akum sells his item and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money." Now, why? Listen to this. So here's what Matthew's proof. You can know what the Asa was made with Rabbi. When these people who came before Rabbi, what happened? Honorable, Zidu Zidin Komar the Islafu. The suicide is fascinating. So that means like this. There were these people who came before Rabbi, and what happened? And they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen and watch this. What's the logic over here? And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, if you have the Shia Skyru, Hol is Skyru, the Akash and Skyru, also in Kalakhan, that's what happens to get. Because remember, if they convert and still only idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be dated, right? Can never have its identity, and it can't get another from it. So he tells them instead of what, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert, and the money is permitted. What do you see from here? Obviously, you see from here that halacha when someone after he sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time of the Shum the Kasar, the Nev of us will come out of it from the proceeds of the sale of idolatry on the hands of the Shum ultimately is permitted. I have no shame for the given that would be way. God, I want maybe that case is applies because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're not. They're negating the theological significance of the idol conversion. So an akum can be mevaka is avodah. So maybe that's why the proceeds are Eloni the Hofa. Now the Gemara says, here's the proof. We saw Shayanoshim Avigo Shamim, Mana, Umaka, Avodos Kopanim Dehri. Listen to this. Right? I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idol, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or, Yayin Nessa, in the same case, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yayin Nessa, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Lachol? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Here, interesting. Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Hunting you actually any part of us will come by and let's say the Akum same case, went to Akum $1,000. Please still already pay you. Give me the way here. I'm still just selling my oil. I'll be back with the proceeds. Or I'm going to sell my Yayin Nessa. I'll be back with the proceeds. In that case, it's awesome. See, again, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yayin Nessa. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, mutter. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He said, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Yayin Nessa. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. I checked the Gemara. My explanation, my explanation. So what's the distinction? I understand what's your institutions. And Rosheshes, Seifam Mishum Kahavile Kilotse Bikini. So this is very interesting. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous Suzla. Rosheshes, here's the difference. In the second case, where the applicant says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the idol and the continued existence of the wine, like as I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshes posits the proceeds for us. And there's one second. So he wrote to the Kiyumuki Agavim. That's what we just said before, but that's mutter. In other words, it was like, when you want the continued existence, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue the existence of that idol until the apple sells because I want my money. I want to continue the existence of the Yayin Nessa because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be awesome? But none. There is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and they're Akum brothers. One converted and one is for Akum. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. Their Akum father died, and they inherit their father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, the Yayin Nessa, and let's say prohibited items. So Ger, Yachol, Lo, Tom, Ata, Romas, Kotam, Animals. Tom, Ata, Yayin Nessa, Kankeos. So brother Ger can say to brother Akum, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yayin Nessa, and I'll take the money and the needles. You can do that. The Mishabot, and that's permitted. However, the Mishabot is just like your obviously. All of this presupposes that the heir has not yet actively taken possession of Yayin Nessa or idols. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? But technically there is recourse. No one will see this. You can get an Akum to be the back of the Sarah, but it's much more complicated. Once a Jew already owns it, there are really very limited options. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem with dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So this is the ultimate field. And what do you see from there? And halacha l'maisa, now in this case, brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the Yain, but he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over here in this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol that's made out of gold or silver, which means that what even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Because even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. First, the Gemara says that's fine. That works fine for an idol. Now, how would you explain the case then of Yain Nesach? The Pharos Hadron. So what's this very interesting? Adrianic earthquake. So apparently, I think Rashi points out over here, Adrianic earthenware ultimately was very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbs wine to a degree that you could take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute wine. In that case, also, brother Ger doesn't care if it has weight or not. It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. To which the Gemara said, one second, one second, even if that's so, even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that he get break, right? But he does care whether or not he gets stolen or lost, so he still wants to continue existence. Don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot, bringing up in the case of the inheritance of Ger's. No. Shani Yerushas Hager, Dakilu Barata. Rabbis will make no guide the Yerusha. In other words, normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal will make no guide the Yerusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yain Nesach or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? And so you take this, you take the stuff, I'll take the stuff. Even though, yes, he was making it existence. Why? Why would they make up by a Ger? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money, he will choose his religion. And listen, that's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? The same like the heads of Shem. Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? The victim should not accept that was stolen in the wine in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's truth. Okay, if a thief has to return everything, that's an interaction. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, just please don't keep me credit. And many people did not stand up to religious challenges, and it was a choice between religion and money. We're afraid that if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately, again, his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of because it's human nature. So if a Chazal didn't want to put him in that situation, therefore they would make or buy it there, and you're saying that often in this kind of case, you're going to have an estate that is comprised of permitted items and permitted items, therefore allow him to keep the permitted items, give his opponent's brother all of the permitted items. Okay, we'll say anyways. Tanya and Rafi advice that supports this. Imagine when is this so? Shirshu, in the case of Yerusha. But in the case of a business partnership will be also. So you see from here that Chazal allows certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well, because you don't want to put the person in this, you don't want to put the Ger in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So remember that. So remember again, all this is the same people who are running sitting together. Another question that came up. Ger Tosha now Shivata Avalisek. So let's say this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead, and let's say, just before we go on, This idea that Chazal will make go by the dead, just so you understand the tremendous misunderstandings. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. And sometimes people have a very skewed view of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, a very skewed view of Halacha, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is waiting for us to mess up, so we can smack this thing. He's all waiting for us to mess up, so we can levy some type of punishment of what we do. That's a pretty foolish in the truth. The Ribono Shel Olam wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachos, all of the rules, all of the scriptures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Hakadosh Baruch Hu understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal do that. Know that you have no greater advocate in this world. That's in this world than in this world. In this world, Chazal constantly improves our success. Okay, incredible question.
Are you ready to lose?
Dear Tosha, what's the very interesting?
I've got news for you.
Okay, go ahead and abolish or negate.
I go easy on you because I like to build your confidence.
Thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological.
But I'm going to dominate you in a way that you've never been dominated. In the history of humankind, no one, my friend. Oh, you send me an invitation. Oh, okay. Oh, that was earlier. Oh, okay. Well, I accepted it. And you're up, baby. You've got to tell me that you're sending me an invitation, because I literally have so many chicks in my DMs that you're just going to get overrun. Now look how easy this shot is. Oh, you're cheating. Right away, you decided to cheat.
We say only one who worships idolatry can decommission.
Look at that. Got one in, baby.
Or maybe not. Maybe we say like this. Anyone who's what we call a bar mineh, if you're in the parsha of an apple,
dude, if I could get these long shots down, you would be done.
And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it.
Just dead fucking solid sexiness. Son. I don't know what to do here. I don't even know what balls are available to me. I need them to flash again. Yo, dog, this is some bullshit.
Idolatry in the marketplace. What's that like? Actual boss of the old. So what's it saying?
I tried.
So let's say
one of the great attempts in humankind, the history of humankind.
Sitting there on the ground. If I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because they never covered it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew,
essentially, that's garbage. I can just tell you, that was absolute garbage.
I can call over an akum. Call over an akum and say to the akum, I need you to negate this idolatry.
Give me this.
Decommission it.
That's garbage too.
So go ahead and engage in theological decommissioning of this idolatry. And then it becomes permitted. However, again, in Shabbat Saliyago, but again, if I take it out, right? If I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. And Ovid Kochav in Akum could decommission his own Avodah Zarah or the Avodah Zarah of his friend, Dein Ovda, Dein She'in Ovda. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it.
That's what he said.
My Ovda, my Ein Ovda. What does it mean for work? What does it mean that Akum could decommission Avodah Zarah? Whether he worships it or doesn't.
Look how beautiful this shot is. Just sexy, good looking. Just a total package, baby. Oh, what the fuck? This ball's on my way.
His Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And the love of the Ovid Kohanim
Oh, that's garbage.
Ultimately, again, Ovda means an actual akum.
Now this a-hole is going to come back like a freight train.
He was able to go ahead and decommission both an actual akum and a gertosha.
Folks, in the future, if you're wondering what I like playing most about Traceway, it's the way that he takes so much time to hit his shots. It's just, I really enjoy it. It makes me ponder the beauty of the universe. It's pretty tight, dog. Oh, what is this bullshit? He set it up for himself. This is garbage. Garbage. One of the most garbage shots I've ever seen. I'm glad you missed it.
If you have two actors, right, and both worship Baal or both worship
that was not a miss. Obviously, look at this. Look at this positioning.
His idol and his friend's idol.
We're tied up, folks. I told you he was coming back like a freight train, and I was right.
The safe is teaching something different.
For those of you keeping track at home, Traceway just pocketed his 13 ball. There's no way he gets this ball. I don't even know what he's trying to do here. That's ridiculous. That's goofy world.
Number one, an akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an akum can negate his friend's
Give me this.
idol.
Are you fucking serious? That was garbage. We're going to lose just because of that bullshit shot. That was garbage. Yeah, I want you to sweep the table. If I'm going to get fucked like that, there's no way I'm going to win. Oh, that was beautiful. That was beautiful.
What is the definition of
folks, he's got one ball left before the 8 ball. For those of you at home holding your breath for a win here, you're going to need a scuba tank. Oh!
Someone who's careful with truthfulness, someone who's careful about too many times. So in this context, with conscious, it just means he has to do it based.
Give it to me, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
And he repudiates idolatry. That's a gertoshav. That's a gertoshav. Good. That's right there. From saying, Allah Sheva mitzvos.
Look at this shot, folks. Just dirty.
Was accepted upon himself.
Now this shot,
I
don't really know what we're gonna do here.
That's a gertoshav.
Oh, a kiss shot, but an absolute. I mean, we just lost because of that fucking scratch. Just absolute garbage here. Do me in, dog.
So this is very interesting. What is the definition of the gertoshav? The gertoshav is someone ultimately again who eats not.
Oh, that was beautiful.
But he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvot.
Folks, this is the easiest shot ever. There's no way he misses it. This game is over. Oh, go, baby. Go, 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 go. It is over. Okay, man. I see how it is. I see how it is, big dog. Are you sending to me or am I sending to you? Oh, I see how it is. Wow, what are the odds? 2 games in a row. Scratch on the 8. That's just crummy fortune. Because he played extremely well.
What are we concerned about here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says,
oh, get that ball in. Get that ball in. There you go, big man. Table's open, son.
לא נוגע ולא מנסה, ולמגע ובכם תעשים לעם בייס הדוח השם, תחילה ואינו ענה בכך, אינו מניח וליבה עולה, חופי, בזמן המוע, לקל נפש. So ultimately, I think we put the positive wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time, because we're concerned that he may swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay.
So, to my knowledge, the table's open,
the majority of the
and I
inhabitants
think
are
I can
Jews.
get that extra ball. Oh yeah, that is how it works. Look at this shot, baby.
That's what
I'm talking about.
For a short amount of time.
Okay, I saw them all flash. I couldn't really tell which was what.
He's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that
Oh, thank you for the
for a
heads
longer
up.
amount of time, he may switch his wine for the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's mutter. For a long amount of time, also. Shmano kiyema. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his wine. What is that?
That was very nice
Shmano
of you.
shemen nika havi yayin. It's not what could be wrong with his oil. Oil can't be into yayin. It's not hello.
Folks, this might be one of the most devastating shots of all time. Garbage.
That ultimately, again,
Garbage.
His wine is like his oil. Just like
Everybody knows that was garbage. I know it was garbage. Traceway knows it was garbage. Barry knows it was garbage. Barry's dogs know it was garbage. Everybody. But I especially knew it was garbage.
From his oil to get enough from his water. Can't drink.
Let's see a good shot.
But ultimately, you can get enough from his water. The shark called
This might be heartbreaking.
For every other thing, he is like an apple. To which the Muslim Shimon Omer, Yeno, Yayin,
That looks very good. Folks, that was an amazing shot. Traceway pocketed the two ball. This looks great.
So we'll actually pause over here. We'll pick up in the session. Actually, let's finish.
Oh, and he's got the brown ball.
We see from here that
he's just making quick work at this table, folks.
Regarding every other matter. Ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that your function is like an akron for everything else? What does that mean? To which the Gemara says, "Love in the bank of let's go fucking."
People of the world are demanding.
So it doesn't happen. Because again, how did this whole thing like your function get started? That started was we're trying to figure out doesn't your function have the ability to negate idolatry? If we have actually decommissioned idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, Agir Toshav is unique, but in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an
He's choosing his target.
theologically decommission and negate that whole desire, so too can Agir Toshav. So too can Agir Toshav. To which the Gemara says, no, Litin Rishus Ulavat Rishus. No, it actually means something else. It means actually Hilchot Shabbos. What does it mean Hilchot Shabbos? We'll say, watch this. Kid Samuel. We saw him, remember? The Shaman Shabbos was like, we'll say, okay, so just quickly. Erev Chatzeros. If you have multiple homes that open up into
Combo shot.
you cannot carry from a home into that court. So many homes into the court now without having Erev. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants
Look at
of
that sex appeal.
They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home.
Go for the long shot.
Home to the chutzner, chutzner to the home. Now the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the chutzner,
in the annals of history, people will be studying that decision.
He can yield his rights to the other members of the chutzner. If there is a non-Jewish resident,
A terrible decision.
His rights. He cannot simply yield his rights. You have to rent his rights from you. So watch this. The Gemara says, "Yisrael Momer, the Shara Shabbos of the Shok, Nevata Rishusa." Ultimately, again,
Look at this, folks.
Unfortunately, again, is Yisrael.
Now, will he make it 3 games in a row where he pockets the 8 ball and the cue ball?
As long as externally, like, right, in public, he keeps Shabbos. Privately, he doesn't keep Shabbos. And at least in public, he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Nevata Rishus. All he needs to do if he didn't participate.
No, he will not.
He just needs to
Traceway 1-1. Rabbi 1-1. All right, we're going to leave it at that. You win 1, I win 1. I will play one more game, but it's different. It's still cool. All right, we're gonna play 9-ball trick shot. Have we ever played trick shot? Okay. The trick shot, there are like 5 different kinds of trick shots. They are kiss shot, combo shot, blind shot, which I'll show you how to do that if you don't know already. And I don't know if you know how to play 9-ball, but you have to do it like in order: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And oh, look at you! You just put in a bunch of balls, but like that doesn't necessarily help you. Okay, so you go for points. So you don't want to just hit the ball and you want to hit it like off the rail or hit the cue ball off the rail.
The rights of this non-participatory Jew who didn't participate in the Eruv,
you get extra points for kiss shots, combo shots, blind shots. If you want a blind shot on the right side, get it. On the right side, you'll see that I. If you see that I, and if you turn, if you press it, then you can't see anymore, and it will basically give you a benefit. I have to hit that ball. I don't even think I can hit that ball. Alright, so we need one of the best shots ever. Oh, what a shot! So that was a kiss shot off the. That was like one of the best shots of all time. No doubt, folks. That was amazing. So that's a blind shot because I did it without looking at the thing.
You will see it tomorrow's daf. Shkayach, everyone. What a daf. What an incredible experience.
This one.
All of you. Wishing everyone.
I don't really know what's going to go on here. But I've got 50 and you have 0. But you can get, like, pretty easily, you can get a lot of points at once if, like, a couple balls go in.
Good morning. It is a graceful sport.
There you go. But that doesn't get you anything.
Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this.
It needs to be like a trick
our annual Talmud Torah sponsor.
If you fail to do a trick shot, it comes back to me.
As a sechus for the Soros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av. Habalim Latova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig.
On this one, you can't lose by like hitting a round ball in, but you can lose points. So like it's not like automatically over.
Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of their father Ben Adler, Chaver Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno, of course, as always. We dedicate our learning in the Swiss work, which just have to just make the Shmuel for me to Shabbat home. The Shalom and the Karaf and the Merfa, the Soch and give them
dirty.
Success.
That would have been sick.
All right. Ahead of us today.
Like this one, we're going to do a beautiful blind shot. Maybe one of the greatest blind shots in the history of humankind.
4, 6, 8, 10,
get there.
12 lines.
So that's plus 10. Which isn't that great, but I mean, it's better than nothing and it allows me to continue. And then this one, we're going to try to put in the right pocket, right center pocket. Even though I didn't, that counts as a bank shot and a kick shot, so that was dirty as fuck. Now this one, I'm going to try to put in back left. Not that it matters what I say. It's not like you have to call it.
Lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this does, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house over the Yanai would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes on a parallel b'Shminis, Ishkachach ta'achli Aniyim b'Shminis achra b'yer chaviti perush. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yanai's household repay the Aniyim ultimately again with new produce, 8th year produce. So Gemara says, Asu Amrali Rabbi Yochanan. So they came and they said, so people mention this practice to Rabbi Yochanan. There's something about it, obviously, that
Garbage.
people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, you understand often, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? You connect done. Now, interestingly enough, look at Rashi. You also know this. Just do a couple of Rashis. You also know, then there, Rabbi Yochanan said, the members of the household of the Yanais are acting totally fine. Rashi says, the chivim that he shaita lo hadu hanach be'en.
Get it. Right, I'm gonna have one of the dirtiest shots of all time, right here. Oh,
so sometimes that forbidden activity can fall upon the previously permitted item. So, for example, the concern over here is if this looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, then even the 8th-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a recipe.
So if I want, I could just put this in and not get any points, but it just means it's harder for you to get points, and then the last shot has to be a trick shot.
There's no immediate reciprocity. Therefore, this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce.
Oh, that was a blind shot. That's great. That ended it. Excellent. All right, we'll do one more normal game,
and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not devolve upon the 8-year produce. This is very interesting. This is to connect them to Esnon.
Baby.
And interestingly enough, a similar case.
I'm telling you right now. I'm not your biggest enemy. Your biggest enemy is something known as the 8 ball. Because the last 2 out of 3 games, actually it's the cue ball.
Makes sense. Listen to this.
Are you going to accept my invitation, or are you going to just jerk yourself off raw?
Rashi says, let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel's a song. Right, Ruben goes to Rachel.
Oh, what a shot. Get in.
He gives her this, and he gives her
BS.
Right, but he doesn't have
Table's open, big dog.
Or he has
that's a miss. I can tell you right now. It's obviously a miss.
Payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. It's obviously
garbage.
If he
my
gave
man,
her, let's say he gave her a lamb.
Already putting up a big score.
And of course, it's permitted for a carbon.
That's a miss, though. Everybody knows it. People are celebrating in the streets of this miss. I know I'm celebrating in the streets because you missed.
No restrictions on it.
Oh,
which the Gemara says,
wow, what a trick. He psyched out the crowd. That was beautiful.
Ultimately, they vary. If he didn't pay her anything,
no way anything good happens here.
If he didn't pay her anything,
are you serious? Are you serious? Man might sweep the table, folks. I want him to.
If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep.
That would be great.
Only afterwards. In other words, let me tell you this piece outside.
He's got a chance.
When does something become an S-Nut? An S-Nut is only upon this payment when there's transactional immediacy.
No way.
Relations. Right?
No way.
Relations pair. In other words, when there's
no way. I'm in his head, baby.
If there is a lack of transactional immediacy,
no way he hits this shot. No way he hits this shot.
And what that means practically is that it can be
he can't even get the ball there.
Some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So much Ella cover. No someone, if he gave her the sheep, the Acher Kach Ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the Acher Kach Ba'ala? Rashi says, Achshav Ella La'acher's man.
Easy shot. That's one.
Rather again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. You know, the days were today and has relations with
easy shot. This is 2.
Tomorrow, again, as opposed
I'm dedicating this to Joe Rogan.
Or for that matter, he has relations with her. And then
easy shot. Here's 3.
In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the S-Nut is going to be mutter. However,
easy shot. This is for Joe Rogan, baby. Here's 4.
Essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an S-Nut zone, there has to be a transaction.
Big dog.
Once the transaction releases, in
I
other
don't know
words,
if I can hit that
payment
one.
relations, then the sheet, the payment, has the status
There's a chance, though,
Now, again, remember, just
that I could hit this shot
So remember,
for an unprecedented 5 in a row. Oh, dog.
People came to the opera because they felt, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little bit strange, this practice.
Oh, your fucking ball is just so close, but yet fucking me so badly.
So because no transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th year produce, the sheet of produce, and after the 8th year produce remains totally fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit.
He's got to hit one of the most difficult shots of his career.
So again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays her.
Trey's way.
But within his it's her sheet. I'm just using the sheet because it's the easiest example. Ultimately, again, for sacrificial purposes, right? So he pays your sheet.
Not what he wanted to do, baby.
On Tuesday, and then on Wednesday he has relations with her. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheet does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore
this bitch is looking like Rabbi's way.
You must understand. When he does have relations with her, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave the sheet.
Give it to me.
He has relations with her on Wednesday.
Oh, babies.
So why don't we say that when he does have relations with her,
this is a tough shot, though. I dedicated to Joe Rogan. I'm not good at these shots, dog.
But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday,
I dedicate this shot to Joe Rogan. Fuck yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. I put Trey's way in his place.
Tuesday, Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting, but what's the case? This is very interesting. What happened?
Yeah, baby. I'll let you practice some of that trick shot.
She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So the Gemara is saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep should be categorized as a harvest payment. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as
folks, if you're watching at home, that was one of the greatest comebacks in the history of human
history. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harlot, a pious zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a faker. She's a zona, and she's offering up carbonos. Let's say it's important. We've met this many times before.
Trey's way, do you like the Beatles?
And we all live with inherent contradictions.
Oh, go fuck yourself, dog. How don't you listen to the Beatles?
Things in my life that I do very well, and things in my life that I do very poorly.
They're not that big?
The things that I don't do well,
it's definitely not what?
Or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well and that I'm righteous.
Oh, I got you. Well. All right.
Righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal.
You're a creative person. I'm sure you can figure something out. Okay, so what's your favorite band?
Most of us are not there. Sometimes we feel hypocritical. Sometimes we feel like a fake because here,
no matter what you say,
I'm doing this. Or I'm getting stuck on it, I'm doing this. Or I'm because of it, I'm doing this. Right? It is hypocritical.
Okay, I'll let that slide because that's a great pick. Do you have a favorite Bruce Springsteen song?
Such is the nature of life.
Fuck yeah. Have you ever seen the music video?
That even though the zona is a zona, she also brings comments.
You haven't seen the music video of your favorite song of Bruce Springsteen? Do you know who Courtney Cox is? She was on Friends. She's in it. She's like a younger woman. And she gets pulled up on stage. And then she dances with Bruce Springsteen. It's pretty baller.
The animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this.
Yeah, it was before she would. She had done like maybe small roles, like a commercial or like. But yeah, it was like her first big role. And then from there, and then she did a couple other small things, and then she got on Friends. She was on Seinfeld. She was on an episode of Seinfeld. She played one of Jerry's many girlfriends.
So essentially, gave her a gift, and therefore she has every right to offer it up. However,
If you're ever bored, check out
but if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he
music
not
video
explicit and said, if he didn't
for
say,
Dancing in the Dark.
this
It's pretty
is your
amazing.
power as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So
It's one of those before they were famous
He
things.
says, kiss on Tuesday, okay, we're gonna have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, how could she offer that as a partner? After all, the ish kiyakdish is based on published on Rahman. The Torah says that a person will consecrate his home. This is talking about the erech, valuation. Right? So we'll go ahead and consecrate.
Do you know who the drummer of the E Street Band is?
Just like your home, you own it.
His name is Max Weinberg. He used to be the drummer for the Conan O'Brien Tonight Show and The Late Show, Late Night with Conan O'Brien. He's very talented.
You can only be makdish something that is yours. In the realm of personal growth.
I think you can see him in that video too.
We're sometimes unique in the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people who look up to, aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what this person's profiles are, their abilities are. The Ribbon Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate something that doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that Hashem only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect to be what someone else can do. He doesn't expect to be someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than what we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. You can only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our purpose, in our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. El Damar was the case. El Damar law, this is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives this to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, the schedule's to be here tomorrow, right, and just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a card, whether you need dinner, whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it. So it's interesting how the edges is that's not fine. So Gemara says, that's the zone of this. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides the fact that it's totally after it's interesting. We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with the Rabbi, this Shmita transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something can only be invested with limited status when there is a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shmita case, and ultimately we see it by the Eslam zone and by the Harlot case as well. Now the just gets over into this Harlot case. So by the Moshe, it's very interesting. So let's say, same thing, Reuben gives Rachel, moving its zona, the sheep on Tuesday. The dia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish it. She consecrates it. She didn't offer it up as a partner, but she's makdish it. So what's the status now of the animal? So do we say that essentially making something fetish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to a fetish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish verbally is the equivalent of offering up? In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but it's gone, the animal is gone. The makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she is makdish it? Again, because I must say, you hear the shayla is, So she offered it up there. By the time the Bia occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslam Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the Bia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's Makdashit, Wednesday the Bia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the Bia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an Eslam Zona or not? So we're saying the Kish of Rabbi Eliezer. Because Rabbi Eliezer, so let's say going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right? And Rabbi Eliezer, Shekhatna Behikri Basa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Eslam Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time that the occurred. Dafka Hikri Basa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. About Hikri Shaso, low. But from Rabbi Eliezer statement, it would appear that if she is not Kishin, if the animal was still in existence at the time that the Bria occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslam Zona. Which the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Eliezer is fake to me by the truth is, this Shaila is Mamish Shaila Rabbi Eliezer himself. So the Gemara says, nine. Mifsha Pshita Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Basa, Davka, Baki, Shasa, Lo, the Isa Bishasbia. So Rabbi Eliezer said that the only time it doesn't become an Eslam is when the animal was offered up before the Bia. Because by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps, again, where she was just Makdash, she consecrated it. If the animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, Halacha L'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslam Zona. All Dilma, Hikrivasa Pshitale, Vikvishasa Musafre. Or maybe no, maybe obviously if she offered it up and it's calling it as this kind of Ladino, of course it's not going to be categorized as an Eslam Zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. To which the Gemara says taken. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, I will say, what comes out in this case over here is, first of all, so important lesson number one, we're not finished with Eslam Zona yet. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslam Zona, as a harvest payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an Eslam Zona. If he deposited an animal with the payments. Now, the idea doesn't occur until later on. Assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up as a bona fide cargo. If she's not Kishin, she consecrates it. And so the animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, and the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the paper, that's the animal. Okay, let's analyze more. So again, what's that? The second verse again was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it's used for consecrated purposes. Or meaning, Gemara is a kasha. I don't understand this. Gemara says, or meaning, Ba'ala v'akakach nasamah, afilu mikana, at shalosh shonim esnana asa. The Rabbi says that Putin has relations with the Zona, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late. Right, 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it's still the asa. And I'm not going to get stuff. I'm not just low kasha. So most of that consciously just important. The rights that he quoted before on some page number 62, he said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says that there's relations even if it is 3 years later, ultimately it is still asa, and I'm not going to eat stuff, I'm not just low kasha. It's not a contradiction. Hadda Amar is Ba'ali li, is Ba'ali li, they tell us that. Hadda Amar is Ba'ali li, they tell us that. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case and another case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep. And he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, they tell us that. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there is transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. Alright, so let's analyze it a little bit more. The Amar Rabbi was my hobby. I don't understand it. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Ruben goes over to Rabbi. He says, have relations or to Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 2 years. 3 years, the halacha is, it has the status of a harbit payment because there's transaction immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep for the part of the possession, to which the Gemara says, okay, so apparently it's actually interesting that ultimately the din of Mashiach was only written by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need Mashiach for 12 months. They're talking about someone who's not Jewish. You guys know another possibility. The old one is on Israel, it's talking about a Jewish harlot. If you go, they call you the Chatzir. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in her closet. In which case, again, ultimately, there's the trust she requires. That's in a second. If play the Chatzir, the African Nasala, I come in exactly. I understand. If it's in her closet, then she acquires it. In other words, they had relations with her, and then ultimately, again, denigrated, only denigrated. It's already in her closet, she already acquired it. What are you talking about? You might say, in other words, she acquired it before Pia. So this is like apparently not a case of Esnan because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Pia if the sheep is standing in her closet. In which the Gemara ROTHSCHILD, the Shabbat in the Heli Apotiki. Very interesting. Now here's the case. So when it comes to Rachel, here, this sheep is an apotiki. Remember again, what is apotiki? The apotiki essentially is a young. In other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amar and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. And if not, shakli the Eslan, take this sheep, ultimately again, as an apology, fine. I'm not saying that she also needs some help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling to the essence of this. Watch this. Let's say again, let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here. These workers are non-Jews or they're Amir artists. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. That's why this is important to learn. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? Okay, so actually before we get to this. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's the payment or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. And now the enoch she could do this. She doesn't have to be worried. Some people days 63. Now, once I here's this interesting about this. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akum or ameh aretz, he has to be concerned that maybe akum is going to go by yayin esed, right? Or maybe ultimately again the ameh aretz is going to buy shmita produce or meiser sheni produce in case minat and b'shalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, "Chevra, do what you want." Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right, if you look at Rashi, it's actually the last one line, the last of the long lines, not Rashi. The Ha'ilu, those Safilu, the Elapiti, we don't, Ruben is not the one giving them anything, we're just giving them money. And so here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruben. It's not on Ruben, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now what? Contrast how the following is. Some of the 63 second line down. It starts them. Su v'ichlu v'ani polea, su ushtu v'ani polea. But he says to the workers, factory drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. All. Now this is a problem. Oshish mishum shviyas mishum mais mishum lines. Then we have the problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at us. You get in the Valley Korea. Habi'ihu lokeh ha'isu machilo. The hashtal salat national the issue of the kids in the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his workers. You see the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. There's no big deal. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his workers. Now, what do you see from here? So what you see from here is that Allah this is we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbiana case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbiana case of remember. The Rabbiana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they repaid the poor with 8 year produce. The Rabbi said, now the problem has no transactional immediacy. So Rabbi said, what do you see? Now, what do you see from this last piece over here? So what do you see from here? That when Ruben pays the bill, right, so even though, again, he's paying after the consumption already took place, Allah said there's transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce, the Sheni produce, the it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, Alchanami, Kikapara, the Minister Kapara. So to either by Rabbiana, when they be paying a year, ultimately again, isn't that ultimately Shemitah produce? Same thing. Which you must take Gemara Kisto, the Chentani Hamakiko, the Mishtabin. So, it's different. In the Ruben case, right, if he's going ahead and telling the workers, then workers go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about the purchasing food from the shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. Even the Arthilak, okay, finally doing it. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to you, then ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening right there. Literally translated, the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that, she just remembered. Finally, it's actually 90% left. And then the shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from you because he regularly extends credit. שכבר בו, שכמוכם שיש נוהגים רחמים לא לחדרים תוך חליפים. So we'll say, so that's it, there is transaction immediacy. Ruben is not just saying stand going where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Fedra, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore it's considered to be almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers and laborers whatever they want to use for these items, and Ruben is going to immediately pay for it. But again, that doesn't apply in consideration, right? This wasn't like a credit situation. These weren't people normally do business together. Therefore, that case is fine because of that transaction immediacy. You must send the machine back to you. But again, using that logic, Ruben was to send out his work in some case, go eat and go drink, don't pick up the tab. But now he's not sending it to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. Then it sounds like what? Mutter. Then it should be okay. If that's the case, then it's mutter. If that's the case, then set the vice up differently. Instead of making the first case of the vice up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat or drink, make it two different cases. What should these two cases be? The Gemara says, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the family already has the money to pick up prohibited items. How about but shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be caught. In other words, better for the price to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one detail different, than to highlight two dramatically different cases. Please give us the old, somebody shame my people, me on the Shabbat. Furthermore, is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to pay? Many vulnerable things. Homer the Chavero. The person says to his friend, King Monamachori, Vikni from the Fosse Luck. So what happens? So right, Ruben goes, right, I got it to you. So Ruben, do me a favor, give him money to Shimon, give him to Shimon, and all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's the cost? Ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. You might say, so what do you see from here? Now, again, that's even a scene that even and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from here? When you ask someone to go and do something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteeing it, an encumbrance, that transaction immediacy, cease to occur right then and there. You're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't even seem to make a difference. You must also say, Afagav the Shabbat, even the low miyachid shibude low misa. So what's the difference? I'm going to look at Rashi as well. Rashi says, even the low miyachid shibude, look at Rashi, third wide line in Rashi's on the bottom. Gilmach shibude, sheliche lo miyach mo'os nekach, lav chalifa mizu v'lo misa. Since Reuben did not go ahead and actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money has been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional needs. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. שלא ייחי למעוז לכך, לאו חליף אלינו ולא נצא. Sorry, Gemara says, Halahacha on my Hoshish. So that's the case ultimately again. So when we consider that, we should shvius. So Gemara says, oh, no, we should be Halahacha. So ultimately again, he says the Gemara, ultimately again, what do you have to be concerned about here? Halahacha, my Hoshish. We should shvius. What do you have to be concerned about over here? The Halahacha and I saw that perhaps, again, shvius Halahacha versus Halahacha should be ultimately, again, the same thing. Because no particular money is been designated in advance, it does not take transaction immediacy. What's the case? The case over here is where the Halabah is advanced the money for the family. Okay, so this changes everything. Look at Rashi. Shekin lo, Halabah is dinar the company, Chodem Shishalach Etzlo. The Hashtam, the Balabayas, so this changes everything. So in the case of here, ultimately, again, when the Brisa says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is where already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take limited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. So the Gemara says as follows. So again, all of this is all in this same realm of transactional needs. Like that's the thing that's happening over here. So the Gemara says, I'm not Kana. I'm missing the Shmei Penny Drugs. So the Gemara said, I said this over in front of Rabbi of Narada. And what happened? Amalei, he hustled and declared Su'u Shesi by Nikoreh. That's the case. The Brisa shouldn't be that when he says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay means to someone he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? Su'u Be'eflu, Su'u Shesu by Nikoreh. It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying now the case of years where you didn't forget. I see you left money with the shopkeeper. Because then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much should we consume? To which we must, you're right. So you're right. Ultimately, again, halacha l'maisa is you're right, change the price of trade, the price should really be the following way. That halacha l'maisa, if we're going to say today, is so case, remember, essentially there are two cases in place. Case number one is where Reuben gives his representative. He says, "Stop and go out and eat, go out and drink on me." That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on you. Case two, the way the much understanding it now, is that halacha l'maisa, Reuben prepaid the thing. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shop. They said, "My worker's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink." Okay? Now the Gemara says that's the problem now. You have to be concerned, if they have access now to prohibited food items, because then it's as if Reuben is going ahead and supplying the prohibited items. The way that price should read is Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, and then I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper afterwards. That's what the Gemara is saying. Okay, we'll stop over here for today. Oh yeah, everyone, what a job. Wishing everyone wonderful.
It's I actually took it on the highway recently. Really, nothing we love more than a guy like you. How fast does that thing go? What's its max speed? 40, 50 Great. And my guess, living in Texas for 2 years.
We'll say good morning. It is a great opportunity to be able to learn all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosin Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shulman Drushos this year as a zechus for the souls troubles for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Habanim Latova, Stephen Wendy Jason, honor of Israel Jason, Dina Jason, Eileen Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig for Bracha. We have learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, the commissioner of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Simon Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Aaron, the memory of his father, Ben Chaver Baruch Mordechai Ben Maria, who is not sent to the Christ. Always, we dedicate our learning in the Swiss countries, hospitals, and to welcome them to bring home the Shalom and the Karach and the Miracle of the Sholish Make and give them success. Also, with that, we are speaking. We have an exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Samach Gimel 63, and we are picking up on south facing the base 62b, the day Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up on the line. So the verse is as follows: Today Rabbi Yana, Yaski Perishlias Namim, who carved the Shminis. It's a very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana would do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8th year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says something very interesting. Yasti Perishlias, called in Smalabir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So that's once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the household of Yanai would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes, and a part of the Sheminis, Ishtachach to offer Aniyim the Sheminis after Abiyah, Chaliti Perishlias. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yanai's household repaid the Aniyim, ultimately again with new produce, 8th year produce. So the Gemara says, so they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice to Rabbi Yochanan. There's something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. Another room, Rabbi Yochanan said, listen, often it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Then done, interestingly enough, look at Rashi, you all seen that this starts to a couple of Rashis. You all seen that Rabbi Yochanan said, the members of the house of the Yanais are acting totally fine. Rashi says, the statement that he shaita, lo habu hanach ba'en, lo ichluse hani ba'ani, la chalite minu, lo chayle kedusha shvesa. Remember again, we saw in yesterday's daf already, when you get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity can pop upon the previously committed thing. So, for example, the concern over here is if this looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, then even the 8th-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken on the Shemitah year and only being quote unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8th-year produce. That's the idea here. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not devolve upon the 8th-year produce. This is very interesting. And this is to connect them to Eslan and Mutter. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Eslan Zona. Eslan Zona is a halacha if a person goes to a Zona and he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, he pays her money, even if he gives her an object, that object is called an Eslan Zona, payment for a harlot, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Sanya, you know, says the first time these guys have what's the Sanya, listen to this. Verse says, Nosam Rachel Abana. Let's say Reuben goes to Rachel. Rachel's the son. Right? Reuben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her, as he gives her a payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. For harlot's payment, ultimately is mutter to sacrificial use. So obviously it doesn't make sense. You guys understand. Nasal if he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb. And of course, it's permitted for a husband, wife, sheep, even though I wouldn't be you didn't have relations with her. So if you didn't have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the land is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, the Sue, furthermore, the second case, if he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything, ultimately, they vary. If he didn't pay her anything, even though no salah, my estimate mutter. If he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in Grace that says that Allah Raisa, the estimate is mutter? Doesn't make any sense. Which the Gemara says, Allah, God, this is what it means to say. Listen to this. No salah, the Achakach Ba'ala. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, what when you take this outside. So the Gemara is going to say like this. When does something become an esnan? An esnan is on a harvest payment when there's transactional immediacy. Pays her relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an esnan. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of esnan solely. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So what's Elif Kama? No salah, if you gave her the sheep, the Achakach Ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the Achakach Ba'ala? Rashi says, Achshav Ela La'achazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some more common sense. You know, he pays her today and has relations with her in 3 hours from now or tomorrow. Again, as opposed to payment relations. Or for that matter, he has relations with her, and then he afterwards pays her. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the esnan is going to be mutter. However, Nasala, the Acharkach, so therefore, what we're saying is as follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an esnan, that has to be transactional immediacy. Once it's transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the land, the sheep, the payment, has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now, again, remember, just to keep track of what's going on here. So remember, the household of Rosianai, they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and we pay it ultimately again with Shemitah produce. People came to the Yochanan because they felt, I don't know, maybe it's like a little strange this practice, or transaction business with Shemitah produce. So the Yochanan said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the Shvita produce, and then for the 8th-year produce remains totally fine. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit discussing on case. Not someone the Achakach Ba'ala. Sorry, then let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays her. Right? Look, we have Rizal. This is a sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example of everything we do right? So he pays your sheep. Right? And then let's say he gives your sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday he gets the sheep. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest field, and therefore is not forbidden for consecrated temperance, right? There's a lax transaction in the sea. You must understand. If he bought out, but when he does have relations with her, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gives the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have relations with her, Lechol Allah is not Freya? Obviously, okay, I understand. And the picture of the sheep can't be labeled as Esmond Zone. So we have relations with her. We don't need this. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should devolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an Esmond Zone already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting. No, what's the case? This is very interesting. What happened? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So the Gemara is saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, a pious zona. I will say, you may say to yourself, come on, what a fake. She's a zona, which is nothing that's carbonos. Listen, it's important, we've mentioned this many times in the past. Those are the things that we all look at consistencies. And we all live with inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm a Celtic, and in certain respects, I'm a Russia. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do at all. Here's the beauty of it. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, are from Shem. Don't take away from the things that I do well and that I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not all or nothing. You can be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. And most of us are not there. But sometimes we feel hypocritical. Or sometimes we feel like a fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. Or I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. Or I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It is more contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. And it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, but she also brings kavanas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kavanas are reach l'chor. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner contradictions and struggles more than each other. And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenants, but the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this a little bit. What's the case? If he said to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday, and it says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then, halacha is a pshita b'sharila. Right? The halasa b'shaskia u'matara ba'amudiyah. So then obviously it's mutter, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an esrog on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially, he gave her a gift. And therefore, she has every right to offer it up. However, if you eat the raw on the lachmi in the aksha, it's enough in the pound. It's very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? So he gives it to her, he gives it on Tuesday, okay, we're going to have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, how could you offer it up as a partner? After all, Yiddish is based on Kodesh on that line. So it says, if a person will consecrate his home, his home. This is talking about an erech, valuation. Right? We'll go ahead and consecrate his home. So just like your home, you own it. So to the only you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could she offer it up as a part? Unless it's kind of a tremendous you can only be makdish something that is yours, which means in the realm of personal growth, HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us what we're able to do. Sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's not even good to have people who aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what this person's couples are, their abilities are. The Ribono Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate something that doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that Hashem only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. You can only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our power, within our spiritual lives. Incredible. So what's the case? This is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, the schedule's for me tomorrow, right, and just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car money, you need dinner, whatever it is, then Gemara says, come here, then I give you the right to acquire it. So it's interesting, and it hedges his bets. Fine. So Gemara says that. So therefore, that's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides the fact that it's throwing out interesting. We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with Rabbi with this Shemitah transaction. And the idea that's kind of happening over here is that something can only be vested with limited status when there is a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esnon's and by the Hanukkah case as well. That emerges just get further into this Hanukkah case. So by the Moshe, Kama Big Bishas and It's very interesting. So let's say, same thing. Reuben gives Reuben gives Persona the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish it. She consecrates it. Now, she didn't offer it up as a covenant, but she's makdish it. So what's the status now of the animal? So do we say that essentially making something ekdish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to ekdish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish it verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but it's gone, the animal's gone. Being makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she is makdish it? Again, because I must say, you heard the shayla is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the bia occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an excellent zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the bia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday, she's makdish it. Wednesday, the bia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the bia, the object is still here. So now the shayla is, does the object become an excellent zona or not? So we're saying the Tisha with Rabbi Eliezer. Because going back to Rabbi Elazar on the top of the daf, right? So remember again, the way Rabbi Elazar understood the case at the Eslan Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time that the occurred. Dafka Hikvivasa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, is no longer in existence. About Hikvisha, so low. But from the Berlozer statement, it would appear that if she was makdishit, but the animal was still in existence at the time that the Bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Esnazona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Elazar would fake to by it. The truth is, this Shaila is Mamish Shaila of Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, "Man, Mifsha Pshita de Rabbi Eliezer Dakivasa Daka Bakisha Solo Dabisa B'Shashbia." Because Rabbi Elazar says the only time it doesn't become an Esra is when the animal was offered up before the Bia. Because by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just in Makdish, she consecrated the animal still in existence at the time of the Bia. In which case, Halacha L'Maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Esron Zona. All Dilma, if you bust up Shitale, Vikishasa Misak. I mean, maybe obviously she offered it up and it's only going to exist at the time of the Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Esron Zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. To which the Gemara says, taken. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, on both sides, what comes out in this case over here is, first of all, so it's an important lesson number one, because we're not finished with Esron Zona yet. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an estimate as a part of this payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment BO. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed BO, or BO and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an estimate zone. If he deposited an animal with her for payments, now, and the Bia doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore, if she goes ahead and she offers it up, it's a bona fide carbon. If she's not dishing, she consecrates it, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the taking, that's the under. Okay, let's analyze it. So when it was like the second case over here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means used for consequential sacrificial purposes. Or meaning, he marries the kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, or meaning, Ba'ala v'akakach after the Rabbi says if Reuben has relations with his son, and then he pays her even 3 years late, so he will pay all of the girls late. Right, so he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and we still be also. I'm not pissed off, well, kasha. So, what's that kasha is just important. The rights that we covered before, Hassan pays in the 62 said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate, it's no transaction immediacy. Here the Gemara says if there's relations, even if it was 3 years with her, ultimately it is still also. I'm not pissed off, kasha. It's not a contradiction. Hada Amar is Ba'ali B'Talazeh. Hada Amar is Ba'ali B'Talazstan. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case is another case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep, Girashi, the Talazeh, Hokama Diyayev Lo Havi Eslan B'Nechashkepinsa. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately again there is no transaction immediacy. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. The Amar the Talazeh, my hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Reuben goes over to Rachel. He says, have relations with to Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, but yeah, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years, the halacha is, it has the status of a harlot's payment because there's transaction immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep, it doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, Yishifal. Right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep for required taking possession, which the Gemara says, okay, so apparently it's actually interesting. It ultimately beginning of the sheep was only written by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need the sheep to apply. So think that a Zona who's not Jewish, you guys know about it is, the old number Zona Israel, it's talking about a Jewish harlot. Ukigon, the koi bechatzeh. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in her chutzah. In which case, again, ultimately there's koi chutzah she acquires. That's in a second. Either koi bechatzeh, bara v'achikach nasala, ha'kaimana. Hold on a second. I understand. If it's in her chutzah, then she acquires it. In order to get relations with her, and then ultimately, again, denigrated. What do you denigrate? It's already in her chutzah, she already acquired it. What are you talking about? In other words, she acquired it before Pia. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esnol because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Pia if the sheep is standing in her chutzah. Which the Gemara Tzivah, the Shadlin and Heli Apotiku. Very interesting. Now here's the case. So everything comes to Rachel and right here, this sheep is an Apotiku. Remember again, what is Apotiku? Apotiku essentially is what you're adding to. He says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amallah, and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. And if not, shakle the esnamich. Take this sheep ultimately again as your harlot payment. Fine. Master Rav Sheshes says like this. We'll see some help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling from the essence of this process. Let's say again, let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so that he's paid. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Rashi points out over here, either these workers are non-Jews or they're Amir Haaretz. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. Yes, let us know. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? Okay, so that's before you. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's for him or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's getting them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So let's say now the Gemara says the Eno Choshish to do this. Eno Choshish, he doesn't have to be worried. Salafiola base 63b. Lo mishum shlius and lo mishum ma'asim, lo mishum yayin. Now let's say here's what's interesting about this. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akum or amir haaretz, he has to be concerned that maybe akum is going to go by yanis, right? Or maybe ultimately again the amir haaretz is going to buy shmita produce or ma'aseh produce in Tzmil outside of Yerushalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Chevra, do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right, if you look at Rashi, it's actually the last one, the last of the long lines of Rashi. The ha'ilu, losafilu mihu, elapitu. We don't, Ruvain is not the one giving them food, he is giving them money. And it's covered here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now watch. That's how the following is. South Florida, 63, second line down. The Amalak, like he said to them, Su ve'echlu v'ani kolera, Su shtu v'ani kolera. And he says to the workers, like donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Now why is that? Look at Rashi. The issue with it is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his workers. You see the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. There's nothing to do. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his workers. I was saying, what do you see from there? So what you see from here is that halacha l'maisa, not going to say this is we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbi case. Remember, Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they repaid the Torah with 8 year produce. Yochanan said, not a problem because no transactional immediacy. So I was saying, what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece over there? Amol, ki kapara, to make this kapara. So what do you see from here? That when moving pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, halacha l'maisa is transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these shemitah produce from the shady produce from the yayin. That's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says. Ofenami, ki kapara, the kapara. So to leader by Rabbi and maybe paying his ear, ultimately again, isn't that for paying for Shemitah produce? Same thing. So it's the Gemara says, Gemara Kishta, the Senteni Hamakito, the Mishtabim. So no, it's different. In Ruben case, like where he's going ahead and telling the workers, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. The ultimate because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to you, ultimately there is transactional immediacy. That's how it is. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that just a moment. Actually, the shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from you because he regularly extends credit. So that's it. There is transactional immediacy. Ruben is not just saying stand where you are and buy food, buy shit. He's saying, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, no funny thing therefore it's considered almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers or laborers, whatever it is, and Ruben is going to immediately pay for it. לא חכמתי ממך, אבל אחר כך בלעדיוני, סימן דהנה חמי, במוסי ובחולי, ואז חמי ירד על חיפון, again, that doesn't apply in the case of the man, right? It wasn't like a credit type of situation, and very people normally do things together. Therefore, that case is fine because it's not transactional immediacy. Much other, everybody should in my people or not. But again, using that one, even with the same that is what the same case, go you can go to and don't pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. Then it sounds like what? Mutter. Then it should be okay. If that's the case, that's mutter. Ihafi, aditani se'im ve'echlu b'dinar zeh, se'im shishu b'dinar zeh. If that's the case, then separate rights are differently. Instead of making the first case for myself, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat and go drink, make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? The Gemara said, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the company already has the money to pick up limited items. But shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be called. In other words, better for the rice to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one detail different, than to highlight two dramatically different cases. This was the old company should in my people need on the for more extra. Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to the company? Listen to this. The person says to his friend, take one of the clothing, weekly from the first luck. So what happens? So like Ruben goes, all right, I got this to you. So Ruben, do me a favor, give him money for shipping, and all of my property will be coming encumbered to you. What's that for? Ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor The Gemara says, so what do you see from there? Now again, let's even assume that Reuben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from there? When you ask someone to go and do something to someone else, and ultimately again we're guaranteed that encumbrance of transaction immediacy cease to occur right then and there. You're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't really seem to make a difference. You must look at it. Even the low miyachid shibude low missa. So the Gemara says, so what's the difference? So let's look at Rashi. Rashi says, even low miyachid shibude, look at Rashi, third wide one in Rashi's bottom. Kilach shibude, shaloyiche low miyachid mo'os lekach, lav chalit and remove the low missa. Since Reuben did not go ahead and actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific monies have been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional needs. Because it does, ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. So sorry, the Gemara says, so that's the case ultimately again. So what do you need to be considered? That you shouldn't shrieks. So the Gemara says, so ultimately again, it says the Gemara, ultimately again, what do you have to be concerned about here? You should shrieks. What do you have to be concerned about over here? The halacha when I saw that perhaps again shrieks police. Ultimately, again, it is the same thing. Because no particular money is been designated in advance, it does not create transactional use. What's the case? The case over here is where the Rabbi is advanced the money to the farmer. Okay, so this changes everything. Shaped in life, Rabbi is the friendly. Kodem Sheshalach Etzlo. The Hashem, the Rabbi is Ta'afli, he said it all. So this changes everything. So in the case over here, ultimately, again, when the Bryce says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. So the Gemara says as follows. So again, all of this is all in this same realm of transactional needs. Like that's the theme that's happening here. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm missing the Shmaiti Hamid Ratzivim Narav. So said, I said this over in front of the Ratzivim of Narav. And what happened? Amalei, he huffed and declared Su'u V'Ifru, Su'u Shesu Bani Koreh. That's the case. The prices shouldn't be that. He says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay means that someone he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? Su'u V'Ifru, Su'u Shesu Bani B'Chash. It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying now the case of years that we didn't prepay. Right? So he left money with the shopkeeper. Then it's a question, I left you $100. How much did they consume? Which the rest, I'm you're right. So you're right. Tani, ultimately, again, halacha says you're right. Change the price of food. The price should really be the following way. That halacha says, Reuben says to his, so case, remember, essentially there are two cases in the Bryce. Case number one is that Reuben gives his brothers $100. So it's never go out and eat, go out and drink on me. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on you. Case two, the way the Muslim is understanding now, is that halacha Reuben prepaid the food. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my worker's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Right? Now the Gemara says, that's the covenant. You have to be concerned if you have access now to prohibited food items, then it's as if Reuben is going ahead and again, supplying the equivalent things. And the way that price distributed is, he says to his workers, go out and drink, but I need a chasha, and then I will settle up ultimately again with the shop. That's how the Gemara is. Okay, we'll stop over here for today. Everyone, what a God. I'm also with Ashkafa, wishing everyone a wonderful day.
Princess Aphrodite. It's only before the show that you legally changed your name to Princess Aphrodite.
Actually, I legally was Aphrodite Love Johnson L.
Okay, I think that's one of my favorite football players. The wide receiver for the New York Giants.
Você que morning is a great satisfaction to be able to learn all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosin Shbach Rabbi for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as a host for the Soros Tubbles for all of Ham Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Habal Rotova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Roses White, and Stanley Roses White is one of our leading sponsors. Dr. Eddie Faith Wolf, the creation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, Steve Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of their father, Ben Adler, Robert, Baruch, Mordechai, and Maria, and also the supporting button. Of course, always, we dedicate our learning in the Swiss Lord Jesus, consciousness, and to welcome us to something home. Shalom and the Karach and the American Prophet, the souls here to give them success to follow a massive goal. Those are the daf that is speaking of an exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sinus Gimel 63, and we are picking up on South Basin base 62b, today Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the line. So the verse says as follows: Today Rabbi Yana, Yasvi Perishvias Mandarin, who called them Bishminis. So a very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana would do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8th year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi says something that's very interesting. Yasi Perishvias called them Smanabiyah. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but halacha you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So that's once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Yanai would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. That was on the part of the Sheminis, which after offering Aniyim the Sheminis after a year, and you prepare Sheminis. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Yanai's house would repay the Aniyim. Ultimately, again, with new produce, 8-year produce. So the Gemara says, so they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice of Rabbi Yochanan. There's something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said to Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Yochanan said, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Next done, interestingly enough, look at Rashi, Yalsin starts to a couple of Rashis. Yalsin there, Rabbi Yochanan said, the members of the house of the Yanais are acting totally fine. Rashi says, the statement that he's shaita, lo havu hanach be'en, lo ichnufe hani ba'ani, lav chali penenu, lo chayle kedusha shvies alai. So again, we saw in yesterday's daf already, when you get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity can pop upon the previously committed item. So for example, the concern over here is, if this looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, then even the 8th year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken on the Shemitah year, and only being quote-unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition involves upon the 8th year produce. That's the idea of it. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not develop upon the 8th year produce. This is very interesting. And this is connected to Esman and Mukha. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Esman Zona. Esman Zona is the halacha that the person goes to a Zona, and he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, if he pays her money, or he gives her an object That object is called an estimate, so the payment for a harlot, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Sanya, the Gemara says the corresponding case passes on what's the case. The Sanya says this. Rabbi says, Nosam Rabbi Labala. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel's his own. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately again he gives her payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. For harlot's payment ultimately is mutter to sacrificial use. Obviously it doesn't make sense. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's committed for a carbon. Why? He didn't have relations with her. So if you didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again, the lamb is a gift. It's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, you see, furthermore, the second case, he had relations with her, and he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, they didn't pay her anything. If he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in the Brisa that says that Hanoch and the Maisa, the estimate is mutter? Doesn't make any sense. The Gemara says, Allah, God, this is what he used to say. Listen to this. Nasallah, the Afakach Ba'ala. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me tell you this piece outside. Since we wasn't going to say like this, when does something become an esnan? An esnan is on the harvest payment when there's transactional immediacy. He pays her, relations. Right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an esnan. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of esnan solely. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So what's Ella covered? No solo, if you gave her the sheep, the Afrikach Ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the Afrikach Ba'ala? Rashi says, Achshav Ella La'achazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. You know, days today and have relations with her in 3 hours or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. Or for that matter, he has relations with her, and then he afterwards pays her. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the estimate is going to be more. However, Nasallah, the Achakach, so therefore, also, what we want to say is as follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an estimate, there has to be transactional immediacy. Once you transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the sheep, the payment, has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now, again, remember, just to keep track of what's going on here. So remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow Shemitah produce from the floor and pay it ultimately again with Shemitah produce. People came to the Yochanan because they felt, I don't know, maybe it's like a little exchange, it's practice, or transaction business with Shemitah produce. So the Yochanan said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that 8-year produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the Shemitah produce, and then for the 8th-year produce remains totally fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit discussing that case. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and pays her. Right? He gets her a sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example ultimately of the salvation. Right? So he pays her a sheep. Right? And then let's say he gives her a sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday he has relations. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment and therefore is not forbidden for consecrated temple use. Right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. You must understand. But when he does have relations with her, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave her sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have relations with her, Lechol Allah is obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives you the sheep, it can't be labeled as estimate anymore. Because he didn't have relations with her. So when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should evolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an Esmon Zona already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting to know what's the case. She should come up and make basa. This is very interesting. What happened? The Zona, right? The Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So the Gemara is saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. Papayas harlot, papayas zona. I will say, you may say to yourself, come on, what a favor. She's a zona, but she's offering up kavanas. I will say, it's important to admit this many kinds of things. It's always important to understand these all the different consistencies and these all the different inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm accepted, and in certain respects, I'm not. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do poorly, and there are things that I don't do well. Here's the beauty of it. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, are Hashem. Don't take away from the things that I do well and I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not an ordinary thing. You can be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in others. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. But most of us are not there. But sometimes we feel hypocritical. Or sometimes we feel like a fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving tzedakah, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It is still contradictory, but welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy, we all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. But it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. And even though the zona is a zona, the sheep also brings kavanas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kavanas are a reach mikloach to HaMishpach. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner contradictions, our inner struggles, and other HaMishpach. And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenants. By the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this a little bit. What's the case? If he said to the Zona, gives her the land on Tuesday, and says, this is yours as of today, right? Acquire this as of today, right? Then, so she did the Sharila, right? The Halasa Bishaskia Umatana Ba'amabidile. So then obviously it's multiple, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an Esron on Tuesday because they didn't have relations, right? So essentially, he gave her a gift, and therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, if you go on the left in the Aksha, he's not in the pattern. This is very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as a gift, and if he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of yet, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? So if he gives it to her, he gives it to her on Tuesday, okay, we're going to have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, taking Matsuyakada, I could shop it up as a partner. After all, the Ish Yakrish is based on Kodesh Amrachman. The Torah says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an Erev, valuation. Right, will go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrachman, and not based on the Shuso, just like your home, you own it. After the Shuso, so to the only you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then I could shop it up as a partner. Let's just have there. You could only be makdish something that is yours, which means in the realm of personal growth, HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us what we're able to do. Sometimes we make a mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's good to have people who absolutely inspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what those person's profiles are, their abilities are. The Ribbon Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate and it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that HaKadosh only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What it does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. It can only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. So what's the case? This is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives to the Zola the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, we're scheduled to be here tomorrow, right, and just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car, whether you need dinner, whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it as so it's interesting how the hedges is best. Fine. So the Gemara says, that's the zoning. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides the fact that it's totally up and it's interesting. We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with Kidei Lavyana, this Shmita transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something can only be vested with prohibited status when there is a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Eslam zone and by the Harlequin case as well. That emerges goes further into this Harlequin case. So variables, come up with It's very interesting. So let's say, same thing, Reuben gives Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not bishop. She consecrates it. She didn't offer it up as a covenant, but she's not bishop. So what's the status now of the animal? Monday. Kevan Damar Amirasol Gabok and Nisrasol Hadlo. Kiman Dakri Basibani. So do you say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to a hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish verbally is the equivalent of offering that? In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being makdish, it's gone. Again, it's gone. Being makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdish it? Again, because I must say, here the shine is. In the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the Bia occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslam Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the Bia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday, she's not bishop. Wednesday, the Bia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the Bia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an Eslam Zona or not? So we're saying, so let's say, going back, this is Rabbi Elazar on the top of the daf. Right? So remember again, the way Rabbi Elazar understood the case of the Eslam Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time it occurred. Dafka if you bust so Dafka, because she offered it up, is no longer in existence. About if you shut on low, but when the laws is here, that if she was not fishing, that the animal was still in existence at the time that the Bria occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslam Zona. To which the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Elazar to be fake to be right. The truth is, this Shaila is Mamish Shaila of Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, man, Misha Pshita Rabbi Eliezer, that Kudasa Davka Van Bishas Solo, the Eastern Shasbia. Because Rabbi Eliezer said that the only time it doesn't become an Aslan is when the animal was offered up before the Bia. Because by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps, again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated it. The animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, Halacha L'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslam Zona. All Dilma, Pipivasa Pshitale, Vikishasam I mean, maybe obviously if she offered it up and told her that it's time to be out, of course it's not going to be categorized as an Eslam Zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. To which the Gemara says take it. So we're really not sure. So interesting, we have to look at what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with Eslam Zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an estimate as a harvest payment, it must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an estimate zone. If he deposited an animal with her for payment, now the via doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up to a bona fide carbon. If she's not dished, she consecrates it, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the via. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the taker, that's the under. Okay, let's analyze it. So everything looks like the second case over here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means used for consecrated purposes. Or meaning, I don't understand this. The Gemara says, or meaning, Ba'ala v'akakach nasallah, after we come at shalosh shonim esnana us. But the Rabbi says if woman has relations with the son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of their girls late. Right, so he pays her late. Like 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it's still the also. So most of that contract is just important. The rights that we quoted before, last time we days 62 said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate, it's not transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says that there's relations even if there's a few years later, ultimately it is still also. It's not a contradiction. Hada Amar is Ba'ali li, is Ba'ali li, the Talazah. Hada Amar is Ba'ali li, the Talastan. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case is talking about a case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, so ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately again there is no transactional immediacy. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. Love is all that. My hobby. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. We then go to Rabbi. He says, have relations with me, or to Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years, the halacha is, it has the status of a harvest payment because there's transaction immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep, are required to take possession, which the Gemara says is zone avodas b'chavim below tiny of the sheep. Okay, so apparently it's actually interesting. Ultimately, the din of the sheep was only written by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need the sheep at all parts. So it turns out it's someone who's not Jewish. You guys know that's what it is. The Olam is on Israel. It's not talking about a Jewish harlot. If you don't, they call you the Chassid. Or, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in her chutzah. In which case, again, ultimately, this can be chutzah she requires. That's in a second. Either Kai the Chassida, Bara the Achikach Nasala, Hakanyama. What was that? I don't understand. If it's in her chutzah, in order, then she requires it. In order to get relations with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it. Already then he gave it. It's already in her chutzah. She already required it. What are we talking about here? You might say, in other words, she acquired it before Pia. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esmai because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Pia if the sheep is standing in the chutzah. To which the Gemara says, the Shadi and the Heliakot. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So when it comes to Rachel, he says, listen, here, this sheep is not supposed to be. What is a point? The point case essentially is what we got into it. That he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She requires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amarla, and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. And if not, shakle the esrami. Take this sheep ultimately again as your harlot payment. Fine. Massive Rav Shesha says like this. So now, again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling to the essence of this. Watch this. Omer Adam Lechamara or Paula. Let's say again, let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying them. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here. Rashi, Obdeko Kabimo Amir Arts. Either these workers are non-Jews or they're Amir Arts. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. That's why this is important to know. And he says to them, L'chu ve'echlu b'dinar zeh. Sumu shtu b'dinar zeh. Right? So what's the halacha? Okay, so actually before this. So he goes in and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that. So that means on supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink. Go and eat. So listen, now the Gemara says the Eno Choshish. To do this, Eno Choshish, he doesn't have to be worried. Some people there's 63. Lo mishum shvius, lo mishum ma'ash, lo mishum yagunis. And listen, here's what's interesting about this. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halakha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akim or amir haras, he's pretty concerned that even akim is going to go by yes, right? Or maybe ultimately again, the amir haras is going to go by shmita produce or ma'aser sheni produce. You can see that out of the shaman. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. God doesn't have to be concerned with this because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Hebra, do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Meiser, right, if you look at Rashi, it's actually the last one line, the last of the long lines, not Rashi. The Ha'ilu, Losafilu, the Ruvain is not the one giving them credit. He is giving them the money. It's here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now watch. Contracts are the following things. Sabbath Yom, day 63b, second line down. Then Amallah, said to them, Su ve'ichlu, ba'ani poleah, Su shtu ba'ani poleah. He says to the workers, it's not the drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Choshish mishum shvius mishum ma'aser mishum yagunis. Then we have a problem. Now why is that? The issue over here is because he's paying the tab, now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his workers. You see the difference? If Ruvain just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. There's nothing to do. Ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his workers. Alma, what do you see from here? We're now going ahead, now ultimately again, and they borrowed Shemitah produce, and they repaid before ritual needs. So what do you see? Now, what do you see from this last piece of here? So what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, so even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, Allah says this transaction on the receipt, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce, Sheni produce, yes, it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, often Rabbi, he kapara, then you say kapara. So to here, by the other hand, maybe paying here, ultimately again, isn't that for Shemitah produce? Same thing. So no, it's different. In the Ruvain case, if he's going ahead telling the workers, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to the haven, the Arthur Lac, who say, 20 unit ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruvain, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening right there. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires this money coming to give that is actually 90% of the can be some of us. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid because he regularly extends credit. שכבר היכרו, שכמותם שישנו הדין, or כמה לא לכן תלכה חליפים לי. So that's it. There is transactional immediacy. In other words, Ruvain's not stand going where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Tevra, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruvain. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore it's considered almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers or laborers, whatever they want, the items, and Ruvain is going to immediately pay for that. But again, that doesn't apply in conservative, right? This wasn't like a credit situation. It's only people who need business together. Therefore, that case is fine because of that transactional immediacy. You must avoid but again, using that logic, including was the same that was what the same case. Only you can go to a donkey tab. And now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. Then it sounds like what? Mutter. Then it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, ihafi, at the time if that's the case, then set the vice up differently. Instead of making the first case of the vice up, the case of where Ruvain says, here's $100, go out and go eat, go drink, make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? The Gemara says, when is this so open again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for Ruvain to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only if the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruvain. Because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if, again, the company already has the money to pick up limited items. How about getting Shinima people? But the shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that